El Reinado. I'm, of course, Political, joined by the ever-lovely Dr. Dapston here in day number 2. We will be taking a look at the winner's bracket round of 16s and the lower bracket round of 8. So 2 stacked rounds here, Dapston, with a bunch of very fancy best of 5s coming up.
Yeah, had a lot of exciting games yesterday. Got to check out some of those as a viewer, and now jumping in the casting booth and excited for it. I mean, it's just one of those. I feel like every time a tournament comes around, you get to this point in time in the tourney, and it's every single series is just a banger.
It is, and you know, as much as this is a double elimination, at the end of the day, there will be players who will have no more hope of getting to Castle de Almodovar in Spain for the LAN. So, you know, you got 2 choices, or you got 2 chances still here. But at the same time, some of the players that we are seeing today, they will be gone by tomorrow.
Yeah, and you know, I feel like some of the players come into the tournament with the shot to try to get to Spain. Some come in to try to just get as far as possible, make a little money, you know, be competitive and whatnot. But you know, I'm one of those that you gotta always try to shoot for the moon, even though you gotta. It's just if you're going in without expectations to win it all, then you're never gonna ever achieve greatness.
That's a big thing, and we've actually seen that back in the past with previous Red Bulls as well. Just going back to Red Bull Wololo Legacy, for instance, Kaposh, for instance, he qualified for the AoE 2 portion of the event, and once he was done qualifying, he decided to play in the AoE 4 qualifiers. He ended up qualifying there as well, so he actually played the LAN in both of those games, and I think these kinds of storylines, they open up in double elimination brackets like this. And more importantly, as you said, just aim for the stars, and maybe you're going to be the one facing off against Marine Lord in the Spanish LAN. Now, of course, there is also a bunch of extra prize money to be distributed between the players that do not make it to the castle in Spain. So let's take a quick look at the prize pool distribution for the qualifiers.
Yeah, as we can see right off the bat, the most important one is going to the main stage, but a lot of money still left on the table. Second place coming in at 5,000, third and fourth with 4 and 3, and then you can still see a good chunk of change left on the bottom finalized 16 coming in.
Indeed, and this is like, a lot of people look at this like, okay, you have 2 players facing off in the castle, but let's not forget, even the online stage of the event carries a $20,000 prize pool. That is comparable to some of the biggest events of the scene. So even if you finish 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, that's actually a reasonable amount of money to be had for these players. And it's also a double elimination bracket, which means that you do have 2 chances to advance. In fact, let's take a look at these brackets real quick, because we already have the top 16 here in the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. And here we go. So this is, for the time being, the upper bracket. But of course, as the day progresses, players will start winning and losing in the first round. And we will take a look at the lower bracket at a later time. And we're going to be kicking this show off as our production is showing to us. Lower bracket is empty just yet. That won't remain like this for long. But we're going to be kicking this show off with Louis MT versus Kill Jardi here. An absolute banger, if I may say so.
Yeah, Jardi, always a fun player to watch, always kind of aggressive in his play style quite a bit. And Louis, he's been, I mean, a couple tournaments ago, he was the new name on the scene. I feel like that was really the up and coming and riser, the one that everyone was starting to talk about more and more. And now he's a name that people are a lot more familiar with. So don't quite have to talk about as much about him because he's a little bit more known.
Exactly. We're looking at 2 rising stars here, really. Louis MT, of course, for a long time, he was a big team game player, didn't really compete in a lot of 1v1 events. But once he started doing so, boy oh boy, was he a threat. And we probably have seen the best of Louis MT in the recent months. Just looking back at the Elite Classic 2, for instance, he was 3rd place. Top 8 in Call to Arms, top 8 in EGC Finals as well last year. So really, we've seen a lot of good performances and a lot of consistent performances from Louis MT. Whereas on the other side, we can say similar things about Kill Jardi as well. A player that started to rise last year or so, was top 12 in Master of Realms, top 16 in the Elite Classic. So really, we're looking at two players that are still on the, I guess, rising arc, and the sky's the limit for them as we're going to be heading into best of 5 in between these two.
Yeah, and consistency is really the key when it comes to this top level. You know, if you're looking at the ladder, there's always these one-off games where it's like, oh, you know, Beasty lost to X, or DeMu lost to, you know, another player that people might not have expected quite as much. But when it comes to tournament play, when it comes to these longer series, best of 5s, best of 7s, if you're getting into these further rounds, it becomes that much harder to take down these bigger opponents. But they've shown that they can do it time and time again now.
Yeah, that's going to be a big storyline for the rest of the online stage here. It's double elimination, which means that even if you pull an upset, one of the big names won't go out immediately. And if you want to get to the LAN, then you might need to face this player once again. But we do have the draft over here at Abston, and looks like we might have a lot of water, at least, you know, from the outside looking in. But let's not forget, Socotra, as much as you have a bunch of water on that map, it's not about the water, it's about the chaos in the middle. One of my favorite maps. Anyone that watches EGC regularly knows that I absolutely adore Holy Island. I'm probably the only person on the planet that does that, but it's just a side note. And then, of course, we have some classics as well, Gorge, Dry Arabia, where we're going to be kicking this set off on Kawasan, and it is going to be the Japanese versus the Chinese.
Yeah, you know what? You said you might be the only one about Holy Island. I actually am a fan of watching Holy Island, casting Holy Island. I might not like to play it too much, but completely opposite when it comes to the other side, because it really is very, very clean when you see the battle on two fronts, and you've seen, like, it's a map that, yes, water is very key, but there have been these one-off times where the land comes in with this crazy castle age timing with a man-at-arms push or something of the sort. But enough about Holy Island. Like you said, we got the first map being Kawasan. It's going to be Japanese versus Chinese, a matchup that we kind of aren't too surprised about when it comes to some of these hybrid maps.
Yeah, this is going to be one of the many hybrid maps. Well, maybe not very many. It's probably just Holy Island and Kawasan, but still, almost 50% of the maps being hybrid. It also puts a lot of emphasis on how you pick your civilizations for these maps, obviously. But as you kind of highlighted, Chinese, a juggernaut on these hybrid maps. Same for Japanese. Japanese probably the most beloved civilization for a map like Kawasan. But that also means that Chinese won't be available for the Louis MT going into Holy Island. What's actually pretty interesting here, though, is that we do not have Jushi's legacy picked or banned on either side. And that's a little surprising considering that we do have both Kawasan, but more importantly, Holy Island. And as much as Chinese are a very competent civilization on hybrid maps, Jushi as well.
Yeah, especially when you're talking Holy Island, there's some times where you get to place that meditation gardens in a spot that just seems a little too unfair. It seems like the old meditation gardens before it got nerfed like 2, 3, 4 times over, because you just are able to get so many resources in the vicinity on that map. But the picks and bans, that does end up surprising me a little bit, but you can see Jardi kind of playing into his playstyle a bit, though, with Byzantines, with the Mongols, and also securing up the Rus for himself as well. Really kind of allows him to lean into that aggressive playstyle and kind of the map control playstyle as well.
Oh yes, Jardi and his aggressive playstyle. I feel like that's a bit of a meme at this point. He is a notoriously aggressive player. Like, he's the kind of guy that just wants to smash you in less than 10 minutes and be done with the game. So I'm actually very curious how this entire series is going to shape out, because both of these players are known for being, or both of these are known for playing an aggressive play style. But especially Jardi, he is the one that likes to just go super aggro. And right off the get-go, he's going to have Japanese here on Kawasan, a civilization that does allow for a decent amount of aggression with the shinobi at the beginning.
Yeah, and that's one of those plays that it seems that can kind of be very, very scary right off the bat, but once stabilized a little bit, it really seems to fall off. And the high-low players, the high-level players, when they know it's coming, they can prep for it. But the Shinobi micro is something that doesn't matter how well you prep. If you micro correctly, there's nothing you can end up doing.
Well, to be fair, if you micro correctly, there's nothing that you can do against that. That's applicable to a lot of things, but you're right. Shinobi it could be that unit that essentially decides the game in less than 5 minutes. You start disrupting the enemy docks, you just destroy the whole early game of your opponent. But we do have game number 1 coming up. Into Kawasan we go to kick off this best of 5 between Louis MT and Jardi.
And you can already see the docks being dropped. Jardi spawning in on this southeastern side, playing as the Japanese in the color red. And on the opposite, it's Louis MT in the color blue as the Chinese.
And this is one of the more classic matchups over here, Dapston, between these civilizations. It's 2 prominent civilizations. Chinese, it's your Swiss Army knife for hybrid maps, whereas Japanese is usually the go-to civilization playing on a map like Kawasan. You do have both these spawns, and I think every single time we look at this map, the first thing that you want to look out for is where exactly the players will be docking. Because you have 2 potential setups, actually 3. Option number 1, only 1 player docks. Option number 2, the players share pawns. Option number 3, the players will be on separate pawns, and it looks like they will be sharing pawns here.
Well, technically, there's a 4th option, which is neither player goes for water, but I don't know how likely that would end up being. I don't think that would ever happen, actually. And I always enjoy it the most, though, when they end up sharing the same pond right off the bat, and that is what we have here. You can see on either side, they've dropped it, but the fishing boat vision isn't quite what it used to be, so I don't think they have knowledge of it yet.
Yeah, eventually they're going to find out about this, but obviously the player that needs to see this a little sooner is probably going to be Jardi with the Japanese. He's the one that wants to shut down this dock, disrupt it. But this is a tricky one to take a look at, because there is one extremely powerful ability that the Chinese have over here. In fact, let's take a look at the main characteristics of these civilizations here just for a brief moment. So Chinese, they do benefit a lot from faster working docks on hybrid maps like this. And that's probably going to make life a little bit more difficult when you're trying to shut down the dock with the Shinobi. You just have a slightly smaller window to prevent the enemy combat ship from coming out.
Yep. And not only that, a lot of times you'll see Chinese easily able to drop an additional dock, get a very, very quick construction timing on that. Whereas Japanese, we can see some of their bonuses. One of their main bonuses is their cheap fishing boats. And so a lot of times we'll look back at some of these ponds, especially if Jardi's able to fully secure one up, and it will just be littered with fishing boats all across.
It should be. Whoa, that's a big shout out to us. Okay. Thank you, production. I think now everybody knows who we are, but anyway, here we go. So Feudal Age will be coming in approximately at the same time for both. Jardi a bit of a head start here, collecting the gold. But of course, when you look at the Chinese, the other big feature to take a look at is that you construct your landmarks a little quicker. So even though Jardi started building his landmark first, Louis MT should be able to beat him to Feudal Age, unless he only commits a few villagers, because it looks like Jardi is going very heavy on this construction operation. He's actually building this landmark with 6 vills.
Yeah, really wants those Shinobi out quickly and wants to be able to get the first military ship queued up first. But we see equalizing on this other side, Louis MT 5 vills, and we talked about that Chinese construction speed. It will definitely make it to where this age up timing will be very, very similar. However,
yeah, you can. Oh yeah, go ahead.
I was going to say, Jardi just has a couple extra fishing boats out, showing that kind of just cheapness of those Japanese fishing boats, and both players dropping that second dock.
Yeah, you can just see how significant the timings are on a map like this. First, the Feudal Age is going to be the first player to start bumping out those combat ships. Once you're up to Feudal Age with Jardi, you can go for the Shinobi as well. So this is almost a race to Feudal Age here, and a race for that second dock as well, because as the players are sharing pawns, whoever wins this pawn is going to have a massive head start in economy.
Yep. You can see how Jardi even canceled the fishing boat he had queued up in that dock that he originally had built, because he knew how important it was to queue up this initial military ship. Each player got a galley in queue, but more importantly, Jardi has that Shinobi.
A bit of a villager fighting over here, as Jardi does scramble the scout as well. Villager is just going to depart here for Louis empty. There's going to be a war junk and a junk coming out. Junk already out here, actually, and this villager is in a bit of a danger here, has to flee. First Shinobi is out, but you already have a combat ship out here to defend for Louis empty.
No problem from those fishing boats, just going to drop on off. And now we get to see the good old arrow ship micro without any micro going on, just a fishing boat pulled to get some extra healing in for Jardi. So doesn't even want to have to worry about that. Shinobi uses his blink, but there's a springle ship already attacking him.
Shinobi heavily banked up by that one war junk. The dock is on fire, but the Shinobi got pushed away. It's low HP. And more importantly, Jardi doesn't have a war junk. He's queuing up a demo right now, but he's about to lose his junk over here. Demo coming in from a flank, though.
First shot gets dodged. Second one does not connect, but fishing boats do. And 3 fishing boats end up going down, which is so huge for Jardi.
But at the same time, no more demos for him, and this war junk is just reigning supreme here. Fishing boats are pushed away. This one junk is barely holding on. I feel like momentum is still in the favor of Louis MD here.
It still is. He has that military out, still has that demo ready and waiting for the springle ship. Demo on the way. And the galley got taken out. Jardi's about to lose the whole entire pond.
Oh my lord. Demo
missed.
does not connect to the war chunk, but it does damage a lot of those fishing boats. It's 2v1 right now. Fishing boats have to be scrambled for the repairs, but the momentum is just way too big here. Another demo being queued up by Jardi, though. That demo needs to save the day for him.
I mean, the problem here with the demo is it can't connect on both of those springled ships. Jardi, though, has gotten the dock in placement, which is starting to focus down the galley on the other side. Great scouting by Louis, making sure a second dock or second pond isn't docked and snuck on up. Shinobi still trying to be annoying as possible, but notice Louis dropping extra docks and just makes it to where those just aren't even a big deal.
Yeah. Several items here for Jardi is that as much as Louis MT pretty much won this bond as things stand, it's actually Jardi with the extra fishing boats. He still managed to hide a couple of those and he's taking shoreline fish, whereas Louis lost all his fishing boats, so there is not much of an eco advantage here. Beautiful demo does not sink the war chunk, at least for the time being, but it's so banked up.
It does end up sinking those 3 fishing boats you were talking about, grabbing that shoreline fish. Jardi, though, he has both docks and placements in those and still being super annoying with those Shinobi, actually about to take down one of those docks.
Yeah, these Shinobi have been very oppressive, and Louis was focusing a lot on just microing his ships. Indeed, one of the docks will fall. Ironically, Jardi might be happy about this, because he lost the water combat, very clearly, in fact. But at the same time, it's not like Louis was able to leverage that to any extent. There are no fishing boats for him, and right now the docks are also being harassed very actively by the Shinobi.
And he kind of has this corner of the pond to fall back to with double emplacements. As you can see, Louis can't step up with just, 1 or 2, or I guess move up with 1 or 2 of those boats without taking quite a bit of fire. But Jardi spots out the other side pond getting docked on. So if he doesn't react to that soon, Louis' economy will get very out of hand.
Yeah, the trick here is that Jardi has a better chance to respond on land with the Shinobi until these archers arrive from Louis. Louis has had enough of those Shinobi, now he's getting the archers out. But at the same time, as long as these Shinobi reign supreme, you see these docks are being shut down. This also prevents Louis from adding new fishing boats or even combat ships. And the same can be done on the other pond as well. So Jardi might slowly start picking up momentum here. Villager does get intercepted, though. This dock should not go up.
No, Jardi has to fall back with this. Can't do that micro dance for too long with that one villager. Does cancel the dock and fall back. But on the other side, Louis steps a little far with the demo ship and gets sniped out by the dock emplacement.
Docks are back online here for Louis, though. He does have an eco lead of 8 as well. That's pretty considerable. We're going to have to check where that comes from, actually. But DeMu now connecting to the War Junk here. Jardi is picking up combat momentum here, though Villager will get sniped out as well. Oh, he gets away. Oh, the bait! Oh, the bait was beautiful.
Oh, the bait was absolutely perfect. DeMu pops out of the dock, destroys the sprinkled ship from Jardi, and Louis has the west side pond all to himself. So this economy number is just going to continue to get worse and worse and worse as Jardi cannot yet make fishing boats on this pond.
Yeah, I wonder if Jardi had idle town center time. He's down by 12 eco. Now you have fishing boats from Louis on the southern pond, but I don't think he's got that many. And he's also in Tang Dynasty, so it's not even a Song Dynasty villager production boost. It really feels like Jardi might have been idling his TC here a little.
Yeah, early on, he might have been struggling to make the military boats as well as the villagers when he was cut off from the water, cut off from all his fishing boats early on. So I could easily see him having to idle his town center for a good bit. And Jardi's response to the few archers is horsemen, a high food investment for a resource that he isn't very, very heavy on. However, able to take down another sprinkled ship, not yet take down the villager. But
yeah, but the dock is on fire. A villager is also low HP here. This is getting tricky here for Louis. Both of the docks are very low HP as well. Like one more DeMu and these could be gone. What's concerning for Jardi is that he's not contesting the other pond. Louis is just happy with the status quo to the north because this spawn is fully his, and his eco is starting to skyrocket.
Yeah, you just kind of slowly make some stuff, slowly push some stuff out on the other pond and make Jardi continue to reinforce into that further. And all this time, you're just booming up harder and harder on your eco. Or you also are Chinese, so you have those extra Imperial officials at home.
And the horsemen are looping around. Jardi needs to find some value, and to be fair, Louis doesn't have a lot of troops back at home defending, but it's only 2 horsemen, so the villagers will be enough to scare them away.
Archer was able to take down the shinobi, but villager finally falls. Looks like the sprinkled ship will end up falling as well. And will this finally be the eastern pond, northeastern pond secured for Jardi?
Yeah, behind this, both players are thinking Costlage, by the way. Once again, horsemen coming in to harass. This is critical intel, by the way, for Jardi. When you have so many villagers on gold, it's a clear indication that your opponent wants to go to Costal, especially when you see a lot of villagers on berries like this as well. Heavy on food, heavy on gold, gives a clue for Jardi that Louis wants to go to Costal. So Jardi starts piling up resources as well, and the 2 players will be hitting Costlage at pretty much the same time.
You say that, but look at what Jardi has continued been able to do. Louis' resources, he's heavier on the food. He hasn't been able to get that 600 gold he needs because of that continual idle time by Jardi. It still will end up being somewhat even like you were mentioning, but still a great job delaying by Jardi here.
Look at Louis. He's rushing that landmark with 18 villagers. Just goes to show how much or how significant it is for him to beat his opponent to Costlage or to catch up. He had to invest into the barracks as well to get some spearmen out. Will be helpful in the long run though, because Mounted Samurai, it becomes a reality very soon here for Jardi. He already has the stable, and he's going up with the floating gate. He's also upgrading his town center, so we could actually see the Mounted Samurai and the Mounted Bannerman coming together to try and push that gold mine again.
Yeah, and just like that, Jardi has finally secured that pond back for himself, so we'll be able to build up that eco number a little bit as a bunch of fishing boats will start to pop out. And Louis has already kind of fully saturated that other pond with fishing boats. I don't know how many more he's going to end up making there, as it looks like he's got 15 or so already.
Alasgard's coming out here. Now, as much as Jardi can boost his production with the Yorishiro being placed in the docks, at the same time, Louis can do the same thing, just supervising the production buildings. Big difference, though. You can snipe the Imperial officers boosting the buildings, whereas you can't do much about these Yorishiros being placed in there. So if you're Jardi, you might be looking to snipe these Imperial officers to deny that quick production of the Palace Guards.
Yep, Horseman once again circling around. Wall's not yet fully finished from Louis, but you can see that they're coming up and on the way. He doesn't want to have to deal with this raiding and doesn't want to have to deal with the scarier raiding party after that. Wololo coming in.
Oh, nope. Nope.
Oh.
Sometimes I wish that Vololos were just a little quicker. I feel like you could see some spectacular Vololos with that.
Yeah, you say that until it's like a spearman or a very, very slow army, and then it's just nothing, no time to react to it. Louis finally going with the Barbican, dropping that Song Dynasty.
I like Louis' base layout a lot. He's got the Barbican on the front, but more importantly, walls coming up as well. So it's going to be increasingly difficult for Jardi to raid with Mounted Samurai. Now, what Louis doesn't really know is that Jardi decided not to go heavy on the Mounted Samurai. Instead, he's going heavy on the Foot Samurai, something that Louis MT is already building a counter against in the form of the Crossbowman.
Yeah, I mean, that's where Louis going with that Palace Guard spear and crossbow military mass hasn't yet used that astronomical clock tower. But if we know Chinese players, they're gonna have 3-4 Nest of Bees popping out here in the near future.
This is usually the time in Kawasan games where I start advocating for Springolds being used to snipe ships. They do have an anti-ship bonus, and they do have a great range, so you can actually do a lot to harass the enemy ships with that. But here we go, Palace Guards facing off against the Samurai. Crossbows helping from the back line. That's actually a big help here for Louis.
Yeah, and Jardi having to fall back here. The Nest of Bees is pushing out here in the next couple seconds. The mobile units from Jardi trying to find somewhere to raid, trying to go help that Yoshiro secure the relic, but there's already walls
I think he
now.
just found out.
Wololo coming in. This one's a spearman.
Wow, okay. There we go. It's better than nothing.
We got one single spearman taken on over. Economy is looking basically even. You know, this is Chinese. We expect them to be up in economy typically when it comes to games. So them being up only 5 isn't too crazy at this point in the game. So Jardi easily able to do what Japanese loves to do and just pump a lot of melee mass.
Yeah, this is getting interesting here because melee, of course, for the Japanese, when you buff them with Bannermen and the deflective armor of the Samurai, they are a very tanky army. But at the same time, Chinese love fighting against those crowded groups of infantry. They have a good front line with the Palace Guards, crossbows to fire from the back line, and Nest of Bees as well. You really feel like this composition, or these compositions, if you ask me, I'm leaning towards Louis MT here. I feel like his composition is just so much better than Jardi's.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where I feel like when Chinese gets a few of those Nest of Bees out and then they get that frontline mass, it's so hard to get on top of that. It's so hard to like counteract their siege war even with Springolds, because then they get a Springold of their own that's just better than yours.
One thing of note is that we don't really have much of a farm transition here from Jardi. Now, on a map with so much fish, it's fine to play without farms for a long time, but he's very heavy on the hunt, and that has been scouted by Louis MT. If these fishing boats start getting harassed by Springolds or even those Nest of Bees, Jardi's food eco could collapse very quickly. Uh-oh.
And right as you say that, Nest of Bees spots out that fishing mass. No reaction from Jardi yet, so a few of those fishing boats do go down. Now starts to pull back towards probably the shoreline fish on the other side, but this is still a disruption of that food eco, and Japanese is one of the civs that loves to have the middle secured due to all those extra berries. It's an easily, boost to your food eco, but Louis is the one with the military mass sitting on the berries.
Yeah, he's also walling off the flanks as well, so he's trying to funnel his opponent towards this middle area. Tower is now coming up for extra line of sight. Even a battering ram is committed to take out those docks, and just as a quick side note here, upgrades aren't looking very fancy here for Jardi right now. We're going to have to check back on that Springold. First Springold out, though, for Jardi. Louis MT just now started adding those Springolds.
I'm pretty sure a lot of the Japanese upgrades bugged still.
Yeah, that's why, like, as I was saying that, I started to have second thoughts because sometimes they don't show up on the UI. So
I
let's
know
just
he
be
has
careful
triple
about those
melee.
statements.
Yeah, he has full melee upgrades.
And he's got ranged as well, so those upgrades are a lot better. Here we go. Bit of a funnel point over here. Tower also being reinforced here. Palace Guards aren't really standing their ground up until this point. But the Springolds are doing such a good job pushing away those Nest of Bees, and Louis is forced to flee.
3 Nest of Bees, though. Imagine how much damage they could do if they just turn and circle on this mass. Louis has his Springold arrive. Turns around with the Nest of Bees. Jardi just ends up pulling back right there with the first fire. But the Springolds trade with one another, and there's still one alive for Jardi, but has to fall back with that huge mass and cannot fight on top of that reinforced tower now.
Yeah, but this just goes to show how significant those Springolds are. Those Springolds held all these Nest of Bees hostage, and that was the deciding factor. You can't push into 3 Nest of Bees with that huge clump of infantry you have for Jardi. But when you have Springold support like that, it's a completely different story, and as long as you have those Springolds to just take out the Nest of Bees with, 36 Samurai with good upgrades, that's no joke.
Yeah, and there's only 15 crossbows on the other side. You might say, yeah, there's a good Palace Guard mass, but Palace Guards, if they take a fight against Samurais, they will get absolutely shredded, especially with that triple melee upgrade that Jardi has.
Just a side note here, Jardi is also adding Horsemen, which is a great thing to do. First of all, it stretches out the playing field. He can harass these walls and just threaten the base of Louis MP. But more importantly, it's a mix of Samurai and Horsemen in your front line. So unless Louis MP individually targets down these Samurai with the crossbows, some of them will start shooting at the Horsemen, and they won't be very effective against those.
Yeah, and it also allows Jardi to dive the backside further with the Horsemen, who end up connecting on a lot of villagers trying to complete up a wall, and villagers are headed that way.
That's disappointing, especially because this gold mine is something that Louis was taking. The other large gold mine on the far left side of the map is actually under the control of Louis MP, and it's behind his walls, but this one is something that Jardi needs. Jardi, in fact, this is the only big gold mine that he could access reasonably well. He still has a small gold mine to the south, but that's basically it. Looks like he's going to continue diving here, though, but a lot of these horsemen and the knights or mounted samurai, they are just so banged up.
Yeah, the information this provides, though, is that Louis dropped a second TC, so we're operating off a 2 TC Song Dynasty. It feels like Jardi now needs to push forward and is pushing forward with that information he just got.
This castle is spotted and the army isn't here.
Jardi closing the gap. Villagers not reacting. Louis has to cancel the keep. Falling back now. Nest of Bees having to fall back as well. And Jardi has a huge Springold mass. There's no way that Louis can end up pushing up against this. This is one way to stop and win the siege war.
And this is a really good example of what these horsemen give you, as we do have a bit of a face-off here on this sacred site. But these horsemen stretched out the playing field. They pulled Louis away from that middle area. If Louis had his army in the middle, he could afford 2 keeps. But he had to cancel this whole operation because he had to clean up those horsemen. And now Jardi is the one securing the middle. He does have 7 Springolds as well. There's no way Louis can fight that with the Nest of Bees.
Yep. Palace Guards trying to stall just a little bit of time. Louis knows he can't take this fight. Nest of Bees gets a good fire down. Crossbow supporting. Louis just needs enough time to get this keep up. Wants enough time to get the keep up. Springolds are trading. It's going to be all about this siege. Nest of Bees, though, getting another fire.
Yeah, Nest of Bees, they haven't been focused down quickly enough, and they did a lot of damage here. Palace Guards focusing down the Springolds as well, and the keep goes up. It looks like Louis is holding.
Not only is he holding, he cleaned up that whole entire army mass. Not only the infantry, but all 7 of those Springolds got cleaned on up with the Springolds of Louis and with the Palace Guards.
Oh, man. I think part of this is the 30 crossbows. In the previous engagement we had where Jardi took the hill, Louis had like 10 or so crossbows. Now it's 30, and those really helped out against all these samurai. Now Jardi is desperate. He's outnumbered 2-1 in the army count, has to start adding some mangonels. But luckily for him, Louis MT pauses for a second over here, giving a much-needed breather here for Jardi.
Yeah, well, the pause for a second is exactly what Vodka's showing us. We have a full granary transition coming behind this, something that Louis can easily afford now with the eco boom he has secured for himself. He's got 2 TC Song. He's starting to build that huge villager lead. He's kind of spread out all throughout the map on his side, and now moving forward with yet another keep. Mangonel shot.
Ooh!
Huge
And there's a second
Mangonel
mango.
shot.
Oh my lord. And once again,
Springle's
I don't know about
starting
this.
to push back the mangoes. Jardi felt like he could go maybe kill down a lot of those lower health crossbows, but didn't realize how many there actually were there. Granary transition is still going on. It's taken a little bit. There's a lot of farms.
so many momentum swings in this game here. But let's not forget, Jardi's fishing eco is so exposed. It only takes a single springboard from Louis to start sniping those out. Jardi only has 800 food per minute. Louis empty, you could see that for a brief moment a couple of seconds ago. He started his farm transition. Louis' eco is well set up. He's stonewalling the flanks. Not the best management of the farming eco right now, but I mean, it's still better than the food eco of Jardi.
Yeah, and the keep being up on the middle hill secures just so much for Louis. Jardi isn't able to get more food. Great mangonel shot, though, again. Louis running forward with the crossbows right into vision, right into the towers. It's just asking for Jardi for a free setup.
Yeah, at this point, this is what Jardi can do. He's just trying to get some towers up here, but he's starting to run low on gold. He's going to have to secure a new gold mine here because he's depleting this one on the front of this base. Down south, he's also essentially depleting that small gold deposit. He doesn't really have anywhere else to go. And it looks like Louis is done with this. He wants to go into Imperial.
Yeah, we just saw villagers pulling shivs out against a palace guard, not taking the best trades, finally able to take him down though. But these villagers matter so much more for Jardi, and the Springolds are taking away the deep sea fish. So food hurting even further. But what is going well for Jardi again is he's reinforcing this siege superiority. Is he going to be able to protect it this time?
Louis kind of stopped producing army here. You can see he's got no units in queue. He's actually trying to go into Imperial, and this actually allows Jardi to build up an army lead. He might even be able to push away his opponent from this keep, and that would be so important for Jardi. He just needs a breathing room. He's still far away from recovery, you feel, but when you look at his resource income, he could be in Imperial in the next few minutes. And Louis MT is still just now going up to Imperial. He had to wait until the stone walls were at least partially built for this gatehouse to be placed on it. But this is just such a significant amount of delay here, really, for Louis. And Jardi is using this time to build up a new army.
Yeah, but this is exactly where Chinese wants to end up fighting. Jardi, he's building up this army. He's got a lot to go through because Louis, he's reinforcing stone walls. He's reinforcing the keeps. He's building another wooden wall in the middle here. This is all just delay, delay, delay. Imperial's going to come out and he's going to have this huge eco lead. And this is exactly where he likes to play his game.
This keep is being trapped here, but Louis is repairing it, buying a lot of precious time. Imperial Age is in, and actually, Louis MT captured both of the sacred sites. One of them is walled behind a stone wall, so that's going to be very difficult to decap. The other one in the north could be contested, but he does start the sacred site countdown as well. And that is something that Jardi is going to have to address at some point. But as I kind of touched on that a couple of moments ago, Jardi's food and gold eco is back on track for the time being, so he's about to go into Imperial himself.
Yep. He's got 4 trebs out too, so a lot of those reinforcements, those stone walls, those keeps that Louis has been trying to make aren't quite going to be as effective. But Louis, he's grabbing some stone on Jardi's southern side of the map, and Jardi, I believe, is on his last gold vein that is safe. This is the big concern for the late game. Jardi needs to secure that middle stone, because currently Louis is the one who has her middle gold, sorry, because Louis has all the gold on the map.
Yeah, even just a small gold mine would help so much, but eventually he wants to secure one of these large gold veins, but he is pushing through, and again, Louis stop. What? What am I witnessing here?
The gate was open. He opened the gate. He must have opened the gate.
Now it's open for sure.
There have been a few wall bugs we've seen. Like we already saw the wall on the north side through the gold vein not get fully connected through. But this is the big problem for Jardi now. It's Imperial Age. It's Palace Guard spam. And I'm assuming Louis is going to go Yuan pretty soon, and that just means it's going to be impossible to deal with the Palace Guard spam. And I talked about the gold. This is one way to deny gold, and this is in vision. There is an outpost there.
Yeah, good luck stopping it though, right? At this point, Louis
an
MP
IO
would...
supervisor.
Oh my! He's like, I want this gold, and I will take it.
Yep. Takes the gold, takes down the outpost there, and he has Palace Guards raiding on the other side. Jardi is in a very difficult spot, starting to lose his fishing boats as he thought he secured the middle and moved out, and now Siege is out of position. Palace Guards moving up in the middle. He tried to deal with the raids at home, and the Palace Guards are just going to run on by and take down as many of those just wooden planks on the ground.
Oh, that's going to be so painful for Jardi. He was busy chasing down the Palace Guards inside his base, so he didn't have his army up front. And with the Mangonels gone, there is nothing that deals with these crossbows. That's why it's so significant. New Mangonel comes in, though Palace Guards are gone, and the army count is still looking better for Jardi here.
Yeah, army count looking better, but just lost so much siege on Jardi's side, and Jardi still has no way to push through walls, no way to really take down any of this booming eco that Louis has. It's all about trying to defend his base that he can't defend.
I think he could use some walls here, because the Palace Guards, they are looking to raid. That's the only unit as... Oh.
How did that happen?
I think this Shinto priest was behind these walls for a long time. And yeah, Vodka is actually highlighting to us. He was hiding that in the corner from a very early time. He was able to decap the sacred site. Okay.
All of the villagers on that gold that Jardi so desperately needs get taken down, and Louis, he just sends that mass right on by and says, all right, these are going to go hit some more of your eco. Just keep on taking down the eco. This is late game China. It's Yuan China as well, as we see the Imperial Palace right there. That thing provides so much vision. He's going to be able to see the whole mid-map.
Yeah, that is extremely important, and it also has this ability to show all the enemy villagers, as we do have a bit of a scuffle here. That could be very helpful for raids as well, but as much as Palace Guards are great for raiding, in a straight-up melee against Samurai, Ozutsu, and Hand Cannoneers, they should not be able to stand their ground.
No, they should not, as they are slowly getting cleaned up. Siege support is not helping too much, as it's just a cannon helping on out, but the Chinese keep is providing as much fire as possible. Louis, having to fall back here, needs to secure up this mid-map before Jardi starts to run through into his eco, just like he's been trying to do to him.
Yeah, this has been the theme for the last few minutes. Jardi,
oh,
he's got
great wall gatehouse.
A very powerful army, but being able to resupply this army is next to impossible. His eco is much weaker. He's down to 400 food per minute. He still is struggling to access gold. I feel like if Louis can stall this out, I don't know how long Jardi can sustain this. His army is better in a straight-up fight, but for how long?
I mean, Louis has more villagers than Jardi has population. If that tells you what I think about how this game's going to. The Palace Guards are just going to continue to come in. This is the point. Late game China, if you don't have stone walls, you will just get Palace Guard raided to death. You're never going to be able to actually push through enough. And a good first game, crazy back and forth first game as well.
Yeah, this was just, I think, a great showcase of what we can expect from the entire series. Two players love to play aggressive, high-tempo gameplay as well, but very back and forth. You can just see on the right side of your screen, the military value lead. Look at all these swings here. There were times where Louis MT was vastly ahead, and then this whole advantage just disappeared. At the end of the day, though, that eco advantage that he built with the entire uncontested pond he had with the second town center, that was just too much for Jardi to handle.
Yeah. And look at these post game stats. You could just see how much eco Louis had for just so much time. Every single resource had an advantage on his side.
What a game to start this series with, and this could easily be a 5-game series, folks. So let's take a look at the remainder of the draft over here as we get ready for game number 2. We will be heading to another hybrid map that is going to be Holy Island. No Rus on the side of Jardi, though. He opts to go with the Mongols on the other side. We're going to have the English, so maybe some Dark Age action with Spearmen, Horsemen, Villagers, of course, on the English side. Happy to defend against that. Could be a very intriguing Dark Age here.
Yeah, it is one too that I have seen at times where instead of the spearmen start, you'll see the horsemen start, like you said from Jardi, and Louis. He can't build spears in the Dark Age playing as the English, so he's got to build the men at arms to try to stop the horsemen. So Jardi gets to take all the fights that he wants to, gets to utilize the mobility, pressure off of the gold. It can really be a big pain in the side, but if he's going with a horseman start, that means that no fishing boats are going to be being made, no water is being taken for a little bit of time, as there's always an opportunity cost.
In the meantime, let's take a look at the remainder of the draft, though, because I think now that we've seen civilizations being picked for 2 maps out of the 5, we can start theory crafting on what we can expect for the remaining games. Iobids, Byzantines, Abbasids, and of course the Rus there on the side of Jardi. Iobids also available for Louis MT, though, with the Delhi, Malians, and French being out there. What do you think about that?
You know, I feel like Socotra is a map that a lot of people lean towards. If I'm Louis, I probably lean towards Mali as the pick there. It's just you can be super condensed with your eco. You can be denied off of a lot of resources and still have more than enough resources coming in with your pit mines, with your cows that you can continue to either make and eat if you need the food, or you can be able to kind of not necessarily have a huge cow boom because there's not a room, but enough to just provide more resources than what your opponent can grab. And that's where on Socotra, if I'm Jardi, I think I lean towards the Rus, kind of same effectiveness. You can be very condensed. You can have some safer eco. You can take further out hunts and make them kind of more effective. Have your gremlins be defensive and also very aggressive because of how small the map is too.
This is only the first round of the double elimination stage, though, here in the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. So let's take a quick look at the remainder of the brackets, because, you know, we had a very long first game over here. So a lot of the series that have been going on, we have some cool updates over here. Vortex, 1 apiece against CSO. 3D Cat also leading against WAM. So some surprising outcomes so far here in the opening round.
Yeah, you know what doesn't surprise me is the only 2 people to have 2 games finished are the Spanish brothers. The most aggressive, quickest game players that I would say. Lucifron's up 2-0. Vortex, like you mentioned, he's tied 1-1, but still having both of their games finished is not too surprising to me. The MYI clash down at the bottom side is definitely an interesting one. Anatan up 1-0, but that is not an easy match by any means.
Yeah, that's a tough matchup in the MYI in-house match. Anatan leading against Zerton, and DeMu is also down against Baltoon over here. So a lot of the big names, many of whom actually made it to the LAN event 2 years ago at Red Bull Wololo Legacy. A lot of these players, they haven't had the best starts so far. But of course, Louis MT is leading against Jardi. That's the set that we've been watching. And we should have game number 2 ready to go in just a second. Winner of this set is going to face off against either Puppy Paw or Lash in the winner's bracket.
And here we go. Game number 2 indeed starting. Jardi in this north side as the Mongols in the color red. Louis in the south as the English in the color yellow. And he's already moving out for that dock. Jardi, he's dropping a production building. Is Nope, it's not a production building. It's just the Uvu. Got to go ahead and start getting that stone in play.
Yeah, that's actually a very, very comfy spot. And this is an interesting start to take a look at, because when you look at Holy Island, oftentimes the players spawn with that forest to the front, although that's not consistent. When the players do spawn with that front forest, that's usually the one that they like taking. But in this case, this is an interesting setup here for Jardi, because he placed his Ovu close to that tree line. He moved the Gur there as well, but that actually means that he's got one villager out there. So that lonely villager is just going to be gathering wood alone here.
Yeah, gathering wood alone, but will be able to drop whatever he desires on the Uvu when he is ready to do so. And there we go. We see the barracks drop.
Now that's an interesting call. I wonder if this is going to be a cancel. Because Louis MT scouted for this immediately. But as long as you cancel the building, you get a full refund. And I would think that Horsemen might make a little bit more sense here against English villagers. But it looks like Jardi is committing to it. Advantage for Spearmen is that they're a little cheaper, but you can actually see that Louis MT is making a barracks himself. Now, English, they do not have Spearmen in Dark Age. They have to commit to Men-at-Arms. So making a unit that deals with these Spearmen is substantially more costly here for Louis MT.
Yeah, very, very expensive to make those men-at-arms. They cost that gold, so it will also delay up his feudal as he'll have to gather up some more gold. But he's currently the only one on the water. He might not be water boomed up, but I believe there's already one fishing boat out, and we'll be able to kind of slowly continue that going as he is still gathering up some wood here and there.
Yeah, that's going to be a significant head start here for Louis MT. He does have some of those fishing boats out, and we could easily see a very prolonged Dark Age over here. When players start committing to like mass spears, mass men-at-arms in Dark Age, that often drags out Dark Age, and that's something that could help or that's something that could be supplemented so well by any kind of a fishing eco out there. So the longer this Dark Age goes, the more Louis is going to benefit from that dock already being there.
Yeah. I'm still really shocked about this Spearman play, but 4 Spearmen are already out, and make that 6 as the next set of double production is moving there. And Jardi, the one big bonus that he has as well is that Khan can provide some effectiveness as far as closing the gap, movement speed, and whatnot, and constantly poking and prodding things down. Jardi moving forward with a villager. The scary part here is that the men-at-arms can always just run past the spears and try to close and make sure the villager chases on away.
Yeah, this is a very interesting approach here. Tower rushing the English is something that you rarely see because the English villagers will just shoot you with their bows. Now you have 8 spears out here for Jardi, countered by only 3 men-at-arms, but these men-at-arms are pretty tanky. It's going to take quite some time for these spearmen to take them out. And it looks like Jardi is committing. He's pushing Louis away from this gold, and you don't need the gold to make spears, but you do need that gold to make men-at-arms, and this could be problematic for Louis unless he's able to push this villager away. We expected an intense Dark Age, but I'm not gonna lie, this is more intense than what I would have anticipated.
Yeah, the short bows are here to help, though, and Louis can just send more and more villagers out, and that's effectively military units. And gathering up more gold for himself is very, very nice because he can get in a little bit of an extra bank just like he started the game with and just be able to secure up more men-at-arms production in the long term. Spear fight going on in.
Super pricey, though.
Great focus down by Jardi right off the bat. Louis tried to close the gap with the lower health men-at-arms. But fight's still being taken, and it feels like Louis is still getting a good bit of damage, even though he's lacking the numbers onto those spearmen.
Yeah, the cost efficiency is a little deceiving. You can actually see 240 versus 240 in the destroyed value count. So these spearmen are substantially cheaper than these men-at-arms. But yeah, these men-at-arms are holding this very nicely here for Louis.
We're going to have a quick one on our hands here, Lita.
I tend to agree. No dogs for Jardi. Louis is already leading in terms of eco, and these men-at-arms are doing everything they can to repel these spears, and they're doing so well. Gold is there for Louis, and I think he's going to click up to Feudal Age soon.
Yeah, and think about the civilizations we're playing with. These men-at-arms scale so much better. Louis can go up with the Council Hall, can just start making a barrage of longbows, and then with the barracks he has, just put a few spears out in case Keshiks come, and there's just no way Jardi can keep up with the production and now stop the front line of the men-at-arms.
That's going to be feudal age for both players. Jardi with the Deer Stones and the Abbey coming in for Louis. We're going to have that king out for Louis, but more importantly, you're going to have that healing power for these men-at-arms. Very pricey units indeed. You want to keep them alive with the Abbey.
Yeah, and we can see one of those men-at-arms super low health. He goes ahead, pulls that one back. The numbers aren't here for Jardi. It seems like still next batch of spearmen close the gap a little bit. Louis,
this is a peak showcase of what you can expect from these players. Full Dark Age aggression just goes to show their true playstyle. I think we haven't really seen that in the previous game. This is closer to their actual true playstyle out here, as the men-at-arms are still intact here. This one low HP one is going to get sniped out, though.
Yeah, Louis, he wanted to just kind of dive onto that villager with the lower health men-at-arms, but wasn't able to get there in time. Another lower health men-at-arms getting pulled back. Now that he has the Abbey, it's so much more important for those to stay alive, those to get on home. Men-at-arms upgrades should come through as well.
But this is getting interesting, because as cost-efficient as these men-at-arms were, they have to be pulled back, and these spearmen are very, very cheap when you double produce them. They will torch down the dock, and it is going to be Jardi being the only player who actually has fishing eco in the next few minutes.
Yeah, Jardi drops down a dock of his own. Those few fishing boats that are out for Louis just could potentially make their last drop off, or oh no, the galley pops out. A slow reaction from Jardi, and those spears take so much damage. The men-at-arms arrive to start to burn down the outpost. There's villagers here, and the villagers, they can either arrive at the dock in time to heal it up if Louis is able to do so, or just build another one.
Oh, that is so bad for Jardi here. He disrupted the early eco, but I feel like his momentum has pretty much been lost. The tower's going to go down. And this dock might also end up being safe. Villager does get picked, though. But still, all the spearmen are now gone. And, you know, that destroyed value is increasing so rapidly here for Louis. First chunk in there. This dock does get stalled out, but the other one...
Oh my gosh! It was like a half step away, and now... the docks, there's still no docks, and Jardi has another boat on the way. Oh, the galley, though, it hasn't been taking effective trade, so it has to fall back. Will the other one arrive in time?
I cannot believe this game here. Another junk pops out, and Louis doesn't have a functional dock right now. If the villager does get sniped out, then Jardi can stall this more. Louis is pulling more villagers because he needs
fishing boats.
One operational dock.
Fishing boats are here, though. And the galleys, if they focus on the villagers, they'll end up falling. The junks are going to die from the one single galley from Louis. It's just providing so much work.
This game is absolutely insane, and it's also a showcase of what you need to be able to do to be efficient on a map like this. You have to fight on the water, you have to keep your docks alive, but at the same time, focus on the land engagements as well. First war chunk arrives, though. This galley isn't going to be enough to deal with that. Villagers have to be pulled away. DeMu on the way for Louis MT, though. DeMu could connect perfectly.
Another villager kill. So Jardi has been able to pick up a little bit of some eco here. Springled ship of his own comes out. Jardi needing to fall back. The big problem for Jardi, he's gotten a little bit of some damage in, but he has lost so much military. It just feels like Louis has been able to keep his stuff alive so much better, and this is going to be another Springled ship now that falls.
Yeah, that is a nice chase down here for Louis. Takes out the one war junk. Jardi has been building up his navy, but he doesn't have any fishing boats right now, so this is only to contest the water. Men-at-arms are still intact, though. King is around too. First, Kashik comes out for Jardi. I feel like this is the first time in this game where you can really say that Jardi might have slowed down a little.
Yeah, it feels like he kind of started to run out of steam. He lost the water engagement. He had to try to deal with the King, the Men-at-Arms engagement, which he got the outpost up. He has secured gold for himself, but doing all of that is what also made him lose this water.
I think this is where we have to take a look at a little piece of a statistic that I actually saved up for this series. Believe it or not, in the history of AoE 4, these two have only played a single competitive set against each other. And that was a 3-0 for Louis MT. So Jardi never won a competitive game, not a set, a game against Louis MT.
Whew. Well, Louis, he is starting to continue that trend here as he has had a good start so far. Dock emplacement came in, and Louis pulls back right as his galley starts to get low health. Doc took a good bit of damage, but a villager, I think, is moving out to just give it a few hammers and heal it back up to full.
Yo, Jardi's so heavy on gold, though. He had like a dozen villagers mining gold. Some walls are coming up here for Louis MT to prevent those Kashik run-ins. King out there to scout. Food eco isn't looking very healthy for Jardi, though. It looks a lot better for Louis. I'm actually wondering if he built a couple of farms. Those come at a discount for the English, so they actually are good to compensate, but it looks like it's just fishing exclusively.
Yeah, just the few bits of fishing boats and the few villagers on that shoreline fish as well. Can't forget how strong of a gather rate it is for villagers on shoreline fish.
It is, and when you have access to that shoreline fish, you might as well use it. But the game has slowed down quite a bit. Jardi moving all the way to the north for the hunt. He does have this little force of Kashik and the Khan. That's basically it. He's been focusing very heavily on water, and he's looking to do one of the things that the Spanish brothers love doing, just one decisive demo push. There is only one galley out here for Louis to snipe these down with.
Oh, decent first shot, but the more important thing is Louis now has vision of all those demos. Should get another, another galley pops out. He has another one in queue. Once you have 3, that's enough to get some easy one-shots.
Yeah, so now the goal for Jardi is to snipe that one galley and then commit the demos. One fight could decide the fate of water on this map.
Louis snipes down a galley right off the bat. Jardi moving forward with his galleys, trying to get the demos down on the other side. Demos starting to move up, but immediately sniped out. Louis, great job defending all of those. None of the demos get even close to connecting. Every single one falls, and Jardi just lost his whole entire fish or military mass on the sea.
3 galleys out there for Louis MT. Basically clutch, saving this water for him, sniping out all the demos. Jardi, he's slowly building up his Kashik mass, but the whole investment into that navy, the thing that he has been building, the thing that he's been cooking for the last few minutes, it is now at the bottom of the ocean, disappeared in a blink of an eye.
Yeah, and Louis now is dropping those farms. He's building up a few spears to easily be able to defend from that Kashik mass. And should be able to just take the game from here, as I don't know how Jardi is going to be able to contest water anymore with how that trade went.
So Jardi is going to have to start transitioning to land. Now, this was a rather unconventional game here on Holy Island. So usually when you lose water, the game is pretty much over, but this is a different game. Jardi doesn't have a lot of fishing eco, so it's not like he actually will lose a significant portion of his eco if he loses water. Obviously, getting the water for Louis would be a massive advantage, but it's not as clear-cut as it is in most of the Holy Island games.
Yeah, most of the Holy Island games, you'll see both sides sitting at 20 or so fishing boats. That's where all their food income's coming from. Both sides are actually kind of not having the most crazy food income, except give it another 30 seconds to a minute, and Louis' food income's about to skyrocket with his farm transitions. Starting to take down the docks on the other side. Kashik rate is coming into those farms that I was just talking about, but a quick pullback as Louis, he is still wanting to continue this barrage on the sea.
It's very interesting that Louis opts to transition to farms despite apparently winning on water. That's not usually something that you commonly see, but you do have these discounted and boosted farms for the English. And one thing is sure, it's a lot easier to protect those farms than it is to protect your fishing eco when you have so many demos coming out from Jardi. Beautiful flank! And that is going to be Louis MT's fleet, at least parts of it, going down to the bottom of the sea.
Yeah, Louis, he stopped making as much fishing. That's when he spent a lot of that wood into those farms that we were talking about. But what this will be is just long-term safe food that'll have. He's going to be able to, just continue to bring that in. And if he ages up, those farms get even stronger.
Yeah, and with these back and forth still happening on the water, that farming eco provides him a safe and efficient source of food. And look at this piracy research here by Jardi. He thinks that naval fights will be so long, or they will still be a thing in this game for so long, that getting a resource buff, the tech for a resource buff for sinking ships is actually worth it. Interesting perspective. I like this quite a bit because both players are kind of investing both into land and water, so maybe we won't have a clear-cut winner on water for quite some time.
Yeah, Jardi tried to get a little cheeky tower behind the wood line of Louis, but gets spotted out, gets burnt down. And again, that Spearman men-at-arms mass is starting to get quite scary on the land, as Jardi doesn't actually have a big land mass. He's got 1 Keshik and 2 spears to try to deal with that. Battle still going out onto the sea. DeMu's moving forward. And dock emplacements providing just a great fallback point for Jardi. All that free stone he's been getting.
DeMu's still creeping in here. Love the walls from Louis, by the way. He wants to prevent all these Keshik from running in and just focus exclusively on the water. Ship count looking pretty close. DeMu's now being committed.
DeMu's.
Oh!
We still see a lot of income coming in from piracy, but Jardi still losing trades again.
And this is where it gets dicey for him.
Yeah, military mass starting to knock on that doorstep. And again, that's like 20 units right in front of that wood line. And there is just not a big standing military mass on the land for Jardi.
What's worrisome for him is that he can be non-stop harassed because he's playing wide open. He's playing a civilization that cannot wall. At the same time, Louis is as safe as he can get back at home. All he needs to do is focus on naval combat, and he's also going to click up to Cost Ledge here.
Yeah, has been saving those resources. That food income skyrocketed like we talked about. He's more than doubling what Jardi has. So that allows him to bank up a lot of extra food. He's been banking up some gold, taking some more efficient trades. Speaking of, another trade coming in. DeMu's get sniped on out. Louis just falls back with his own DeMu's. King dives the wood line, causing a little bit more idle time. And Louis clicks up with the white tower right behind the wood line of Jardi.
That's a get out of my game castle there. That is exactly Louis MT making a statement saying, listen, you've been holding out on the water, you've been holding out on the land, but that will change very soon. If this keep does not get stopped, Jardi's position is going to be so precarious.
Perfect timing for Jardi when he pushes, but like I said, there's not a big standing mass from Jardi, and Louis has so much here to defend this. It's going to be a clean wipe. Villagers looked like they were about to get pulled, but they can't. Archers are trying to help, but there's like 3 archers here. There it is. Villagers pull out their torches. It's too late, though. There's still a huge mass.
They will get
the
butchered.
Still here. Oh, good games. The game did last longer than what I was thinking after some of those trades early on, but this is the get out of my game point. Jardi, the torches on those villagers are not doing enough, and it is all but over.
What a game, though. Again, the chaos, the level of madness that we are seeing in these games is absolutely ridiculous. Just look at this army count, or this army value graph here. Minute number 2, we had players pumping out army. And this game was 20 minutes long, just non-stop action, both on land and both on water. And an absolutely marvelous game here. Louis empty once again securing this game, though. And this puts him onto match point here in the opening round of the online stage.
Yeah, I mean, that was just one where I'm confused by the Spearman opening. It proved to be somewhat effective as Doc did get denied, but then right when the men-at-arms mass was able to stay alive, get upgraded to feudal, the spears got cleaned up by the early galley. It just allowed Louis to really secure that early game foothold as the English and got himself that 2-0 lead so far. speaking of 2-0 leads, we're checking in on the brackets and seeing who else is coming along hot.
Well, CSO leading 2-1 against Vortex is definitely not something that I had on my bingo card so far. Elsewhere, DeMu evened the series out against Baltoon. Now it's one apiece. Same thing, Wham versus Cat, one apiece as well. Lucifron convincingly leading against Valdemar 2-0. The MYI in-house showdown is still 1-0 in the favor of Anathan. But I mean, so far it's CSO versus Vortex that I think a lot of people's eyes are set up on, because that is not a matchup that a lot of people would have, or that's not an outcome or partial outcome that a lot of people would have expected.
Yeah, CSO is another one of those names that almost like Louis, where played a lot of team games. Like, you know, that's his kind of main wheelhouse, playing team games. And then all of a sudden was like, yeah, I'm going to play some tournaments here and there. Still a name that people kind of somewhat know, but never, I feel like, really is like dove into the 1v1 practice tournament. I'm going to, you know, go hard into these. But being able to take down someone like Vortex would maybe spur him along to do so more consistently here.
Yeah, I'm actually loving the example that you brought in, the Louis MT example, because believe it or not, that was the first player I thought about as well. CSO was even more so this very heavy team game player, very little 1v1 type of a guy. And it's actually very nice to see him starting to thrive just like Louis MT does. They're actually in the same team, Elephant, as you can see from the clan tag of Louis MT's. So I'm actually wondering if we could see a similar arc from CSO that we've seen from Louis MT.
I mean, I know I'm in for it. I know all the fans are in for it. It's always nice to see more and more names try to, you know, come along and fight for some of these top spots. I feel like we already have started to see that somewhat. You see, you know, the top 6, the top 8, and it's no longer the same top 6, top 8 that I feel like we had for a consistent early point in time with the AoE 4 scene.
Well, just 13 seconds left to go, the Louis MT 2-0 lead against Jardi. We will be heading into another potentially very chaotic map, Socotra, coming up with Malians versus the Iobids.
The potential game decider coming in. Jardi picking the Iobids down 0-2, spawning in the color red, and Louis MT as the Malians in the color blue. I assumed that the Malians was coming out, but I was not expecting a Ubits from Jardi. Game point, he knows he needs to make something happen, and I guess this is his pick to do it.
It's a very interesting civilization to play on a map like this. It's not the most commonly picked civilization on a map like Socotra, but I love the flexibility of this civilization. Desert Raiders, for instance, they could be insane in that harassment role from the very, very beginning. At the same time, you have Malians, which is a very frequently picked civilization on the side of Louis MT. But Malians are always a bit of a wild card on this map because you don't have a lot of space. And when you don't have space, you're going to start having issues placing cattle ranches, for instance. And that's one of the key things to look out for when you look at Malians on a map like Socotra.
Yeah, a lot of times I've seen Mali even just start to eat the cows a lot of times on Socotra, knowing that, hey, food resources is going to be a struggle long term here on this map. There's not a lot of room. And if I'm able to, you know, push out and take and deny some of that map control on the other side, then now that allows me to, you know, make that cow boom. And so we'll see if that ends up happening. The good point for Louis, though, is sometimes with Socotra, you'll see these early gold veins be a little bit too close to the water or too close to other resources to get a full set of houses around, but he is able to do so with the first drop.
Yeah, that's pretty significant out there. That means that this pit mine is going to be maxed out here. Sheep Hole looking pretty close, but you can already see one of the benefits that you get from the Iobids over here, the increased berry gather rate. That's something that helps Jardi kind of have an advantage going into Feudal Age here. He's going to click up just a little quicker. Let's see what he chooses to go with, and that is going to be an interesting pick. Growth being picked. So, feels like he just wants to go heavy on the eco here. No Desert Raiders, no rush to the Feudal Age, just a couple of extra villagers.
This is, I think I saw Magic was the first one who I saw play this, and it was on what is it, Coastal Cliffs, the map where it's just like a smaller dry Arabia, and he just straight up played Feudal Age against Mali with the Ubids, just playing their game, using the extra tempo from a Ubids, and played it very, very effectively. And that plays exactly into Killjardy's playstyle too. Just play Feudal Age, use your extra villager lead that you have. Don't allow Mali to get online and get into their comfort zone. So maybe that's exactly what this is going to be.
It's funny you say that, like Killjardy, that plays into his playstyle to play Feudal Age, and then we look back at the previous game and it's like, yeah, sometimes he does play Feudal Age.
Exactly. And so a Ubid's playing into Feudal Age, playing in with just those extra villagers. He's already heavy onto wood, so I think it's just going to be multiple production buildings dropped here very early on. Question is what production buildings would it end up being? I'm assuming it's just going to be the early range drop. Even though javelins are such an easy counter, I just feel like starting to build up that mass is super key, and you can go Desert Raiders if need be.
And the tricky thing about dealing with Malians on this map is that this classic death bowl of Donzos and Javelin throwers are tough to stop. There is no space to stretch out the map to. So it's not like you can just use something of a higher mobility and raid. This is basically straight up engagements in the middle of the map. And in setups like that, the Mali and Donzo plus Javelin combination is a composition that's extremely difficult to deal with.
Looks like that's a stables as the first production building there for Killjardy. Both players investing into Wheelbarrow, everyone's favorite economy upgrade, and also going to get some double broadaxe over on Killjardy's side as well. There's the range that we were expecting. So it is going to be that heavy Feudal Age. Louis, though, circling with his scout. He knows exactly what's coming now just due to that great knowledge, great information that his scouting is providing.
Yeah, this is key. In all high-level games, you want to have your scout take a look at the enemy base and see what kind of a unit that they're opening with. And interestingly, as much as the range was scouted, it seems like Louis MT was anticipating the stable as well because he's already getting the upgrade for the Dunsos, but not the Javelin throwers.
Yeah, and there it is, both. There's the archer range drop from Louis just a step behind. Also has the double broadaxe. So both players' builds, as far as upgrades and stuff, very similar. But now this is where the civilization bonuses are going to be vastly different. Louis at some point wants to move out and get a secondary pit mine, but there's not really a safe second mine to go to. And you'll notice that Killjardy is already focusing on a few of those mines. He just ran right past one of those bottom side ones, making sure that there wasn't a villager already sneaking out to that. He's going to be moving across the center, so that is going to be one less bonus that Louis is going to be getting in this early game.
First, Donzo is moving out here, throwing that javelin from all the way out there. That's one of the big issues when it comes to dealing with these Donzos. They don't need to close the distance to you to do damage to your cavalry, so your cav is going to be oppressed very heavily by them, and it's going to be very difficult to raid.
Yep, that little long-range spear throw is so annoying. Killjardy, though, he is massing up so quickly. Look at the queue and look at the numbers he has already built up early game. About to be 5 archers, 5 horsemen here, whereas Louis just now about to get his second javelin out on the field.
This could be a little concerning for Louis. The buildup of javelins is a little slow. So if Killjardy commits to this, his archers can easily take out the Donzos, and then the horsemen can start reigning supreme. Now, the other problem when it comes to a map like Socotra is that the entire base of the opponent is very condensed, so it's difficult to find eco damage. But when you play against the Malians, one of the things that you can do is try to pressure that pit mine, and even if you don't do an awful lot of damage, you do have at least some guaranteed damage output being available.
Yep, Killjardy still kind of circling around, trying to find where he wants to go and pressure. Both players just building up the numbers, and there's the dock drop. He wants to just get a galley, get a springle chip out, and start pressuring that pit mine a different way.
And Iobit docks are discounted, so this is a much smaller investment than it would be for other civilizations. But Jardi, this is not even the main show here. I'm just not realizing he wants to go into Castle Age.
Yeah, he's been building up those resources for a decent bit of time. He's got the numbers to kind of defend himself up. Archers are at home. Louis is starting to move forward, and the horsemen circle, but like we said, can't find anywhere to do some damage, can't find anywhere to raid, but giving himself time. Burning down the houses around the pit mine. He does spot the dock that's there. An advancement wing has been clicked. It is on the way.
Louis MT only has one pit mine, so if he starts losing houses here, he's actually going to get housed. He's 45 out of 55, but that's because he's just not building new houses. A moment ago, he was 45 out of 45.
And there's the pit mine in the middle he's able to move out to. This is so huge. This is what going up to Castle Age allowed Louis to do, though. Louis was able to move out on the map, able to secure that pit mine. But this timing from Jardi could prove to be devastating with this advancement wing tech.
Yeah, that's a massive, massive buff once you get there. And of course, when you're looking at Ayubids, oh, nice interception of the villagers here. So when you're looking at Ayubids, Camo Lancers are always a threat, but I don't know if I would like to see Camo Lancers going up against so many Donzos.
Yeah, what we have seen, though, is Louis had to pull back a little bit because of that horseman raid. We saw that villager get picked, so just timing that now Jardi gets a little bit of breathing room, is able to stabilize a little bit longer as he is going up. An advancement wing should be pretty close to finishing up here now.
Yeah, he also has a decent amount of resources banked, so that's critical when you're trying to beat your opponent to Castle Age like this. If you reach Castle Age with no functional resource bank, your opponent is going to dive, your opponent is going to potentially take away your access to gold, and you won't be able to afford the upgrades. So it's nice to see Jardi stacking up all these resources, so he can click the veterancy on the archers, and he could also queue up 2 Camel Lancers.
Yeah, and a galley's going to circle, going to hit that gold vein that Louis moved out heavy onto. Horsemen are still circling, just, again, trying to provide that time, maybe trying to hit some reinforcing units, hit the wood line, hit the villagers onto the berries. Can't quite get a villager kill, but more and more idle time. I saw the cows next to the TC. I do think Louis has just been eating those cows like I was mentioning, like I was expecting. But Jardi is just slowly building up this mass, not taking the fight earlier than he needs to. Get those Camel Lancer numbers up, get those upgrades through as veterancy on the archers just finished, and now this becomes totally different.
Yeah, and you see, Camel Lancers are slowly coming out here for Jardi, but 1 or 2 Camel Lancers won't be able to deal with all these Javelin throwers. Mustafadi Warriors also being mixed in, which is a reasonable unit against Camel Lancers, at least cost efficient. Stable will be safe for the time being, and veteran archers are out there. But at the same time, numbers are looking so much better for Louis MT here, and if he can start taking out these production buildings, things could get dicey for Jardi.
See, numbers are better, but the value may not be there. As Jardi, he's starting to dive. Javelins, though, just able to snipe down those veteran archers so well. Louis immediately queues up that sprinkled ships, going to deny the galley from taking down any more houses, any villagers. Camel Lancers diving back and forth, but this is a fight I don't think Jardi was going to want to take this early. Like you said, numbers are just so healthy for Louis right now.
There are few civilizations against which Camel Lancers just feel so sad, and Malians is one of those. You know that you will have a lot of Donzos out there. They don't even need to get close to hit you with their javelins. And because of that, these Camel Lancers, very pricey, high-quality units, they're not much of a factor in these engagements.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those that you'd much rather have just gone with a huge Ghulam mass, even though the Musafadis, can do decently well against those. Once you get enough numbers of Ghulam mass, you have your own archers that can snipe down the Musafadis. If they actually take the fight, you shred through it so much more, and they're way more cost effective in comparison to the Camel Lancers.
Louis almost lost a villager to a wolf there, but he pulls back the villagers in time. Now, one concerning thing here for Louis is that he depleted the front berries. He does have another berry patch, but I think that should be close to depletion as well. And Once that's the case, his food income isn't going to be something I would
Mangonel.
admire. Oh, nice hit.
Oh, it's always funny when they keep running away further and further, and you're like, that Mangonel is about to just travel some distance there.
Yeah, and this is where Malians will really start coming online. They do have this infinite access to food with the cattle. Compare that to Kill Jardi. Once the berries are gone, his food situation is going to be so sad, and there is a war cannon looping around. There is a defensive tower here to hold it off, though.
Yeah, that war canoe is what popped out to take down that little bit of annoyance that Kill Jardi sent his way. Vision is there. Louis dodges around, though. He sees the outpost. The whole entire army reacted from that war canoe, and a galley gets sent. That's the wrong one. That's the wrong ship.
And the tower is on the front. It's meant to hold off the Dances and the Javelins. So if you position your war canoe basically where Louis MT is putting it right now, it might be outside the range of the tower.
Yeah, it looks like Kill Jardi got his sprinkled ship of... No, it's a demo ship that just popped out of his own, but I think Louis now has his own demo. Wall in the middle. Mangonel shot. Dodged perfectly by Louis.
Yeah, Kill Jardi has the only tool that he can have to win this game with. It's the Mangonel. And Louis MT is in Feudal Age. You don't have any counter to that Mangonel right now.
Louis. If he takes another Mangonel shot, just gets out of range. But still, that first initial Mangonel shot is so crucial. If you get some of these units down to half health, down to a quarter health or so, it makes it so much easier for these archers, for these Camel Lancers to actually prove to be more effective.
A lot of those troops are Musafati warriors as well. They're fairly fragile. Now, of course, a bit of a naval engagement over here as well. Demo, nice connection.
House is starting to be burnt down. Pit mine should be denied here in just a little bit. And now a second Mangonel is on its way up, and Louis is still stuck in Feudal Age. I don't know what he can actually do to effectively deal with multiple Mangonels if they're protected, but except maybe try to use that good old Musafati invis and get a flank around on him.
Oh, it's not even Mangonels, it's Manganiques.
Oh no, it's Manganiques.
Oh, the ranches are being taken out. These Musafati warriors have to come in clutch. He's got a lot of them. His army is much bigger than Kill Jardi's, but he's losing so much space, and he's housed now. The houses are gone. He cannot make more army.
And Rams are on the way too. The Rams are about to just cause a mayhem in the base. It's gonna what Rams do is they force your opponent to take the fight. And if Louis doesn't want to take the fight, he's just gonna keep losing more and more buildings, production, everything. All of those passive food resources that we were talking about with the cattle, it's about to be worthless now too.
Villagers being pulled from the left as well.
Oh, no. Louis knows this has to be it. He has to get on those Mangonels, or it's over, and he does. He gets on one of them. There's also a flank from the northern side with villagers. Villagers from the middle, too. It's just all villagers. And he does it. He takes down the Mangonels with the villagers.
But at what price?
He's Molly. He doesn't need it.
Oh my, he's Malians, but he lost his pit mine, he lost his ranches, he lost 16 eco. Momentum is gone for Kill Jardi, but he can hold this off at home with a Mangonel. He needs to hold this off because now he's facing a lot of Musafati warriors. But at the same time, I don't know how long Louis can sustain this.
He can't build the Manganique in time. He doesn't have enough units. This is where I don't think he can hold 62 units. Louis can just dive the TC because it's javelins here. The military won't come out quick enough. Mali has Mali can counter every unit that comes out in castle. Any other civ, they could just lose here. But Ayubids, they can't. Louis wins this here.
Out of villagers getting caught in the crossfire. So many go down here for Kill Jardi. He needs to stand and fight, but he doesn't have the troops to do so with.
I feel like that was a 3D B move with the villager pull, and he just knew that if his military mass is big enough, he can close the game here, and that's exactly what he's doing. Kill Jardi's down to 13 military, and you can't forget, he's got the war junk. He's got the galley as well, so there's basically nothing out on the field. That villager count difference, it's going to be nothing here in a second. and there's all this passive resources for Molly.
Yeah, if Jardi had 1 or 2 more mangonels back at home to defend, I think he would have had this
Look
game.
at the cows.
He just needed to hold out once more because his eco would have been so much better, but now he lost so many villagers. Eco is basically neck and neck, and Louis MT is rebuilding everything that was destroyed. Oh my, this could be it. And Jardi, we talked about this, he has not won a competitive game against Louis MT ever in AoE 4. That may remain that way.
Yep, he's diving yet again. He knows where the eco is. He found the eco with some of his military ships, villagers running off of the gold, villagers running off of the berries. That's not a transport ship. They're going to reheal that sprinkled ship, and that is a lot of villagers now going to heal up that sprinkled ship. And javelins, they're fine with this fight. They're happy with this fight. This is a 3-0 from Louis, and I have no idea how he's going to pull this one out.
Really, Jardi fought so hard in this entire series. He made every single game competitive. So many back and forth, so many insane moments in this series. But it very much seems like Louis MT is going to secure a 3-0 win here. What an absolutely marvelous series, though. Really, so many momentum swings to the very last moment. But here, Jardi's eco is a train wreck, and all that he can do is hope he can salvage this this tournament, I guess, for him, because he's not going to be gone just yet. He's going to have to redeem himself in the lower bracket.
I tell you what, last game I thought was going to be one of the craziest games we cast, and then we followed up with this game, and I mean, what a series. This is one of those you see on the bracket list, and you're like, oh, 3-0 Louis, and if you watch it, it does not feel like it should have actually been a 3-0. Crazy series, crazy games here, but I don't see a way now to come back against Molly down this much eco, and the pit mines are fully online, the cow boom's fully online. Look at the resources per minute. It is 180 wood per minute, and that is it.
Yeah, when Vodka was showing it to us with his cursor, it was 15 wood per minute and nothing else.
Yeah, just a little bit of idle time.
Oh, that's an understatement. It doesn't even have that passive resource income. And Louis MT is not piling up resources. If Jardi didn't lose the amount of villagers he did, that would be his opportunity to maybe get back into this game. Louis stopped making army. If Louis just full committed to this, he would have secured this game by now. But Jardi lost so much eco that even this little breather that he's getting is just delaying the inevitable.
And I mean, the crazy... What the... Oh, I was just thinking that was another wall for some reason. The craziest thing to me is the villager pull from Louis on that fight when Jardi was pushing up. He pulled, what, 40 villagers during that fight? It felt like that was one of those things that you're like, all right, game over, pull all the vills, we lose. And all of a sudden it was like, wait, I lost some villagers, but I have like 50 military at the end of this, and my opponent has nothing.
Yeah, it was a gamble, but I think we also have to look at it from the perspective of Louis MT. He's up 2-0. He can afford to gamble. If he cannot take out those mangonels and he loses 20 or so villagers, it's game over for him. But he wanted to roll the dice and say, okay, if I take out the mangonels, I pretty much have this game, and he was right. He rolled the dice, and now he's cruising onto a potential 3-0 finish. Now he's in Castle Age, he's up by 20 eco, plus of course the passive resource income of the Malians. And Jardi is going to try this again, but I don't think he knows what he's running into.
He's trying this again with less units, no Manganiques, and yeah. So we'll see how this one works. Louis this time too is Castle Age. All of these upgrades, look at how fast they're coming through for Molly. He's got all of those extra Castle Age upgrades now through for himself. Might lose this pit mine yet again for like the 3rd time or so, but this should be the last time, as he should be able to just push through. He might send some other units around or do some more raiding, but fights being taken. Don's over here, javelin throwers cleaning up the archer mass, and Louis MT Yep, and like we said, a few of those, like Vodka's pointing out, few of those Musafati split off onto the berries, so Jardi losing even more eco.
Yeah, that has to be it here. Jardi's trying to push in here with a couple of camos, but really there is not much that can deal with this. And most importantly, his eco is a train wreck. He's been losing villagers left and right to these raids. Oh, nice find though.
We get some warrior scouts coming out from Louis MT, so he's going to be able to utilize that micro, utilize that healing if he wants, and more importantly, they're great at just diving outposts. Once you mass them up, they can take down everything in their path. While Jardi did kind of win this fight in the middle, has been able to take down a few villagers. We saw how many villagers he lost behind this, and Louis still is just able to remass so much easier. Should be able to clean this up here in just a little bit of time. He's still more than doubling the eco. This game's still going on. We're just kind of, you know, we're talking here.
Well, to highlight the fact that this is a decider game essentially for Jardi, I don't blame him for not tapping out, but his position here seems disastrous. Like, this is his final push here, but he's got no eco to supplement this. If this gets cleaned up, he's got nothing left.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those you look down and you're like, I have 23 villagers. Oh my god. But he's still trying here. It's the sofa swap finally coming in from Louis. He's got the resources to do so, and Jardi has nothing to deal with the sofa in combination with everything else. Louis is going to have the Donzo there to support them as well.
Yeah, cleanup comes in, and really we're just looking at Jardi delaying the inevitable. This army is getting cleaned up by the sofas. Musafati's still picking off villagers.
I would love to see a kill count on those two Musafati. Those two Musafati killed like 20, 25 villagers. Minimum.
I wonder if Jardi even noticed.
He hasn't. He didn't notice the last time on the berries, and finally Tal gets thrown in, and what a fun series to start out. It was a 3-0 by Louis, but it did, like I said, did not feel like a 3-0. Great fights by Jardi. Look at those graphs. If that doesn't tell you excitement, I don't know what does.
Yeah, and I mean, just look at I think the military value lead is a little deceiving because the critical fight did not happen when that yellow curve started rising. The critical fight happened after Jardi reached Castle Age, but even in his best moments, his army was always quote-unquote weaker than what we had from Louis MT. Those Mangonels, obviously they were key pieces for him, but they got sniped out by the villagers, and I mean, there it went. And from that point onwards, really, you can actually see that in 2 minutes after that fight, Louis MT took back the villager lead.
Yeah, very, very quickly, and just a crazy, crazy series. Speaking of crazy series, we're showing y'all the brackets, and yes, that is correct. CSO with the 3-1 and is sitting, waiting in the quarterfinals if Wham can take down Cat, who is leading 2-1. Also, a little bit of a potential upset as well. Balltoon leading 2-1 against DeMu.
I think we have on the screen right now the biggest shocker of the tournament so far. CSO opening 3-1 against Vortex. And really, it's not just, Vortex losing here, it's also CSO winning. So CSO really making a case for himself, and it's going to be very interesting to see how he's going to progress in this tournament. Because if you're able to take out Vortex, then you're going to be competitive against any of the other pros as well. So for Wham, he needs to be very cautious about CSO coming up.
Unbelievable. And it's also one of those, Wham's definitely, if Wham takes down Cat, he's definitely going to have that in his mind before the series starts. He's like, wow, he took down Vortex. Vortex is no slouch. Like, I got to lock on in. I got to get ready. But speaking of locking on in and getting ready, we have one that I know plenty of the fans out there have been waiting on. A lot of people's favorite players, not only Beasty, but also Corvinus. We got two of the fan favorites.
This is an interesting matchup, especially when you consider that Socotra is going to be the opening map, which is the home for Chaos. Beasty facing off against Corvinus. Obviously, Beasty is one of the biggest favorites. Just before the tournament, he was probably considered one of the biggest favorites to potentially challenge Marine Lord for that title. Whereas Corvinus, he is looking to just, spoil that for Beasty here. I feel like if Corvinus wants to make this happen, this needs to be a crazy chaotic series though. But one of the things I always admire about Corvinus is his creativity. He's actually one of the most creative players out there. He's definitely one that can bring in some weird and interesting builds. Some work, some do not. But I feel like Corvinus, I would be shocked if he played anything standard today.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like this is one of those things I've had, I've talked with plenty of players about it where, they're about to play someone and they're like, I do not match up well against Corvinus. I may be better than him or I may be higher rated than him or whatever. And they're like, I don't play well against him. I would rather not play against him. He just has that different style, that different gameplay that, I still remember back when Delhi was at their peak and he was all about Delhi. And then I remember when FFAs were first a big thing and he would like cockroach all around the map and somehow come out from being nothing and being this super strong, have this crazy army hiding behind trees. And so it's just one of those that he's always got something that will shock you and you got to be ready for it, which also makes you play off your game a little bit.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the interesting things to look at when you play against Corvinus. Just the sheer fact that he can do some crazy and unexpected things makes you rethink how you approach the game as well. Maybe he's going to play standard, but you're just a little cautious about what he's planning to do, so that might throw off your game plan as well. And right off the get-go, we could easily see some very chaotic Dark Age combat here, potentially. You have the Mongols for Socotra for Beasty, and Corvinus does have Jeanne d'Arc. And Jeanne d'Arc in the hands of Corvinus, that to me screams Tower Rush at the beginning. But that is hard to pull off against Mongols. But you never know. I could see Corvinus going very aggro here with Jeanne and Spearman push and trying to make this game messy in Dark Age.
Yes. It's one of those that if he does it, it might be a quick 5-minute game, and who knows which side that 5-minute might be on. As if it comes to fruition, those early game Dark Age kind of battles can just develop so fast. I think Beasty even had one yesterday. It was close, and all of a sudden it was like, okay, and then he micros it, he wins it, and it's game over. It's like, all right, that's just kind of where these players can lean towards, especially with the Mongols. Dark Age shenanigans are going to come into play. Coming on to the next series, we don't have as many of what I would say the hybrids, the pure water maps. There might be a lot of water on the screen with Socotra, but not really a hybrid. And Kawasan is another one that is really the only fishing we're going to see in this series.
Yeah, this is more of a land-focused draft, which is something that's a little uncomfortable for Corvinus. Obviously, these standard land maps are a little bit more difficult to challenge Beasty on. But I'm very curious what he has cooked up, because he also has Byzantines available. That's a civilization he loves to use. In general, it's a powerful civilization, but it also allows you to have a lot of flexibility, and you can pull off a lot of weird shenanigans with it. He has Delhi as well, which was his go-to civilization for a long time. For the first year or so, Corvinus was basically a Delhi main in AoE 4. Does have the Malians, which is no pushover either. Does have the Chinese as well. So Corvinus does have a very good mix of traditional good civs and civs that he can utilize to great effect because of his playstyle.
Yeah, and we have seen some changes, some updates with Delhi specifically here. So maybe we'll see the first Delhi hybrid map that I'll get to watch here, if he pulls it out on Kawasan, or maybe kind of leaning into the normal Delhi play style. Beasty, on the other hand, his civ picks. I mean, he is one of those players that every civ is kind of actually every civ is comfortable for him, I would say. But his OG HRE, which I would say it was his #1 civ for quite some time, back when the old Red Bull was there, that was definitely his favorite one. But also now has Japan, has a Ubids, has Ottomans, and then everyone's, you know, I would say what was called the powerhouse, just the kind of all-around civ being the Roos as well.
Well, we just have 30 seconds left to go here. Beasty versus Corvinus coming up here. Socotra is going to be our opening game. And then we have Dry Arabia as regions on the side of Beasty, and Rocky River and Kawasan being the home maps of Corvinus. I think one of the most anticipated series of the round of 16s coming up here. A clear favorite to challenge Marine Lord before the tournament, facing off against a player that is no pushover and one that likes to make things messy. Let's see if he can challenge Beasty here in this set as we go into game number 1. What? This is 20 seconds into the game, folks.
It's
20 seconds into the game, and we already have Corvinus doing his own thing here, moving out to Jardi to take the boar.
You know, it is that boar. It gets you a nice center point on the map. It gets you some nice, good old XP for JD, and you got a great food resource for yourself as well. But wow, look at the base for Beasty. Very condensed over there next to the water.
Yeah, obviously with Mongols, you can play very condensed at the beginning because in many cases, especially on a map like Socotra where resources are condensed, you can just place your town center close to a gold and a wood line at the same time. Barracks will be committed to by Beasty, and I really feel like Corvinus must have expected this. He was spotted immediately as he went out with Jean and the villagers for the boar, so he should know that Beasty is going to respond to it.
Yeah, he already has enough for an outpost if that's his plan, or more importantly, can just wait a little bit longer, drop a barracks of his own, and have JD for support once she gets that level up in play.
Yeah, this is actually an interesting thing because obviously with you going for the boar early, if you do this right, I think you should be getting the XP for Jean if you get the kill with her, right? So she should be pretty decent when it comes to the experience for that level 2. But I'm actually thinking that this is more about forcing a reaction here by Corvinus. He knows that Beast is going to invest into a barracks, and I would not be shocked if Corvinus just pulled back from the board. Basically, take it while you can, and then just try to beat Beast at the feudal age. Because by investing into these barracks, Beast is delaying his own feudal age. So if you're Corvinus, you might be trying to beat him to feudal. But as I'm saying, that looks like Corvinus queued up 2 spearmen, so he just wants to fight this head on.
Yeah, and he did build the barracks with JD, and like you said, JD got the extra XP from the boar. She's super tanky as well, so she, like we just saw, she can take those early trades. She can also, once she levels up, get some way, depending on which path it's taken, either one's going to be good, but get some extra abilities into play, heal up the spearmen, which fits an even fight. It's great, and these shivs can get pulled out from the villagers right now, so this is completely chill for Corvinus until the outpost starts to really come into play. I'm wondering what the XP is on JD. She gets pulled up again. Spear's starting to step forward. About half XP is what the update is.
Tower is coming up. It's 4 spears versus 5 here. Jean has to be pulled. Corvinus needs to stop this tower if he wants to stay on the board.
That one spearman gets quite low on both sides. One spear falls, a little bit of XP from JD. Villager starting to get dove upon. Tower cannot get canceled though, as I believe it'd give that XP over to JD. You can't afford to give any more XP to her. Numbers are somewhat even too. This is looking pretty good for Corvinus.
He's having an easier time reinforcing this battle. His barracks is right next to this position, but the micro is so good by Beasty. He's pulling back those low HP spearmen. He's slowly edging out a victory here, you feel.
He just took down another couple spears, a little bit more XP, but JD, she's out of position. She gets dove on, she's at 1 health. She's alive. Taken down by the Khan.
That
JD
snipe.
falls. That snipe was unbelievable. Corvinus, he was taking some great trades. He got a lot of XP over to JD, but it just wasn't enough. Spear's getting thrown away now. Just gonna go for the outpost deny. Oh my gosh, he's gonna get it. He's gonna get it. Outpost gets denied.
Spearman count is still looking better for Beasty, though that micro
She's
has been
back.
just so much
She's
better.
back. Shivs get pulled out. JD is back.
Oh no. She's surrounded though. She's surrounded.
How much XP does she need? Khan's still
It's
fighting.
ridiculous.
Beasty pulls back 2 low health spearmen. A little bit more. Oh, she's dead.
Oh, she's gonna
die.
be gone.
It's over. All the villagers died too. All right. Well, we said 5 minutes, right? 5 minutes and.
I mean,
Another villager though. Corvinus, he's gonna deny the tower again.
I did not expect anything else from Corvinus, like utter chaos and madness. The tower is still not going up. If the tower goes up, it's the end of the line for Corvinus, but Beasty is going to beat him to Feudal Age here. Losing Jean twice is just too much, I feel, and indeed, Corvinus does step out. Sub 8 minutes, a lot of chaos, kind of what we expected from this game.
I feel like Corvinus was really, really close to having it, but Beasty's micro, there was like one point where he pulled back like 3 spearmen at like, it felt like 0.1% health. And it was like, and Corvinus had a few units, chase those around, took a few extra shots, and just all the difference is early game in those dark ages, all that matters. And it was just over from there. JD gets lost, she gets built again, she gets lost, and there's no coming back.
I feel like you really cannot understate the significance of the Mongol discount, though, on those spears. Because at the end of the day, the fact that you can get 2 spearmen for the price of 1 for the Mongols, it's a game changer. And it looks like we're heading into Kawasan. No Chinese coming in here for Corvinus. Your most commonly picked meta civilization, it's not going to come out for Corvinus on Kawasan. Japanese is kind of the expected / predictable civilization pick. So Beasty just goes full meta here. Whereas for Corvinus, I do not remember when the last time was I saw Byzantines on Kawasan.
Yeah, I have no idea what to expect with the start there, but again, that's where we expected that exact thing from Corvinus before the series started. We're going to get a little update on the brackets for the time being before the game starts, as we've had some excitement so far, and it looks like we're going to continue on with that excitement as Wham 3D Cat. They're in a close one. It is a game decider. It is a game 5.
And hear me out. If Cat takes out Wham, then Wham and Vortex will be playing a decider match against each other. So one of those 2 players won't even make it to the second round of the lower bracket. And let's not forget, those players, they were there in the land 2 years ago. So it would be quite a shocker, but an absolutely insane lower bracket match to take a look at. And Cat, as much as we talked about CSO stepping up his game, same can be said of Cat as well. And, so far in this tournament, we're starting to see a lot of these rising stars stepping up their game and really, I guess, putting themselves on the map, saying, listen, we are done losing to these big names. We're done losing to the old guard of AoE 4. We are here as the new generation.
Yeah, some new names coming to the front. It's always exciting, always fun to end up seeing. But in front of us, it's not 2 rising stars. It's 2 people we've known here for a while. We got Beasty, we got Corvinus, and I'm still wondering what Corvinus has in store with this Byzantine on his game number 2 with the hybrid map. Saving, I guess, China for one of the normal OG maps, or maybe still kind of leaving Bali in his wheelhouse as well.
To be fair, I feel like if he doesn't use Chinese on Kawasan, it's going to be some sort of a weird Tower Rush / Borbeacon style build from Corvinus.
I mean, I'm all for it. If it's always fun, it's always exciting. We just saw how it worked out with that JD. I think the fans like it. The viewers like it. It's always a nice little change of pace from the typical, like, hey, I'm gonna wall up, I'm gonna macro boom, I'm gonna get this game going, and then we'll wait until about 10-15 minutes to see some development. We're all for the action at minute 1, minute 2.
Now the question becomes, how do you play Byzantines on this map if you're Corvinus? Are we going to see some weird, very weird things being done here?
I see in the chat someone said Cistern Rush, and I'm like, you know, I remember like right when Byzantine came out, that was like the first initial thing, and then it was like, I feel like 2 days later, people were like, yeah, it doesn't actually work that well. We figured out how to deny it. Like if you scout,
I don't think that's an argument against Corvinus using it though.
And now that you say that, I'm like, okay, maybe we're gonna see the Cistern Rush, even though it sucks. It's like just try it. Who knows what I you know, it's just, I expected the Delhi. I expected the kind of surprise, see how Delhi is on the hybrid. Maybe haven't seen it too often, practiced against, played against, or whatnot, but saving that one as well.
Well, into game number 2 we go. Corvinus, he is definitely not the player with the 1-0 lead. Beasty was the one to deliver the first big punch here. He's up 1-0. He does have the Japanese under his command, a classic civilization here for Kavasan. And on the other side, a rather unconventional civilization pick here from Corvinus. He's in command of the Byzantines in red.
Yeah, and it is not any sort of Cistern rush, at least as of now. It's docked on either pawn. So this is where BC immediately is going to have that advantage. He's going to have those super cheap fishing boats. So he could either go into feudal age at the same time with way more fishing boats, or he could just cut fishing boat production a little bit early, make like 2 or 3, and then go up much earlier because he just doesn't have to have as many villagers on wood for constant fishing boat production.
We had a bit of a brief discussion about the potential for a Cistern Rush here for Corvinus. Remains to be seen if that's the way he's going to play this, but so far it's a standard opening. We do have a dock coming up. They do share pawns, something that we've seen in the previous series as well. So if nothing else changes, this is just going to be a race towards feudal age here between the two.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe Corvinus's game plan is using all that extra passive stone to just be dock emplacements, because the dock emplacements on this map specifically provide so much more coverage just because the pawns are so much smaller. So that's where, you know, you can see the bonuses right now that every building construction gives them some stone. So Corvinus used that initial stone for that first cistern, but will he end up dropping a second, or will he maybe save it on up for emplacements?
Yeah, that's actually a clever idea. I honestly didn't think about that. You could indeed go for early emplacements from the passive stone you're getting. It would still mean that he's playing this map a little bit more conventionally, at least conventionally compared to his relative standards. But so far, it's a very passive and peaceful Dark Age. He hasn't started taking his berries yet, so it doesn't really have a lot of olive oil to work with. It remains to be seen how much he's going to lean on to the mercenary path in early game.
Yeah, we saw Beasty just move out to the gold, Corvinus moving out to the gold. So both players, they're thinking feudal age, but like we said, Beasty, he's a good step ahead. He's got extra gold in the bank already. He's got a good extra 100 food in the bank already, and should be dropping that landmark here in the next couple seconds. So now we're going to see some Shinobi most likely popping on out, as that has been the meta game plan here. And there it is. The Coca Township is on its way. And wow, it's not 6 villagers. It's a full 8 villagers building that. He wants to get up to feudal very quickly.
Yeah, let's not forget, the only way that you can get those emplacements on the dock is if you actually can finish them before the Shinobi arrive. So it makes a lot of sense for Beast to rush this landmark. The sooner he gets the feudal age, the sooner he can start denying those docks.
Yeah, and Corvinus, you don't want to. Okay, there we go. But we totally threw my stone idea down the drain with the emplacements, as he went ahead and built that second cistern. He's going with the hippodrome, not even going with the winery. So he wants to go with some hippos, wants to get some horsemen out on the map, wants to get some aggression there with some. That kind of stables immediately being finished, and the second cistern is online now, so he does have a little bit of a boost on his eco.
Yeah, the Hippodrome build is an interesting one. It makes quite some sense, especially if you're not taking the berries. Doesn't really help you if you place the Grand Winery close to the berries and then just ignore the berries. But I'm curious how much he's going to lean into the cavalry play, because the Hippodrome play with the cavalry can be of high upside, being able to snipe villagers early on. And
Yeah.
if you can harass and snipe villagers with those cavalry, it disrupts the water build of your opponent as well, because they might not be able to consistently afford ships.
Yeah, not only consistently afford ships, if you're able to kind of take out anything going towards those docks, no villagers able to reheal the docks, you can kind of consistently turn back and forth and put some extra torches on the docks too if their military boats step up. And wow, that villager got quite low, but the scout taking some damage for it, able to get out of that range in time. And Beasty, the first one being aggressive. Don't Byzantines have the awful...
Oh, it's a Dromon, but it does get stopped 1 second on the clock. Talk about small margins.
Aren't the Dromons the ones with like the super short flame range?
I am going to be very honest with you. This is the first time for me ever seeing a Dromon.
They're awful.
Well, assuming this ever comes out. Because right now, Corvinus can't get a ship out. It's 1 second remaining on a timer, but 2 Shinobis is able to disrupt this.
Oh, it's out!
Okay.
It's super short range, so like whenever I've seen these come out in high elos, they never close the gap. They just take damage consistently from Springalds, and then it's just like, all right, you can't return damage really.
But on a pond this small, it's a very different story. Problem is that I think the demo should work very well against it, right?
Oh, healing up! Oh! The galley, though. The fishing boats need to watch out.
This is a rather interesting naval fight that we're having over here. Second ship is not coming out here. Dromon is going to burn down the Shinobi, though. Dock is on fire. Fishing ships will be sacrificed to keep this Dromon alive.
And... oh, it does end up taking out the arrow ship. Second dock's almost up. 2 villagers are there. More docks being dropped by Beasty, it looked like. Demo ship sitting on the dock, just waiting for the next ship to pop on out. And Corvinus, what's he doing with that 1 horseman he's got? Anything?
Nope. I love the touch here from Beasty not committing the demo against a very heavily damaged Dromon. He instead committed it against the dock and finished off the dock, but now this demo does connect. It's not enough. Full HP ships don't get sunk immediately by demos. Nice little micro once again here for Beasty.
Yep. And Beasty making sure there's no dock on the opposite side. Springled ship stepping up, trying to get that villager kill. And it definitely will end up getting one, but the dock finishes up. Another galley pops out, but there's a Springled ship sitting right there. Corvinus is just consistently losing military ships, and now he's losing villagers at home. This might be a quick one we have on our hands here, too.
Yeah, this is looking grim for him. He's losing the pawn. The Shinobi are just absolutely shredding his eco. He lost 6 eco in this game, villagers and fishing boats combined. He cannot produce more ships, so the Shinobi shutting it down. And you just see why the Japanese is such a powerhouse civilization on this map. The ability to shut down these docks, even if it's temporary, it's a massive boost to naval combat.
Yeah, and it's about to get so much worse as Beasty. He's dropping a dock on that eastern pond. He's about to just get a full fishing boom there. He's got an extra dock that he's just finishing on this original pond. So not only does he have 1 pond secured, he's about to have both ponds secured with 40 wood fishing boats. 45.
It's just so
40?
so grim. And you do have the horsemen coming out, but the numbers are just far from impressive. And this villager, or these villagers building this dock, will be found immediately. I'm not even sure if the dock is going to go up.
Nope, I don't think so, as Shinobi is not... oh, there is a second horseman on the way, though. So Doc should be able to finish with the horseman support here. Shinobi should fall.
Ooh, nice micro by Corvinus.
Just barely. So Corvinus able to get that dock up, but 3 more Shinobi are ready and roaming the other side.
Yeah, this dock gets shut down immediately. Sure enough, it's completed, but it's not going to produce anything.
I think one of the two villagers got killed on over there. A couple more shinobi are on the way. I'm not sure if this is a fight they actually want to take, though. Yeah. We see Triumph utilized and just takes down the rest of those couple shinobi.
Yeah, credit where it's due. Corvinus is building up the number of horsemen he has, and Beasty only has an eco lead of 6. So there is a world where Corvinus, if he uses these horsemen well, he could potentially buy himself some time to recover.
Beasty able to deny that third dock, but Corvinus was able to get the initial 2 docks on that northern pond, so it won't just be an easy fish boom there. However, Beasty has full secured the original one. And now I think is when the numbers start getting out of hand. Yeah, the double Dromon.
Dromon on the way.
They're so
One
bad.
pops out.
They
are ridiculously big.
They just have such short range.
Yeah, but there is no demo here for Beasty, and this is a small pond. Like, as crazy as it sounds like, they could easily torch down this dock. As I'm saying, the first demo pops out.
A demo and a dock emplacement too.
Oh, it stays alive for the time being, but there is nothing that can repair it right now.
Dock emplacement still working hard. I think another demo is about to pop out, and both of those Dromons are about to fall.
Oh, that is once again a masterclass of a micro by Beasty, finishing them all off. There's a galley, but it's going to be too late to the party, and the horseman got taken out as well. Ah, that's complete disaster here for Corvinus. I really feel like maybe he could have tried pushing Beasty's base with the horseman instead, because these horsemen are just being absolutely slaughtered right now.
Yeah, I mean, it just feels like there's been a lot of wasted resources over on Corvinus' side. It's not necessarily Corvinus' fault. It's also just with how well Beasty has been able to play. We do see a good amount of olive oil that has been stored up, but not utilized at all yet. So, wondering if we're going to see a Merc House dropped and see some mercenaries here soon, or if we're even going to get that far.
Yeah, one thing to highlight here is that the destroyed value is neck and neck here, and we don't have mercenaries, so that number is reasonably accurate. So despite the fact that Beasty has been taking some really good fights and Corvinus has been losing Dromon after Dromon, the destroyed value is still pretty close, although it's starting to swing in the favor of Beasty now that the Horsemen are getting pushed back, the Dromon is getting pushed back, and there's just nowhere to go on this spawn for Corvinus.
Yeah, now that there's Spearmen out, once the Horsemen get pushed back, the Spearmen can just turn around and help burn down those docks, as just a second ago, there weren't any military ships in that pond, and there won't be for too much longer, as those docks are in range of the dock with the emplacement from Beastie. So it's just, as they come out, they immediately started getting fired upon.
Yeah, now that Spearmen are out, it's tough for Corvinus. Before that, he could have tried harassing Beastie's eco because Beastie only had Shinobi, but now you have Spearmen out there and Corvinus just taps out. He tried something moderately cheesy, but I feel like this game was just a great representation of how good Beastie's micro is and how much he can get out of these scenarios. These tight engagements where it's millisecond micro, small differences making the mile, those fell into his hands every single time in this game.
Yeah, I mean, and the graphs even tell you that. It's like one thing here, one thing there, oh, a little blip, oh, and then all of a sudden it's just this constant slow buildup that just, the spread gets further and further and further, and then all of a sudden by the end it looks like Beastie is a mile ahead, and that's because he is.
And that takes us into a 2-0 setup. We will be heading into Dry Arabia, so the most classic map of all so far. And Corvinus, he's tried cheesy stuff. Something very cheesy in Socotra, something moderately cheesy in Kawasan. Maybe this is the time where we're just going to see him channel that good old beloved civilization that he mained for so long. Delhi in his hands on a standard map. Maybe he's just going to try something else. Maybe he's not going to risk anything anymore, and he's just going to try to play his best civilization Against the Civilization, that's not necessarily a very common pick on a map like Dry Arabia.
Yeah, I feel like back in the old days, this is a matchup that was very HRE favored, but now with the Ghazi Raider updates, with some changes, it's kind of one of those that it's kind of even footing, depends how you're playing the game. But we'll get back into game number 3, the game decider, in just a second. Going to give you all a little update on the brackets here now, seeing if any of those tight games concluded. And oh my, Baltoon said, I want to be crowned King of the North, and takes down DeMu 3-1 in the Red Bull qualifiers. So that's another big upset we kind of have on our hands.
Oh my, a lot of big names will be in the risk of being eliminated in the first round here. DeMu falling down to the lower bracket. Indeed, lower bracket looks as such. Valdemar versus Zertan, Lash kill Jardi. Vortex is waiting his opponent. Cat versus Puppy Paw. No, Cat versus Vam. My bad. Cat versus Wham. 2-2. The loser of that series will play Vortex in there. And then DeMu is going to be awaiting the player that gets defeated in this series. Could be Corvinus based on the current standing of this series.
Yeah, I mean, what a wild set of games that we have had today. And not only the ones we've cast, but the ones we haven't gotten to see. I mean, just upset after upset, surprising game, surprising series. A lot of ones that people would have said maybe 3-0 on the other side ends up not happening at all. But enough about the brackets. We'll get another update there in a little bit. Maybe after this game, we'll see another shock. But we are about to come into game number 3 between Beasty and Corvinus, the potential game decider.
And in we go. This is game number 3. Match point right now for Beasty in the round of 16s on the winner's bracket of a Red Bull Wololo El Reinado, the online stage. On the right is Beasty with the color yellow as the HRE, and to the left, Corvinus using his much beloved civilization, the Delhi Sultanate, with the color red.
Seeing how this game is going to progress, what these players have in store. Beasty getting that back gold, always nice to see when you're the HRE. Has a nice wood line that he's able to kind of close off and wall, not allow for that constant, backside roaming from Ghazi Raiders. Makes it to where they're going to be much more concise, condensed on where they can raid and go to. But for now, we're just kind of seeing the sheep haul, seeing the early game builds, and seeing when feudal age is going to start.
Yeah, so far nothing out of the ordinary over here. So let's take a look at the base layouts here for a brief moment, because one thing I'm noticing is that Corvinus does have a very well defendable base. Berries are on the front, which is not nice, but those forests spawning all around his base give him a very straightforward way of walling off his base. And that could be an interesting thing to consider, because Beasty does have the HRE. If he plays a horseman-based approach or a semi-fast cast onto knights, those walls could be immensely valuable for Corvinus.
Yeah, I mean, this is one where, as much as I hate walls, it's when I'm casting, I always am like, oh, drop a wall there. You immediately should drop a wall there. I'm like, oh, they needed a wall. And then when I'm playing, it's like, I'm not dropping walls. Walls, no, not a chance.
Walls can save lives.
It is definitely smarter to do than not, but sometimes it makes you not feel as strong.
Tower of Victory coming in here, kind of the go-to landmark at this point for the Delhi Sultanate. Beasty going up with the Aachen Chapel, no surprise there, but Beasty was able to get the majority of the sheep on the map, so that's a pretty decent Dark Age for him.
Yeah, I mean, the sheep, when you're HRE, I will say, sheep not as effective as what they once were, but sheep are still, oh my, and he's still gathering more sheep. It's so crucial because it allows HRE just to stay safe, inspired under that chapel for so long. It's actually one of those things that can make you decide how you want to build. Am I going to go fully, naked fast castle? Am I going to go just a few units? Like, when am I going to have to move out to that secondary resource and potentially get pressured? Because that is when you are at your most vulnerable point as the HRE.
I love this Aachen Chapel, by the way. This is a 10 out of 10 landmark. This is something that we often do with Drongo when we're casting together, raiding Aachen Chapels. And I mean, this is as good as it gets. Has the food, has the wood, has the gold. You cannot ask for more than that.
Yeah, and more importantly, it's the positioning of where it is. It's behind his base, easily walled off, very, very safe. You know, it's one thing getting a lot of the resources. It's another of the positioning of where it's at, because this thing, it can't get raided at all. Age up comes through for Beasty. Very, very quick timing. Corvinus, Tower of Victory, about to finish on up. And we've seen a lot of HRE players change from the old fast castle builds and more play this feudal age infantry build because of marching drills.
Yeah, marching drills is obviously one of the most crucial upgrades for HRE, and that's what makes them an infantry powerhouse civilization. Look at the early wars, though, from Beasty. Like, those are small details, but even just dropping that little palisade to the right side means that you cannot be surprised from that angle, and it means that you have one less thing to pay attention to.
Yeah, this was the immediate wall I was talking about. Wall in that short wood line behind. It makes it to where Ghazi Raiders can't circle around the backside of his base. They all have to condense over to the left side. And if you look at how Beasty's layout is, they're going to have to like run right by that wood line or run around the front wood line, which just makes them run into vision or take a lot more time. So it's just super, super awkward for Corvinus to actually get any damage done onto the other side. Both players dropping stables, though, early on. It doesn't surprise me because high elo players, they love their mobility. Good scouting from Corvinus. Good outpost from Beasty. So even harder to get into that base is now the walls on one side, the outposts and TCs on the other. And Beasty has, what, like 12 to 15 sheep? Good luck.
Yeah, that's gonna be tough to harass. Corvin is just going heavy on the upgrades. Horseman now popping out for Beasty. And it looks like he's going to prioritize that northern side of the map, where 2 out of the 3 sacred sites are located. He's also pushing away the scout of Corvinus here. So, obviously, scouts having that higher movement speed compared to horsemen. No, the other way around. Horsemen being a little faster than scouts means that they can slowly chase them down. And that means that if you're not cautious, you could actually even lose your scout to enemy horsemen.
Yep, Beasty, though, immediately reacts once that Ghazi Raider arrives, circles on back around. You can see all the text coming through for Corvinus up at the top side, and textiles actually is going to be one of those getting early on. So that is why you see the difference in the villager count up at the top. It is because Corvinus already has textiles, so any sort of early raiding going to be a little bit more difficult for Beasty.
Spearman now being the second unit of addition here for Corvinus. Of course, one thing to look out here is that Ghazi Raiders versus Horsemen is always an interesting matchup, because Ghazi Raiders are a little pricier. They are great against, well, they're okay against heavily armored units, but against Horsemen, the cost efficiency is probably on the side of the Horsemen.
Yeah, Ghazi Raiders they're just kind of tanky. They're just a different. They are horsemen, but they're like a better horseman, but cost a little bit more. And that's where Corvinus has spears to jump on into play to help those on out. But Beasty, we saw double barracks being dropped, and another thing that I want to focus in on is I love that he's already dropping some early farms. Even though he has a ton of sheep, he doesn't want to fully rely on that. He wants to make sure he doesn't deplete the safe food as fast. So he's gonna have some long-term safe food under his good old chapel. But Corvinus, he's grabbing the first initial key to Delhi. Sacred sites being secured on up. He's got spears there, ready and waiting for any of the horsemen of Beasties that are going to try to deny it. And then he also might even drop some walls down here in the near future.
I would love to see walls, especially because you don't want to run across the map with your scholars non-stop. If you don't have walls, Beastie will decap the sacred site. You have to send a new scholar out, and you don't have a lot of scholars as the horsemen now charge in. Corvinus a little slow to react. One villager does get pinned, make that 2. It looks like one of them will be able to get out alive, but not the second. Archer's also getting caught off guard there, but yeah, just looking at the scholar count, if Beastie can snipe those scholars, that could be disastrous for Corvinus.
Snipes out a spearman, so it gets a couple military picks as well as that villager. So all of this starting to add on up, but double sacred site secured. More farms being dropped. Man, this is already a real pretty economy, and oh my, it's gonna be just be mass men at arms.
Interesting choice against Gauzy Raiders, because Gauzy Raiders do get a bonus against heavily armored units. But at the same time, the production is not really there for Corvinus just yet. He went 1-1-1. 1 racks, 1 stable, 1 range. Archers won't do much. Oh, once again, Horsemen do dive in, and Corvinus is willing to fight this with the villagers.
Yeah, he says textiles on my villagers is good enough, but Beasty says, I'm fine with losing these horsemen. I'm already making a composition switch, and I'm just going to get as much damage as I possibly can. Looks like at least 3 villagers went down on that one, maybe 4, as I know we picked up one earlier on. So Corvinus is down a significant amount of villagers, and he's down that 40% eco bonus that the chapel provides.
He does have 2 sacred sites, potentially 3 though, and I think that's the reason why he was willing to take that fight. He could have ran for the TC. I think he wanted to kill the horsemen so he can capture the sacred sites without much of a harassment from Beasty. But he's going heavy on archers, which will be next to useless against all these men-at-arms. And I just want to go back to the point that you made about the farms early on. Beasty was investing into these where you didn't have much of a fighting happening. And I always love to see that. Early mid-feudal age, if there is not much going on, you don't have to invest that much into your army. Your opponent is playing a little bit more passively. Go for farms, because they set you up with food eco for the next 10-15 minutes, easily.
Yeah, and this is a point where he can split off men-at-arms, go into these couple different berry bushes that Corvinus is bound to move out to, and make it very difficult for Corvinus to continually sustain his production. Meanwhile, Beasty, he's always going to be producing if he wants to. The only time he's not is when he wants to go up to castle. Good pick up on the reinforcing units by Corvinus. This is going to be his way back into this game. It's going to be just like when you're playing against English, when they used to do the feudal all-in, reinforcing longbows. Just cut off the rally point, pick off 1 or 2 here and there, continue to do so, utilize your mobility until you have a big enough mass to collapse on the group that's split off forward.
Yeah, this is exactly what you need to do with the Gauzy Raiders. You have that extra mobility, so you're looking to intercept these reinforcements. You can't really fight these men-at-arms head-on. These men-at-arms are pricey. If you can catch them 1 by 1 or in small groups, these can be very efficient cleanups. Corvinus is just running circles around his opponent right now, trying to maintain control over the sacred sites while the spearmen are coming in. Even with the spearmen and the archers, this army feels a little lackluster for Corvinus to deal with that many men-at-arms.
Yeah, I don't think this is still a good fight, but he did split off, and it's where he took a fight against 3 of them, not the whole, and so he was, he's just fighting them while they're thinned on out, and now Beasty actually takes that full group and just decides to run away, and as it gets thinner and thinner, this is a fight that Corvinus wants to take, but it's all a plan. Beasty's pulling the army away to then send another group. Just what I was saying earlier. Hit the berries and stop the production at home.
And Beasty's aggroing Boar. I was actually wondering if he was going to do that. And now he takes the fight in the corner, so the Boar is aggroed on Corvinus' troops. It's also light troops that Corvinus has, so the Boar does a lot better against them. Nice little position shuffle here by Corvinus, so the Boar actually attacks Beasty now.
Yeah, so fight being taken by Corvinus again, though. Beasty's unit's very, very tanky. He's kind of trying to reposition it. At home, though, there is another huge grouping. Beasty's up at 28 total men-at-arms. While this group does get cleaned up, which is really good for Corvinus, there's still a lot more. So this is a smaller one, and it didn't even go as well as what I was expecting. If you're thinking about a pure numbers game, that was still an efficient fight for Beasty.
Yeah, Beasty still has so many men-at-arms. And just look at his food eco. All those farms working under the Aachen Chapel is massive. And Corvinus does have his villagers pinched, and that might be the final nail in his coffin.
Another 5-6 villagers go down, and if you look directly to the south, there's another huge group of villagers on the deer. They're gonna have to run. We all know how these pro players are when it comes to deer. You can see them moving around. You can see when they start getting gathered on. Corvinus knew it was over. great, solid 3-0 series by Beasty, able to handle all of the shenanigans in the first 2 games from Corvinus.
I would say that most people would have predicted a similar outcome at the beginning of this series. Corvinus tried to play a little off meta, but it just didn't really work out. He definitely gave us some memorable moments, though, like the Jean d'Arc gaming game #1, the Droman idea on Kawasan. So, I mean, you really have to credit for Corvinus when it comes to coming out with a game plan against Beasty that's not really traditional. He was prepared for this, and we kind of saw what we expected from the series. Corvinus often has these unique and weird strategies. Sometimes they work, sometimes they don't. This time around, Beasty was the one gaining the upper hand, and he's the one securing this series 3-0.
Yes, solid 3-0 series. So Beasty moving along. Corvinus going into the losers bracket. Gonna have to try to battle it out over there. Speaking of, let's see about maybe a potential bracket update scene. I know we had some tight series, some closer series. We wanted to see who kind of making it through, and it looks like we have our quarterfinals fully set up here on what's in store ahead of us.
Wham! Narrowly escaping Cat out there, avoids an elimination match against Vortex. He's gonna face off against the CSO. Beasty will be facing off against Baltoon, Puppy Paw versus Louis MT, and Luciferon versus Anathan. Those will be matches next Saturday. Because for the remainder of the day, we will be focusing on the lower bracket first round here. The 4 matchups there being Corvinus versus DeMu, Vortex versus Cat, Lash versus Kill Jardi, and finally, Valdemar versus Zertnan.
Yeah, some really exciting series in store. Some names that no one, I think, would expect to be down in the losers bracket this early. They'd be expecting to be in that quarterfinals, be expecting and sitting on the side, watching and waiting for their next series next week. But instead, we're going to see some great names here in the losers bracket today.
But before that, we will be taking a very short break. So I suggest that you stock up on snacks, some drinks, maybe grab a Red Bull to help out, of course, the major sponsor of this event. But grab yourself some snacks and refreshments because we will be back with another series, this time from the first round of the elimination bracket. Welcome back, folks, to the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado here in AoE 4. Here we are in the elimination bracket. One of these two players we will have to say goodbye to at the end of this series. Vortex is facing off against 3D Cat. Vortex himself losing in the opening round, whereas Cat, same as well. Cat made it all the way to game number 5 against Wham, though, so he definitely had a really good showing for himself against a very accomplished AoE 4 player.
Yeah, I know. It's one of those that both of these players' previous series are ones that like I want to rewatch like right now before casting the set, because I want to know like what happened in those games. Like, how did Vortex get taken down by CSO, and how close was that like final game between Wham and Cat on their game number 5, the game decider to move on in, because that's when the nerves are on, that's when the pressure's on, and now the pressure's on even further because this is win or go home.
Indeed it is, although most of them are already at home, so really it's win or you have no chance of going to Spain. But indeed, let's take a quick look at the brackets here just to see how things are, because we pretty much have all of the series concluded from the opening round here. Indeed, all but one are finished. Quite some 3-0s, but also some absolute nail-biters, especially on that upper side of the bracket.
Yeah, I mean, just crazy. The Wham Cat one had to be the biggest nail biter of them all. But some upsets, like we said, Balltoon taking down DeMu, Vortex taking down CSO, and then you had some one-sided games. You had some 3-0s here and there, but now we're down on the lower stage, the elimination stage. So this is where it's like I said, win or go home, and we're starting out with Vortex versus Cat.
So, Vortex versus Cat, the winner of this series will face off against one of the players coming from the upper top 8 bracket, but that's something that's going to be played later on next week, actually. But we're kicking this series off on a map that we haven't yet seen today. Regions coming up, Socotra and Holy Island, familiar maps from previous series today, Dry Arabia as well. And we also have a potential debut of Frisian Marshes today. I don't remember if this was played yesterday, but it would definitely be the first time for Frisian Marshes to be picked today.
Yeah, I mean, it's a map that I think it was the first custom map that we started using in tournament play. Very, very fun map. It was I think it was played yesterday, maybe in a different chat, or maybe in a game afterwards that was being casted, because I remember someone asking like, what's with all the sheep on the map? You know, what was the idea behind it? It was like, well, this was made back when Roos got bounty, and the map maker is a Roos main, and so he decided to put even more sheep on the map, made it like an automatic 500 bounty for Roos basically on this map.
I did not know about that storyline, but I mean, it makes sense. You make a map that just buffs your civilization all the way to the skies, but we're not going to have any of the Roos gameplay out here. Cat and Vortex both having banned Roos for each other. Same for HRE, so identical bans on the two player sides.
Yeah, I mean, it's one that take the strongest civ, which I would say is Roos, just not necessarily strongest, but also just the most viable across all the maps. So it makes it very hard to kind of set up a structure to a best of 5, which is very, very important. You can get some one-sided matchups. You can kind of plan your draft, plan your maps accordingly, and Roos makes it very hard to do that. So take that one out of the picture. You can see some of the other civilizations on either side. Vortex definitely all about his playstyle, which is all in. It is very like timing all in. So a Ubids is like one of the civs that is perfect to do that. They are very much a timing civilization, and we got that on the first map, playing up against the Byzantines on regions.
Byzantines versus Iobids, a DLC showdown here. We've actually seen a lot of that at the very early days of this DLC having been released. And it's an interesting one in many ways, because both of these civilizations have an insane amount of flexibility. Talk about, of course, the Iobids with the House of Learning. No, House of Wisdom. I always confuse the two. It's House of Wisdom for the Iobids. Obviously, you have a lot of flexibility with those wings. Whereas on the Byzantine side, it's all about those mercenaries, something that you can have so much flexibility with. And it's probably the perfect tool to deal with an otherwise very powerful civilization like the Iobids.
Yeah, it's one that like Byzantines, they're that civilization. Well, now I feel like there's like 3 or 4 of these civilizations that kind of fall in this wheelhouse where they can get some not necessarily free units, but either free units, they have their olive oil, so they have their mercenaries, so they don't have to use a lot of resources to cause a lot of reactions. Same thing how like the Desert Raiders kind of were with the Eubids, where you get some free Desert Raiders and you force a reaction that costs a lot less than what you put in. Byzantines goes up to Castle Age, and then all of a sudden they're fully online with olive oils and got way too many military units to deal with.
Well, remaining civilizations will be Chinese and Jushi for Cat. So he took both Chinese and the Varian civilization. He's definitely going to be well set up for the main hybrid map of the series, Holy Island. He does have Malians, a very popular civilization pick on Socotra, but he does have Jeanne d'Arc as well, which we have seen being used on Socotra in the previous series. Jeanne d'Arc, of course, a powerhouse as well on a map like Frisian Marshes. Whereas on the other side, Vortex does have Japanese, but we don't have Kava-san, so I'm actually wondering where Japanese could be put to good use. Maybe Holy Island, maybe even something less conventional like Frisian Marshes or Dry Arabia. And his last pick was the Ottomans, which is a civilization I absolutely adore in the hands of Vortex. I feel like Ottomans play exceptionally well with aggression, and that is exactly Vortex's playstyle. Just like we've seen in the Louis MT Kill Jardi series, we could be in for quick games because we have at least one player that loves to play extremely aggressive, that is Vortex.
Yeah, he's definitely one of those players. Not only is he going to play super aggressive, he's also one that he knows when to cut his losses. He kind of knows the game style, knows the tempo, knows where he's at, and he's not one to drag out a game for an extra 25 minutes and just end up losing. He's one that'll go, oh, my all-in didn't work. I just lost my whole army. My opponent's Castle Age already, and I'm cutting my losses. I'll just surrender. Let's move on to the next one. So it is some quicker series sometimes, but it's also some exciting ones. As like you said, it's aggression, it's all in, it's timings. If he sees someone going 2 TC, just get ready for some rams at that secondary TC here pretty soon.
In we go to game number 1, Vortex facing off against Cat. This is the elimination bracket of the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. One of these two players will no longer have the chance to face off against Marine Lord in Castel de Almodovar in Spain. Remains to be seen if that's going to be Vortex or Cat, though Vortex and Cat both having lost the first round here in the online stage of Red Bull Wololo.
Yeah, and now we're getting to see what the Byzantines have in store for us, what the Eubids have in store for us. Is after these most recent updates, we kind of see some not necessarily I'll say some nerfs to the main gameplay of where the Eubids went. So I feel like we've been seeing a lot more growth wing as the feudal age choice, just getting those extra villagers, getting that extra little bit of economy early on to help yourself throughout the mid and early game. Scouts circling on and around, trying to grab up as many sheep as possible. As far as both these civs, they both enjoy their berries, so the sheep is just kind of this added bonus, allows you to be a little bit safer, not as vulnerable on some of your food resources.
Yeah, it's always a great fallback option. Like, a lot of people say, okay, I'm going to use my berries for the majority of the game, but let's not understate the significance of having a bunch of fallback food that you can take safely under your town center. Whatever happens, that food is available for you. So even for civilizations that are usually very focused on berries, like the Ayyubids or Byzantines if they want to go for early berries, even for them, the sheep that they collect in Dark Age is a really good fallback option.
Yeah, and what you'll see a lot of times with the Eubids, especially if they get a good sheep haul, it makes it really nice for them because they'll go out on their berries early. It gives them this like quicker gathering resource. It gets them up to Castle Age really quick. So they'll get this clean Castle Age timing, and then they'll have all their sheep to fall back onto to break out of the potential, chokehold that the early pressure that comes after their obviously naked castle happens if they choose to do that. But Vortex, he's a player that we might not see this exact naked castle. We have the bonuses pulled up for either civilization, kind of seeing these civs. If you're not used to them, you can see some of their special units, seeing some of their main effects.
Yeah, and a lot of unique units are available for both of these civilizations here. Desert Raider, Camel Lancer, obviously being the two most commonly seen for Iobids. Maybe Kulam as well, but Camel Lancer is obviously very oppressive as a raiding unit, great anti-cavalry counter, and Desert Raider is exactly the unit that you want to have when you want to do some early harassment. On the other side, Varangians, basically the backbone of the Byzantine army once you get to Castle Age. And the Limitani, I feel like it's one of the most underappreciated units in the entire game. The fact that you have a lot more arrow fire resistance with a spearman type unit is immensely valuable.
Yep. And now we see the Grand Winery getting pretty close to finishing on up. Which wing did Vortex end up clicking? I know we were just hovering over it. I wasn't glancing at it. Okay, it is the reinforcement. So I feel like he was actually one of the first ones that started the OG reinforcement wing and was like, this one's so strong. It's so effective. Those Desert Raiders are so hard to deal with just one unit type. It kind of causes you to have to react with two different unit types, which that means two military buildings. That means units, time, a lot of effectiveness, and that gives timing for Ubids to go up to castle.
Yeah, and that's one of the most commonly seen builds with the Iobids. Use that camel, that Desert Raider to harass, and then just go towards Castle Age, because once you get to Castle Age, you unlock a lot of very cool things with the Iobids. Camel Lancers, of course, something that you can use to great effect with raids, but also Dervishes. And having the Dervishes allows you to secure the majority of the relics as well, something that could be immensely valuable on a map where most of the gold spawns in the middle.
Yeah. And already having the first Limitane out, kind of ready and waiting. The Desert Raiders, they do have a ranged attack, but it takes a while to take down spears, take down Limitane. One of the things I just noticed when we hovered over Vortex's base, he had like 6 villagers all on one single berry bush, but when we hovered back over him, they were still all on a different berry bush. So he is definitely planning on growth, and just look at the micro. Every single one of the... Oh, I jinxed it. Oh, I jinxed it. Caster curse. God, I hate myself.
Caster curse coming in strong over here, but the Desert Raiders doing a decent job harassing Cat here. Obviously, Vortex is one of the best micro players out there. He has been known about his ability to micro units like very few other players are capable of. So this kind of a unit, this cavalry archer style unit, especially one that can even switch between melee and ranged modes, this is exactly the unit that he loves to play around with.
Yeah, and this is what we're talking about. He's just so effective at just constantly just being able to run away. Someone like me, I can get like 2 attacks off, and then the spears connect, and I lose the Desert Raider like immediately. Someone like Vortex, he can just easily take them out, easily stay in that range that is just the perfect range where he's not going to take any damage. And this is only the first one. Think about how much value this one single Desert Raider has already gotten. Killed a Limitane, caused idle time, forced production buildings out, and this is all just a free Desert Raider from a landmark.
And Vortex already has pretty much all the resources he needs for Castle Age. Just goes to show the power of this build here. Cat actually committing to some javelin throwers right here, so that's the kind of mercenary that he's going to go for. It's going to be fine to push away this Desert Raider, but I feel like Cat should know that his opponent is getting close to Castle Age, because he saw that first Desert Raider leave, and that could be an indication that Vortex is done harassing for the time being.
And the crazy thing is Vortex, he didn't even need this outpost with emplacements that he already has on it. But he did it anyways. It's the safe thing to do. And he's clicking the age up now, hasn't been touched, and Cat's just now at the point where he's got his jab throwers out, and Vortex can just circle around and merrily go home, or just continue to bounce back and forth with this pressure. Make it so difficult for Cat to actually chill, actually come over to his side and put pressure on. And Vortex is about to have, what, 8 villagers pop on out?
Yeah, he's going to have a massive eco spike because of the growth wing as well. So that's going to obviously help out facilitating the production of these otherwise very expensive units like Camel Lancers. I presume he wants to go early Dervishes as well to secure the relics. But it looks like Cat is here to harass, and at the very least, Vortex was forced to invest into 2 towers here, one also having emplacements, and that one is also being fortified.
One villager down to like 1 health, and he greeted over it. He wanted it, and so Desert Raider and Scout end up taking quite a bit of health, but stay alive. And their life being alive is all that matters, because he continued to bounce back and forth, continue to cause that annoyance. And Cat, he says, enough of the shenanigans. I'm just going to pull forward. I'm going to build an outpost with, what, 3 villagers?
Yeah, let's not forget, Byzantines do get a bunch of free stone from building buildings, so emplacements are better. And he's not very far away from Costolates, so it makes me wonder if he wants to go mangonel emplacements right here. Cat is actually very lucky that these villagers weren't scouted by the Desert Raiders. And also he's very lucky that the villagers to the north of his base and the berries weren't scouted, but I don't think he can finish this tower here.
Oh, I mean, villagers jump inside the outpost, so tower's taking a good bit of damage. Desert Raiders are circling around. There's no way you can finish that tower. Desert Raiders can just jump up and kill these villagers so easily. Villagers get pulled as well. I was about to say, the villager pull was aggressive.
At least he does get a Desert Raider kill, and he also heavily damaged that scout. So Vortex gets close with that scout again. He could lose it, and then line of sight will be denied of him. Golden Horn Tower now on the way for Cat. I would love to see him investing into some more Limitani, though. He's got 12 Javelin Throwers, which is great, but he needs something that deals with Camel Lancer. He already has the production buildings for it, and indeed he's queuing up some more Limitani.
Yeah, the few Limitani will do good for now, but that's just for now. Outpost, though, this time it's going up. Javelin Throwers step forward. They want to get some villager kills, but accidentally second throw hits the outpost instead of the low health villager, and the outpost has gone up for Cat. He's just getting arrow slits.
I don't like that.
And falling back away.
I would have preferred him waiting a couple more seconds and trying to get a mangonel emplacement.
What I don't like is he just completely left that outpost. Villagers could just get pulled and burn it down. Vortex goes quick enough, and there it is. He does that exact thing. Realizes it's left alone. Pulls the vills. Javelin Thrower's trying to head that way. Oh, this is actually going to be costly for Vortex if he full commits to it. Arrow slits finishes.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if this was a deliberate bait here by Cat, because now the arrow slits will be able to deny the gold mine. Vortex doesn't have a lot of gold to work with, and Camel Lancers are awfully pricey on the gold cost. And unlike Dry Arabia, another villager falls.
Oh, no, just one. Just one. Second villager barely stays alive, but Cat now is throwing a wrench in the plan. Gold is harder to come by. Relics haven't been secured. Usually Ubits at this point, they got 1, 2, 3 relics in the bank already. And there's the first one now on the way back.
And this is why you need more Limitani right here. These camels are so oppressive, but they're slowly being picked off, and these are extremely expensive units out here. Somewhere out there on the map, Cat also has a couple more Limitani. And yeah, I just want to go back to the point I wanted to make a couple of seconds ago. This map has a lot less fallback options in terms of available gold. You only have one backup gold mine to work with, and Vortex is taking that. Cat is going for those gold miners.
Cat had reinforcing units coming across the map all over the place, and every single one of those units just started taking a couple shots. So I feel like a lot of these Desert Raiders, a lot of these Camel Lancers aren't healthy. They're very, very low. They're not easily able to, you know, have super successful raids for long term. Cat, he just dives past the gold vein. He wants to know where the villagers are, where Vortex is getting that gold. He's got to know where the other one is. He's just diving TC.
I don't like that. He knows about the gold mine. He's actually diving for villagers. I presume he wanted to like hit food vills. Problem for Vortex is that his Camel Lancers are not enough against that. The Limitani will just decimate them so heavily, but not all the Limitani are out here. Maybe this is a little overzealous by Cat, but he's idling so many vills.
He's idling vills. He did at least pick up one of those Camel Lancers as well. So it's not the worst thing. And damage at home, Vortex got distracted, dove TC, lost another Desert Raider, did pick up another villager though. But Cat loses that set of jabs. Oh, another vill? I mean, this is worth, I think.
Maybe it is. It's really tough to say. I feel like he could have done just as much damage just by pushing the gold mine instead of diving underneath the town center. If he had a couple more Limitani, he could have also destroyed most of those camels. At the end of the day, Vortex does lose 7 eco. Cat also lost 2. But momentum is still looking good here for Cat. Like, he's been doing a lot of damage on Vortex.
Yeah, and next set's on the way. It's still 17-7, and that's not a full set of 7 Camel Lancers. There's some archers in the mix now, which are going to be completely worthless against those javelin throwers.
Yeah, Vortex does have 300 gold per minute. He still has an intact gold mine. However, he's bringing in the second relic. No relics coming in for Cat just yet. Oh, he's fortifying the tower, though. Is he fortifying the one on the front?
I'm not sure.
Oh, that's a terrible... He needs to cancel that or hope the tower is destroyed before it gets reinforced.
It's destroyed. It's destroyed. Right? Yeah.
Yeah, I got the stone back.
That
was
relic
lucky.
was so close to being sniped out as well. But once again, villagers off the gold getting denied. Market has been dropped for Vortex, but never feels good when you're now starting to have to use the market for inefficient trades when you're already starting to struggle for resources a bit.
Yeah, and honestly, I would love to see Cat doubling down on the tower aggression. Because this tower worked. It was so powerful, and it didn't even have a Mangonel placement. Now he's got Limitani coming out, some camels as well. And this composition he has, it's able to beat Vortex's comp. Only problem is that he's lacking mobility. So Vortex needs to raid. If you deny one of the gold mines with the tower and you posture around the other gold mine, Vortex simply won't have any gold left to work with.
Yeah, villagers out on the food are very, very vulnerable, but Cat, he can't really find anywhere to do damage, and now it's getting to a point where I feel like he's not having kind of reinforcing units group up, so if Vortex continues to mass up, continues to build at home, he can take this fight and take an efficient one.
Third relic being picked up here by Vortex. He's done a really good job evading these harassing troops. There's a Mangonel out there to help out. Oh, beautiful hit.
Good shot. Javelin throwers taking some trades. One falls. Still able to one-shot the archers. Well, oh, charge still got through the brace.
Now, Limitani are trying to just escape out of this engagement. There's no fallback position anymore. Towers are gone. Limitani, of course, in shield wall, they're a lot more resistant to arrow fire. So, Cat, he was okay staying around for a little while, but I feel like he might be losing momentum now. He's got 22 Limitani, but now he's making a switch to Varangians. And that is not something that Vortex has an answer to right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be very, very hard to deal with that mass, especially with that Byzantine eco if it continues to go untouched. He was able to move out to that eastern side, get an outpost down, and that east side has all of the berries.
And that's massive, but he also needs to hold on to it. He doesn't take the fight here against the camels. Now he turns around. Archers, of course, doing quite a bit of damage here to the Limitani. There's a second group of Limitani being chased to the north, but the first Varangians are now making an appearance. And those could be game changers.
I'm confused why he's not just turning to take that.
He's afraid of the archers, I feel.
I mean, the Limitani are all just going to get taken out anyway slowly by those Camel Lancers. Villagers out on those berries that we thought were safe are now about to get hit pretty hard. So hopefully there's multiple outposts. And oh my gosh, that was a cistern, not an outpost. Outposts are trying to get rushed down. This is bad for Cat. This is just game over for Cat almost.
That is disastrous. Camel Lancers are really good raiding units, but these villagers being undefended. Cat had such a decent position, and now it's gone. At best, they are even Stevens. But this raid in itself was so disastrous for Cat.
Fights being taken. It looks like it's do or die time, but this is when Vortex has heavy number advantage. Yes, there's a lot of archers, might not be as efficient. One of the archers pulls back half of Cat's army there. Good dodge-ish. Not really. Mangonel still hitting fire, and Vortex, the numbers are still here for him. He's still gathering up. You know, he has the relic lead behind this. Mangonel's staying alive for now, but the Varangian switch is going to be the key. Oh, look at the split screen.
Oh my, archers are diving in, Cat is losing eco back at home, and Vortex, he's using this dervish to perfection. He kept some of these camel lancers alive, and that's part of the reason why he still has a position right here. Cat is being decimated back at home. His army composition was just about to get a lot better compared to what Vortex has, but now he lost so much eco. He's down by 8 villagers compared to his opponent.
Yep, Vortex just timing right as Cat's starting to struggle on the food, and Vortex just pulls right on over for it. That's the key thing. Cat never really focused any of the food down, always was trying to take down the gold, deny the gold, and Cat throws in the towel. Vortex takes game number 1.
I really can't help but think about that one time Cat went under the town center. I feel like obviously it's easy for us to say because we see everything. We see the eco counts, we see the army counts, we see the whole map. But when he dove under the town center, or before that, he had a serviceable army and he did a good job harassing the enemy gold. He lost a lot of precious units there, and I felt like he lost so much momentum with that. That was probably the last time he had like a good presence near the enemy base. Beyond that, Vortex was able to stabilize, and once you stabilize, he just had so much of a mobility advantage with the camel lancers.
Yeah, it just, it just started that slowly trickle downhill. Once that mass got lost, it was so hard, which Byzantines, a civ that usually is really easy to boom back up with that military count, it was just so hard for him to actually equalize on the numbers with the nonstop aggression, nonstop raiding, and then the good timing on the food as well. But that's game number 1. Vortex taking the 1-0 lead here. And game 2 is Frisian Marshes ahead of us, so exciting map to see.
And this is where Cat pops Chinese here, so not a civilization that we super commonly see, but this could be a very intriguing one. One thing that comes to my mind immediately is the ability to drop the Barbican close to the little ponds. This secures shoreline fishing for you. Maybe you're going to play 2 TC Chinese here, same thing, dropping the town center on the shorefish, but it's definitely a civilization that allows you to have that safe early expansion, secure the shoreline fish, and then from that point onwards, they could be a dangerous civilization. With that kind of food available, they can spam Lancers in Castle Age, they can spam Palace Guards in Castle Age. Remains to be seen how the Mongols can disrupt that early game plan.
Yeah, you're talking about Castle Age, and I think this is a game that's going to be decided more onto the Dark Age. In my opinion, this is one of these. We see Vortex drop that early barracks, go for that outpost rush, but usually Chinese's reaction, drop their own barracks, supervise it, and just start massing up. And so where the big trap that we can see fall into is, first, that means Cat's costing spending full resources for all of the spears, so if numbers are equal, he's paying more for them. So Vortex can just idle out for a bit, pull back, go up to Feudal Age, or just continue to take the micro, have the con advantage for himself.
Yeah, let's take a look at the brackets, though, because we have had some other series happening parallel to this one. So let's take a quick look at how things are going. Kill Jardi having a good head start against Lash, now leading 2-0. Zertan up 1-0 against Valdemar. As you see, Vortex versus Cat standing at 1-0 as well. This is the final round that we are playing today, so the remaining rounds will be played starting next weekend and the subsequent one. Every single day, we're starting earlier than the usual EGC broadcast times, starting at 13 UTC, which translates to 9 a.m. Eastern or 3 p.m. Central Europe.
Exactly. So some exciting series coming to potential close here. Kill Jardi on the game decider for himself versus Lash. But now we're looking in. We talked about Frisian Marshes a little bit, kind of how that. I really do think this is one that's going to be a lot of that Spearman micro early on, and that's one where I love watching Vortex play with that micro, with that early on aggression. That's where a lot of times with the Spanish Bros, you see it on water, but it's one that you see it with spears, you see it with everything with them.
Yeah, remaining maps will be Socotra, Dry Arabia, and Holy Island. I feel like for Cat, the civilization picks are pretty clear for those remaining maps. He has Jushi still available for Holy Island. Socotra, he's got Malians or even Jeanne d'Arc, and then Arabia could be anything that's left behind, essentially. Probably either Jeanne d'Arc or Abbasids. On the other side, Vortex does have Delhi. I'm curious how he's going to utilize Japanese and potentially Ottomans even. I would think that maybe we're not going to see Ottomans from him even if we go to 5 games. But I feel like Cat's civilization picks are a little bit more predictable based on the remaining maps and civilizations available, whereas Vortex has a little bit more wiggle room maybe with civ picks.
Yeah, I still think the Japan is the choice on Holy Island. Even though English is there, I still think Japan kind of has that extra favor a bit. And then that's where, like you said, the other maps, Dry Arabia, he's got multiple options there. Socotra, he's got multiple options there as well. But enough of talking about these next couple games. We got Frisian Marshes in store for us. We got this game number 2. So will Cat be able to even up the series, or will Vortex potentially lead us into the game decider?
Into game number 2 we go. Vortex with the color red, Cat with the color blue. This is an elimination match, so one of these two players will have to give up on their hopes of challenging Marine Lord in Castel de Almodovar in Spain. And Vortex, he is the one with a pretty good sheep hole here on Frisian Marshes. We can take a look at the other side for Cat, but Vortex definitely had a decent start. A little bit more disappointing on the side of Cat, but of course there's still a long way to go. We actually don't know if he collected the sheep at the back of his base, so maybe he has a lot more to work with. Still, yep.
Already has 8 sitting under the mill. That's where I always get trapped on this map. I do the exact same thing you do. I'm like, oh my gosh, look at how much more sheep. And then I go back over. I'm like, oh my gosh, never mind. Oh, it's just on both sides. But one of the key things to focus on is look at the wood that Cat is gathering. It is going to be exactly what I was mentioning here. He's gathering up that wood. We should see that barracks get dropped here in just a second. And that's going to be his game plan to try to counteract the tower rush from Vortex.
He's expecting an aggressive posturing from Vortex, and most civilizations don't like to play the Spearman versus Spearman game against the Mongols, because the Mongols do get a massive discount with Spearman production. However, that only lasts as long as you have available stones. So if it's a very prolonged Dark Age engagement, the Mongols will have to also start training Spearman one by one. At the same time, Chinese can supervise their mill and lumber camp for extra resources. So it's a lot closer for the Chinese when it comes to matching up against Mongol spearmen than it is for many other civilizations.
Yeah, and that's where I find that the trap is if you, just like you said, if you get into this prolonged war, you fall into this trap of continuing to produce. And that's where I'm over to the one that if your Mongols cut your production a little bit, be the one to go up because you got that double production. Your opponent is spending the full resources. Don't give it enough time to let the IO become too effective over there. Oh my. And the villager is there quite quickly. Look at the spear number. This is what we're talking about. And this isn't even with Cat supervising the barracks. He can always switch on over, supervise the barracks if needed, and he's still got even spear numbers.
I wonder if Vortex is going to go for a bait and switch now. Because he saw the barracks, he pulled the villager back.
Yep.
So maybe indeed, he's sending villagers to gold. Vortex no longer wants to fight in Dark Age. He's going into feudal.
Yeah, and he didn't fall into the trap I was talking about. He saw it exactly, spotted out, and goes, okay, great. Now it's on you to do something with your spears. So this is when typically with Chinese, they need to go run on over, try to burn the Uvu on down before feudal age finishes, before Vortex can get his own spear upgrade as well, because the barracks over there, you can actually force the barracks to roll on back as well sometimes.
And Cat, I don't know where his scout is at, but he isn't seeing what Vortex is doing. He doesn't have the information, and he's a little paranoid. He's got 6 spears out there, and he has 2 more in queue. This is, he's still hauling in the sheep, but he's missing out on crucial information. He needed to know that Vortex stopped producing an army. Because, you see, Vortex is already aging up. He's actually going up in the silver tree. But it's so light. Cat is nowhere close to feudal.
Yeah, the only huge benefit is maybe he can try to get over there, burn down the Uvu in time because he produced so many. But yeah, this is where I'm just shocked he didn't have a scout there trying to provide him information for this tower rush, because that's where it's so crucial. You know, you never know if your opponent sent the villager home or circled back and is sneaking behind the gold vein out of vision and burning it down. Didn't even bother to go home with the sheep. He knows how crucial this is.
Yeah, he needs to now commit against that Ovu. So if you're Vortex, you're just going to wait to see how many spearmen arrive. Vortex can still double produce a couple more spears to hold this off, but I think the key thing here is that when this game began, Cat had to match Vortex's spearman numbers. If he goes beyond that mark, he's over-investing into spears. Now it's Vortex that has to match Cat's spearman numbers until the archers come in. I think he might just go straight archers here.
Yeah, he is. He just fast builds a range. By the time the spears got there, they're too late. Cat got too distracted. Didn't have the... Actually, I think by the time archers get out, the Uvu's gone.
I don't think Vortex cares.
Yeah, you're probably right. So first couple archers are in queue. Uvu's getting lower. 1 or 2 spears will probably fall from this. Oops, never mind. He does care. Villagers are getting pulled for this. He wants to keep the Uvu alive. All he's trying to do is stall now. The archers starting to help on out. Villagers can't get into the position they need to. He wants that Uvu alive bad. A couple more spears are on the way. Villagers getting low. One villager's going to end up falling here.
Oh, you're saying that, but the beautiful body block with the Khan almost saves that one villager. Big commitment from Vortex to keep this alive, though, and to be fair, Cat's commitment over here is at least forcing a significant response from Vortex. This definitely worked out a lot better for Cat than it should have had.
Yeah, I mean, he ends up getting 2 villagers, putting Mongol even further behind than what they could be. Silver Tree does get to start producing, though, as now Cat has to fall back. But Cat was able to age up without even having to move out to his gold. That's the beautiful thing about the Chinese. They got taxes, and those taxes are always going to be coming in with that close mill, with that close lumber camp as well. Khan just proven to be super annoying, but the key thing here is what Cat has already transitioned to. Horsemen out on the field, 2 of them. It looks like a third one's going to come out soon and immediately start nullifying the first few archers that came out. The traders that Vortex is going to try to start building up, he's going to have no mobility to actually try to keep those alive. But the Khan distracts and keeps the archers.
Now Cat is heavy into the Horseman, though, and Vortex is just now repositioning his range close to the Ovu. One of the cool things with the Chinese on this map is that you can make very, very quick switches. You have the Imperial Officer to supervise your production buildings, so in a blink of an eye, Cat is up to 6 Horsemen now, does have a couple of Spearmen as well to deal with these initial Kashik. And while this is a very food-heavy investment, let's not forget, he's got a lot of sheep to work with, so he's going to be fine for the time being.
Oh yeah, this is one of the beautiful things about Chinese on this map, especially. Your early economy is so condensed. We've seen Cat not even have to move out to his initial gold vein yet because of how condensed those first few buildings can be. Horseman now trying to take down the Khan, not allow Vortex to get the vision that he needs, but the first few traders are making their drop off, so equalizing that economy difference just a little bit. Barbican, though, is going up for 3D Cat. This will allow him Song Dynasty. This will allow him this own economic bonus while being able to keep up this aggression. So much food that he just secures.
Yeah, ironically, the food that he secures is going to be a lot more valuable than the actual villager production buff from Song Dynasty. Obviously, he's going to be more than happy about the villager buff as well, but having all that shorefish combined with the ability to supervise the production buildings, he could easily flood Vortex over here, and he's doing a good job shutting down this early trade.
Yeah, just the key is starting to get damage onto those traders just as much as possible. They're a little bit tankier than what people realize a lot of times. Keshik and archers together versus the spear horsemen. And are there enough spears here to deal with that many Keshiks? I don't think so. the Keshiks will be able to kind of outdamage, heal up, especially with that little bit of help from the archer mass. So Cat will have to fall back. He needs more spears here to be able to take any sort of Keshik mass, but he's only producing horsemen and more horsemen.
Yeah, and at the same time, Vortex is forced to invest into pastures over here, which is not the end of the world, but compare that to Cat. He does have that extra gather buff from the shorefish, and he doesn't need to make any significant investments to have that. Whereas for Vortex, he does have pastures that are not even buffed by Novu. So you feel like that long-term sustainability in the food eco is on the side of Cat, and he already has almost triple the food eco compared to Vortex. One thing that's going for Vortex, though, is trade in its infancy. But if he can get this trade rolling, it could be extremely dangerous.
Yeah, and that's where the horsemen are going to provide such a hard point for Vortex to deal with this, because he can't really send his Keshik over because they're lower than horsemen, but they're the ones that take the win. He can't send his archers over. That's not what you want. So instead, he sends his whole entire mass, and then when Cat sees this, he just turns around and runs away because he has the faster unit.
Yeah, that mobility advantage is immensely valuable on an open map like this.
And Cat's horseman number is actually getting to the point where I feel like, oh, watch out. I feel like I see Beasty do this with like Ghazi a lot of times, where you'll have this time where y'all are both making units, you're both making units, and then all of a sudden it's like you pull his army out to the corner, you take your 20 horsemen, you just go dive the TC, because by the time you lose enough horsemen for it to matter, you've taken down 10, 15 villagers.
And Cat is up to 21 horsemen, so much raiding going on here. And even if you don't kill the eco, you're causing a lot of idle time in a game where you have a passive villager production buff for Cat. He's doing such a good job just being everywhere on the map. Keshik count is increasing for Vortex, though. And that's not something that Cat has a direct counter to right now. He does have the spears, but those lack the mobility to chase those units down.
Look at those 4 IOs and Imperial Examination. So boosting up that eco. Another couple traders potentially going to go down. Cat, though, taking this fight into the Archer Ball and losing quite a bit of those horsemen.
Yeah, I feel like despite the fact that he's got 17 horsemen, he's splitting them all across the map, and in small groups, they're not very effective. Honestly, I feel like he's a little overcautious about the trade. He's afraid of it so much that he feels like there is an urge to push this, and he's doing some decent damage, but those Keshik are slowly chipping away at his horsemen. And it's not ideal. You see, his overall horseman count is falling. Now, he's making a switch to Jugenu, but you really wonder what he could have done with 20 or so horsemen used as one whole group.
That's really what I was looking forward to, was just seeing them cause this annoyance, push, pull, and then group up and just absolutely destroy some economy, destroy something or another. But instead, like you said, the Chook switch, he's going into more of that infantry ball, spears and Chooks. But the real good thing that I will say Cat did is he put a big damper on Vortex's early economy, and this also allowed himself to get his own economy rolling. He had that safe food eco, which we expect from the Barbican, but more importantly, Song Dynasty has slowly built up that villager count now, and he's actually looking pretty scary. Income per minute, he's basically got every single income per minute in his side, an advantage other than the gold just by a little bit, and that makes sense because of the trade. Keshik starting to dive forward. Spears are here though now, and there the Chook finally show themselves. Fight gets taken for now, just kind of diving back and forth. But this is where the archers want to be. 23 archers on the side of Vortex. He's moving on forward. If he's able to start to deny some of this fishing, deny some of this food income for Cat, it's so crucial. Barbican, though, is here to support.
I don't like how Cat pivoted away from the horsemen here. His spearmen are doing a decent job against the Kashik, but you do have some of these archers on the front line, so the spearmen really struggle to finish off most of the Kashik, and the Jugenu are getting pushed back over here. Again, all I can say is that I feel like going spearman over here might have been a mistake. Maybe full horseman was the way to go.
Yeah, I mean, the Keshik just are able to run rampant. They heal themselves up, so now they're at a point where they don't really get taken down, even from the Barbican, even from Horseman. Cat's in a struggling position point as Vortex is just laughing at the Barbican now.
Oh, this is so sad for Cat. He made a switch into Spearman. Maybe he didn't know how many archers Vortex had. And Jugenu are amazing units, but you need numbers above all, especially because your range is shorter than the archers. And I just feel like he never had that big mass of Jugenu. And now he doesn't even have that mobility advantage that he used to have with the Horsemen. Now it's Vortex running circles around his base. Love the walls. Good idea, but it comes too late here for Cat.
Yeah, and here the big problem too is the food starts to get focused down. Chook Mass is there. There's a few more of them this time. There's a few more spears, and the main key here is that the archers weren't there for Vortex. He pulled the archer mass back. He said, I've done enough damage, and he ran on home.
Yeah, let's not forget, behind this, now there is a functional trade going on for Vortex, and that's exactly what he needed. With the Horseman gone from Cat's side, there is nothing that harasses the trade, and Vortex's eco is starting to boom. He's down by 5 eco overall compared to his opponent, but those traders are immensely valuable, and that's part of the reason why he's the first one clicking up the Castle Age.
First one indeed. Cat, though, has re-secured food economy, and food is all he needs to age up. He's started a granary transition as well. Basically one full set of granaries up and running already. And Vortex is just sitting, protecting his trade for now. I think he's starting to, he's gotten enough outposts along the trade route to boost them on up the whole entire way as well.
Yeah. The silver lining here for Cat is that he does have the shorefish to work with, and he does have the power of the Chinese. And when he makes a switch into Palace Guards, which I think is inevitable, Keshiks don't really have like a spectacular matchup against Palace Guards. Especially when you have Spearman and maybe even Jugenu supporting, or probably crossbows from the back line in the end for Cat. Yeah, so there is a world where Cat can even out the composition, which is currently very heavily favoring Vortex.
Vortex having to move out to that shoreline fish. We just saw Vodka hover over the triple pastures at home. 3 pastures is not enough food economy to keep it rolling. And look at the differences in food economies right now. It's 1,200 food per minute to 600 food per minute. So where the strength is right now is Vortex's gold income from that trade. And Cat is reliant more on his food income. Looks like Cat's actually going with some Lancers too, which I kind of understand with, because Vortex doesn't have the greatest things to trade into that. He doesn't have that crossbow mass. His Keshiks, while Keshiks are great, they are what I would like to call pseudo nice.
Yeah, they are. And in prolonged engagements, they are exceptionally good because they do get healed as they fight. Now, the advantage of that is that when you are facing an enemy that's slow to deal damage, like for instance, you could point to Chukonu if they don't focus fire. That means that you can actually compensate for a lot of the damage taken. So that's one of the challenges when it comes to dealing with them. Good example is fighting versus Horsemen, for instance. A big clump of Horsemen fighting Keshik, it's always a tough matchup for the Horsemen, because a lot of the damage that the Horsemen do gets offset by the healing of the Keshik.
Yeah, and that's exactly what I kind of saw happening earlier on with Cat's Horseman mass. That's why you don't want to take those head-on engagements. You wanted to keep raiding, deny trade. But this is the point where Cat's mass, he's got spears, great counter to the Keshiks, but he needs to have something to deal with that archer ball. And what he has is going to be the Nest of Bees.
Those Nest of Bees have to come in clutch, but it's going to be tough against 17 Keshik. And as much as Cat is adding Lancers, one of the other benefits of having the Keshik available for the Mongols is that you can start building your numbers in Feudal Age. Compare that to the Lancers that you can only start training in Castle for Cat.
Really good wall off there by Cat. Did not allow his food eco to go get raided because his mass was so slow. They couldn't really get in position to help, and the greatest way to do that was split off the villagers to wall on off, and that's what the knights are for. Use the mobility for some raiding. The outpost is here for the traders to jump on inside. The few spears from the early game are still alive. They're ready and waiting, so a great job by Vortex, and he does have advanced siege engineering. OG upgrade.
Yeah, it's key that these Lancers are at least harassing the traders, even if they don't kill them, because it makes life a little bit more problematic for Vortex. It's only 2 Lancers for the time being, but this kind of pressure is something that Cat would love to maintain. But he's facing a Corvinus right in front of his base, and that's a concern. He actually is rolling the dice here a little. Yeah, he's sending spears, which is not something that Vortex has anything that can deal against in the trade line. Vortex. This Lancer could be immensely valuable.
Oh
He's
my
not
God.
responding to this.
He's too focused on the trade.
It's gonna be ugly.
Yeah, he just now sees it. This is devastating, and it also is one of these things where the mass in front of Cat's base, I feel like Chinese is one of those civs that does this a lot, where they're like, oh, dive me, I dare you, and then all of a sudden you do, and they have like 1 or 2 decent nested bee shots, and they're like, yeah, you did some damage, you killed some eco, but it's just not enough.
It's only 1 nest of bees, though. And remember, some of these spears have been sent to harass this. All the archers from Vortex are on the front of his enemy's base, so he doesn't have the archers to clean this up with. And indeed, he's got 4 Springolds. Cat is in big trouble.
Cat just all armied. Oh my gosh, the spears were in perfect position, and there were Keshiks there, and they just ran. Oh, that's such a feels bad.
Corvinus is now being deployed, though, and he's got 4 Springolds, a bunch of archers and Keshik buffed by the Corvinus. Only 1 nest of bees and no Springolds out there for Cat.
He's got he just walled off his granaries yet again, so he's just playing this stall game. Just delay, delay, delay. Maybe let these spears get some damage in on that trade and force Vortex back, but Vortex is just springled after springled after springled.
And that's exactly what he needs to do. He knows fully well that he's got the better army, so as long as he doesn't get annihilated by Nest of Bees, he's gonna be happy. But Cat, I mean, he's been absolutely slamming his opponent's eco here. The trade with the Spearmen, a lot of villagers are heavily damaged as well, and if Cat finds a way to hold on to this, his eco is gonna be so much better compared to Vortex's.
But it looks like Vortex might be pulling the trigger, and he needs to pull the trigger soon. I think it's gotten to the point now where it's like, Cat has done so much eco damage, and he just all militaried again. Oh, he's an all military enjoyer. It's a big habit you got to get out of at this higher elo. But it's one of these that, like, the more damage he's been doing, if he just holds this push, he kind of is in position to win the game. But Vortex has to pull the trigger. He knows it, and he is pulling the trigger. 6 Springolds. Now he's getting mangonels of his own. He's just going to take that whole entire granary granary eco down the drain, burning everything.
Yeah, and with Mongols, that's immensely valuable. All the food eco for Cat is gone. He was pushed off the fish. He was pushed off the farms. He's down to 200 food per minute, and he barely has anything in queue. He's just hoping that these Springolds that come out can trade against Vortexes, and then that the Nest of Bees, that 1 Nest of Bees saves the day. Cat is on 2 TCs, but if he doesn't find a way to clean this army up, this is game over.
And I mean, you can't forget that all of these farms burning is just juicy resources for Vortex as well. Second TC's going down. All of those villagers on the wood line have to run. There's nowhere for Cat to run. There's no way he can hold this. This is a close game from Vortex. He said, yeah, I may have forgotten about some raids in my base. I may have had a little oversight on some villagers, but it doesn't matter when my military mass is this big.
Yeah, and a second TC goes down immediately. Emergency keep being built here by Cat, but
mangonels.
I don't think this is going up. Oh,
a good reposition. Look at the Keshik circle. Even if it does go up, it's going to immediately get burnt down.
Why? Why is he committing every single villager before sending in the army?
Look at the and the mangonels just crushed the range mass of Cat. He just lost everything. At what cost? He just lost everything.
Stunned. I understand he needed that keep. He finished the keep. but I expected him to at least send in the army at the same time as he sends in the villas. Those villagers were sitting ducks, 60 or so villagers, and nobody to protect them. I think that graph on the left tells you the whole story.
Yes, it does. And I also feel like Cat, he had a couple great positioning points that he had like these great timings with like, oh, this Spearman Mass is about to cut off trade. And he had Knights on top of Vortex's eco. And then he all armies and pulls it back. And it's like he could have probably had 5-10 more kills with some of those. And that can easily be the difference over the course of time. But what a great timing push from Vortex. Vortex realizing that Cat just did not have enough numbers to deal with the amount of Keshiks he had over and over again throughout that game.
That puts Vortex up 2-0 now, so that is match point for him. Cat, he's in a tough spot. He narrowly lost to Wham in the upper bracket. He fell down here to the elimination bracket, but now Vortex is up 2-0 against him. But he does have one of the most powerful and most frequently seen civilization and map combinations. It is Socotra with the Malians. Vortex, however, he might be looking to make this game messy in Dark Age. He does have the English out there.
I mean, yeah, this is one where I wouldn't be too surprised to. I feel like Vortex, he's definitely a king enjoyer, but it's also one that I could see him going Council Hall here too, and just getting all in and just making sure to just put the pressure on Mali as soon as you possibly can.
Well, the other side note that we need to really highlight here is that these are Cat's home maps. So even if he finds a way to win these, or win this one game, any of the remaining games will be played on Vortex's home grounds. And that's something that also gives a bit of a buff here to Vortex. Vortex, of course, does have the Delhi, Japanese, and the Ottomans available for the remaining 3 games. And it's going to be the Abbasids, Jeanne d'Arc, and Jushi for Cat. But first, he needs to get through this game here. Again, I think this is a great moment to take a look at the rest of the brackets, because, of course, things are also happening as we are moving along. Not as many things as there have been in the upper brackets. We only have 4 series in total here in the elimination bracket. And all of these kind of paint the same picture so far. 2 zeros all around.
Yeah, Vortex, obviously the series we're cast, and Jardi is, I'm shocked to see this game still going on. So the first 2 he was able to clean up pretty quickly. Third one, though, obviously extending on quite a bit of time there. Zerton up 2-0 against Valdemar. And then Corvinus versus DeMu is what we will be jumping into next.
Indeed.
I feel like this is another one of these series where Vortex is up 2-0, but if you checked those replays, there were multiple different timings that it felt like it was close to over for him, or it was easily able to maybe, Cat could snatch up a great positioning point to close out the game, but just barely wasn't able to do so. Vortex continually made those moves that he needed to hold to turn the game back around, get his footing back ahead, and just turn it right back on the other side. So it is a 2-0 for Vortex, who probably is definitely is the favorite here if you go by the names, but it is not a clean 2-0 by any means.
Indeed, I feel like Cat had his moments, but just small details didn't work out for him. You look back at the Regions game, he had good momentum, and there were times where things got a little dicey for Vortex. But then we talked about that dive underneath the town center, and then villagers getting caught off guard on the berries. Those just gave that game to Vortex. And the same is true for Frisian Marshes. The start was great, although he definitely overcommitted to Spearman in response to what ended up being no aggression from Vortex in Dark Age. At the end of the day, Cat was competitive in both of these games. This is his final home map. He needs to make it happen. Otherwise, his dream at Red Bull Wololo and Reinado is going to be gone. We're heading into game number 3 on Socotra.
And here we go. It is villagers being pulled towards that boar, and it's English villagers at that. They got those short bows, so if they want to help and do some damage on that scout, they can. Cat's trying to do as much annoyance as possible. Whenever you're dealing with the boar, villagers do get low. You can make some mistakes. but it doesn't look like any mistakes are made from Vortex,
Oh
and Cat
my.
loses his scout. This is like close to over.
Oh.
You're sheep. You can't get like any sheep. Oh, this is so bad.
Oh, and look at Vortex's reaction. He immediately heads to the enemy base because he knows that Cat needs to commit to a new scout. This actually means that Cat sacrificed the villager to produce a new scout, but it also means that he's barely going to have any sheep to pick up, and that is, if you wanted to define what a bad or disastrous start is, that's pretty much it.
Fortunately, though, I will say if you're down Vils on any civ, the civ to be on is Molly. Because you got a lot of passive resources for yourself. You got a lot of other things going for yourself other than just villagers. But you're falling behind already on a game number 3. Vortex getting a leg up here, and Vortex is secured on that boar. And a little bit harder to take English villagers off compared to other ones.
Yeah, at least some of these villagers are damaged, so that could be helpful in the long run for Cat. But Dark Age Boar is extremely valuable. That gather rate buff is going to translate into a Feudal Age advantage. And knowing Vortex and knowing that he likes to play aggressive, I would not be shocked if this was a forward council hole.
Honestly, quick game, easy game. I wouldn't be surprised at all either, as he is the aggressive type. He is that timing type, and it's going to be hard for Molly to like get their tempo rolling with the villager loss already. They're already a civ that it's kind of like just wait a little bit, wait a little bit, wait a little bit, and then it's like we're online now, we're unstoppable. But it's not a forward council hall, it's a normal Abbey at home.
I'm not against it, but it's a little surprising from Vortex. I feel like with the start he had, with the boar he has, that's just screaming, okay, there is retaliation.
Retaliation indeed. I will say, at least at this point, Vortex has information. He's got sheep, but now he's blind. He has no idea what's going on, so he needs to make another scout of his own.
Yeah, and that's actually pretty painful, because part of the reason why it was annoying for Cat to lose the scout is that he had to make a new one. And if you make a new one on the town center, that means that you're sacrificing a villager. Now, sure enough, you could say that Vortex could play without a scout, but you really prefer not to, because no matter what unit you're going for, you need that scout to seek out targets for that unit, the king, longbows, men-at-arms, whatever. And you also need that scout to identify tech switches or unit transitions from your opponent.
Speaking of, we see that scout moving towards the middle. The question I'm wondering, is Cat going to drop a stables and get that quick warrior scout upgrade and just push Vortex right off and maybe get a Vil killer too with the warrior scout because of how low those Vils are? I know that's what we used to see in the olden days of Molly.
It wouldn't be a terrible idea because Vortex wants to play 2 DCs. He's heavy on wood, he moved villagers to stone, but that stone mine is exposed. And sure enough, you're going to have the king, but one advantage that Cat has is that Vortex has no idea what unit you're going for. He's got 0 vision.
Yeah, so circling on around now. Cat he's getting that vision. King can move on across, and it's not going to be an immediate warrior scout pressure because Vortex is building an outpost. He wants to make sure he secures that spot.
Yeah, the boar is still under his control, though I think he pretty much depleted it by this point. But the second town center play does get identified. I actually wonder if Cat's just going to try to rush castle and try to play into the Farimba garrison. It's a little more Olden-esque, but we've actually seen that at the very early days of Malians, going that aggressive and just mass-producing, send every villager to gold, mass-produce army with that gold. On a map that is this small and this tight, it could work very nicely against a player that's not really committing anything to army right now.
Yeah. This is one, though, where English, another civ that you make the king and you force so much more reaction than what it costs. Well, because it Doesn't cost anything. But that being said, it just forces so much. If you micro it correctly, if you dodge around correctly, it's so hard to deal with. You just pull back, you heal on up, you go back in. Second TC being started right next to the water there from Vortex. Outpost in the center, pushing those first Donzo away as well.
It's not the best town center I've ever seen, but it protects the gold and it makes your base extremely condensed. I think one of the big advantages for Vortex is that he was able to take that boar in the middle, and he was able to kill the enemy scouts. So he has a lot of sheep to work with, probably more than he's supposed to have if the Dark Age went like it usually does. So having all that extra sheep and having those 2 TC placements means that he can play very condensed because there is no need to move out for any resources.
There's that king circling on around. You are completely correct. Vortex very condensed. There's no way those villagers can get touched at all as he looks to be macroing up to castle.
Yeah, I don't know what Cat is up to though. The problem with this buildup of Donsos and Javelin Throwers is that it takes time, and you don't have time against 2 TC English Fast Castle. Because if you arrive too late, you're actually going to face a white tower. A white tower that mass produces units very quickly, and one that acts as a perfect defensive structure for your base. This is why I kind of thought about the fast castle approach for the Malians. Maybe you can beat them to castle and make things happen that way. But I feel like this build-up is just too slow from Cat.
Yeah, he's just not going to be there in time. And even still, even if he pushes across, there's so much on the other side as far as defenses for English. Vortex just diving past all of the units, takes a hit on the javelins and runs on away. Like I said, King proves to just be super, super annoying. Probably going to do the same thing again. Oh, getting pretty low though. Takes a Donzo javelin. Outpost in the middle just proving to be time for Vortex that he so desperately wants and needs. Time for the secondary TC to keep building up, and time for him to get Castle Age dropped in just a little bit as well.
Yeah, at this point, this tower is getting burnt down, great, but the boar is pretty much depleted. And looking at Vortex, he's about to click up the Castle Age. It's probably going to be a very condensed white tower as well. But he can afford to do that because he still has resources back at home that are safe.
Yeah, and you got 2 TCs that are going to be able to defend up this white tower drop. It's just going to be so much arrow fire. And yeah, javelins, they can take up some good arrow fire, but not that much. Outpost being dropped from Cat. He says, all right, if you're going to just condense yourself in your base, you're going to wall yourself in, essentially play this English game, then I'm not going to allow you to do so in the long term. I'm going to drop some outposts. I'm just going to circle you in.
Vortex is low on food, and that's delaying his Castle Age quite a bit. But this looks like a wood denial game from Cat. I love the tower, by the way. This will provide line of sight to the wood line to the south. And when you have line of sight on the wood line, you can position the javelin throwers behind the wood line and start picking off villagers. At the same time, combat ship coming out here as well to harass the gold miners, but this is where this TC comes into play, but it might not have the adequate range to do so.
It doesn't. This is I think the white tower will though once it oh my gosh though, this is so crucial timing. Vortex, he's gonna hit Castle Age. He's not gonna have anything to be able to do with it. Oh my gosh, the king goes down too. This is perfect timing for Cat. Yet again, he's down some villagers, but those javelins are right behind that wood line, like you mentioned, super close to actually having vision, but a dock gets dropped. Gold will be resecured, but how long can he grab that wood?
Still, I feel like once he gets up to Castle Age, it's a very different story here, and Vortex found the sweet spot with these villagers on the wood line. They are barely being hit by the javelins.
Oh, not anymore. Cast your curse right as you say that. He repositions the Donzo's full vision. So wood lines are fully denied, and wood line is the most crucial thing for English. So all Vortex can make are, you know, food and gold units out of that white tower. But how much longer can he gather with that food?
Yeah, he's going on berries, so he's getting close to the domain of food shortages. And he's actually investing into lancers, which is a dangerous endeavor when you face off against Donsos. I actually wonder if it would have been better to go men-at-arms here, because
Well,
Cat doesn't really have anything that can deal with men-at-arms right now.
well, here's your problem with the men-at-arms. You're gonna have Dark Age men-at-arms.
That's true.
You don't have a barracks. You can't upgrade them.
Fair point. Donsos aren't nearby, though. These javelins are just left alone, and again, I feel like Cat has the pieces, but the whole puzzle is not really being assembled, because right now, he's gonna get cleaned up over here. Don't forget, he does have the Abbey, so he can heal these knights back up. Vortex is great with his micro. He's going to pull back the low HP ones, heal them back up. It's going to be so difficult for Cat to deal with all these knights.
And resecured wood for the time being. This is so crucial. This might allow him to drop that barracks to get a man-at-arms transition if that's what he needs. Or just gather wood in general. I could have seen Cat invest more into the water since there was wood denial, and effectively there it would have been very hard to get some more ships out. But Cat, he's circling with the Donzos, he's circling with the Javelins again. He wants to get right back on that wood line.
Yeah, that's what he needed to do in the first place. Like, grew up his whole army, and maybe wall a little back at home, because Vortex cannot take a straight-up fight. He needs to raid, he needs to harass. So what do? You wall back at home, and then you harass Vortex's base with your entire army.
Vortex chopped into the wood line now, so where it's the outpost can't see it as much. It's much harder to snipe down these villagers.
They're still being harassed, though. At the same time, Vortex does have an eco lead of 20. He killed a couple of villagers, and he has been on 2 TCs for quite some time.
He's running out of real estate, though. And again, not a lot of Donzos there up front and forward. Pats down 20 villagers. And Vortex, yet again, resecures that wood line.
Cat is still so far away from Castle Age. I feel like he's trying to do so much to just confine his opponent into his base, but Vortex is just slipping out of his grasp every single time. Always being able to sneak a couple of knights out, sneak a couple of villagers out, but the villagers on the right side are getting intercepted. That's a good find by Cat. He's a little too late to the party, though, unable to kill any villagers.
Yeah, he does have perfect vision of this. This is where he has full vision of Vortex. As this game goes longer and longer, Vortex just continues to run out of real estate. He needs to slowly break out of this. Break out, get back onto the wood line like he was able to do. And then all of a sudden, get back out onto the next wood line over on the west side. Just wherever he can get to. Ooh, this is a big pickup, though, for Cat. Able to pick up one of the knights. Second knight as well. Even a third, potentially. But not quite.
Yeah, still a lot of these knights are banked up, and even if you have to just call them back to heal them up, that buys a lot of time for Cat. Cat, who's been very, very active collecting eco upgrades, compare that to Vortex. Vortex, for instance, doesn't have any food eco.
Oh.
This is where he ran out of food, and maybe this non-stop harassment that we had from Cat is finally paying off. Vortex has no food to work with.
DeMu dodging all the shots. We got all 3 ships for Cat. He's going to effectively just go for full gold denial as well. Looks like he pushed forward onto those deer yet again. It's not just the javelin throws. Javelin throws bait in the knights, and the knights take the fight with the king, but they're just still so tanky. Remember, Castle Age versus Feudal Age proves to be a huge difference. Wood still secured on both sides, but Cat continuing this chokehold, 37 units to 13.
I love the walls, though, because once the walls go up, Cat can full commit into this death ball of javelin throwers and Donsos. He won't have to hold back troops to defend against the raids. And once that happens, Vortex is unable to fight against this because his tech switches are hindered by the lack of food.
Vortex is having to go on to longbows due to him lacking any food income at all. Javelin throwers are here, though. He's trying to burn down this forward outpost, and all the reinforcements are here. He has to fall back. This is awful timing. I mean, the longer this goes, the worse this continues to get for Vortex. This is looking good for Cat again, but we've said that before.
Yeah, this is by far the biggest lead that Cat has had in a series. He's been harassing left and right. The walls are complete, so now he can focus all his attention right here. And he's starting to pick off these villagers. Sure enough, Vortex does have a massive eco lead, at least nominal eco lead in terms of worker count. But at the same time, Cat has a lot of passive resource income from the pit mines, and the idle time is just gigantic on Vortex's eco.
Yeah, the thing I'm most afraid of is just if Vortex looks away for too long, the military ships can circle around, hit his main gold, and they're also providing a good amount of vision for him as well.
Yeah, speaking of the main gold, I think Vortex is starting to run low on the gold mine, and exactly, look at that. He's out of gold, and his alternative gold mine is close to the shoreline. That can easily be denied by the ships.
It's exactly where the ships are, just sitting and waiting. Wall got quick rush down. There's a trebuchet out for Vortex as well, but these villagers that are building the wall, a couple of them should go down on their way back. Wall should immediately start getting burnt down.
So many villagers are damaged or even dead at this point, and now Cat has 1100 gold in the bank. This is where he could start thinking about Castle Age, and again, I'm going to throw in the idea of the Farimba Garrison. You have a lot of gold to work with. You will still have a lot of gold when you reach Castle Age, and you just want to finish this game right here. You don't want to give a recovery arc for Vortex.
I mean, Vortex at this point, he knows how bad of a situation it is. He's just letting villagers die because he can't do anything else. It's like they're either going to sit idle. You might as well just gather some resources for the time being. Resecures the front wood line by taking down the tower. But Cat, look at the cow boom. He just went from 0 cows in any cattle ranches at all to literally having, we're going to say 15 here in just a second once this next one finishes.
And Vortex was denied of woods for so long that he's just now starting to get blacksmith upgrades. I don't think he had a blacksmith for so long, and he was fighting against all these javelins without the ranged armor even, and now the villagers on the shoreline are getting harassed. He has to levy that trebuchet to take out the ships. That is how desperate his position is right now.
2 huge shots from the arrow ship as well. All those villagers are at half health. I crack up the villagers on the front wood line. There's so many of them. They circle all the way around the wood line, essentially. You can see them on either side of it, and Cat just needs to move forward a little bit, and then he can deny the front wood line.
Can we just talk about the trebuchet that killed the ship?
Heck of a snipe. I mean, that Treb crew needs a little bit of a raise here.
And now Castle Age is coming in. It's Grand Flonic Corral, but you do have a lot of cattle to work with. I mean, I'm okay with this because now you have good sustainability for Cat, and even though he's still down by 10 workers, really, in terms of overall resource income, he is vastly ahead. 1,000 food per minute compared to 150.
And you say he's down 10 workers, but literally you're gonna blink and he's gonna end up being up workers because of how much pressure he's doing, how Vortex still can't gather resources, there's nowhere to go. And then all the passive resources like you were talking about. The Grand Filani Corral with food upgrade with all 20 cattle around it is like 1,000 food a minute plus, I feel like. It's just absolutely nuts.
And now veterancy comes in. So far, Cat was able to confine Vortex into his base without the veterancy on these units. Now he does have that as well. So these fights will just be even more difficult for Vortex.
Knights looked like they wanted to take the charge. They ran up to his own wall and they're like, all right, yeah, never mind. Vortex realizes this was not the game for him. And what a chokehold by Cat. I love the play. He says, all right, you're going 2TC English. You're allowing me to just walk up, drop an outpost in your face. You're already on a very, very condensed map, and it made it that much worse. Great game plan, great play, and got a win for it. So 2-1 Vortex, but going into a game number 4 now with Cat having, a little bit of momentum.
I really feel like that wall that Cat made midway through the game, that's what secured the game for him. Before that, Vortex was very active counterattacking with the cavalry, but from that point onwards, Vortex wasn't able to use his knights to anything other than straight up fights, which he couldn't win. And with that, Cat was able to maintain that pressure, able to secure the game. But we kind of touched on this just before this game began. Remaining games will all be on the home maps of Vortex, and we have Holy Island coming up, which is probably one of the best maps for Vortex out there. Significant emphasis is put on naval combat, and Vortex is insanely good there. He's got this almost trademark style approach to water, where he's taking it slow at the beginning, and then he just builds up a massive fleet of demos. He wants to win water with one decisive fight.
Yeah, and we, both him and his brother, they're always talked about when it comes to hybrid maps. So strong. Holy Island's like one of their like wheelhouse maps when you just think about it. And so it doesn't shock me at all. This is where he wants to close out this series. He's picking Japan. We all know how strong Japan is on hybrids, on water maps because of their cheap fishing boats and the ability to get some military out on the field. And not only that, they got a bunch of other little side upgrades that help them out on hybrids, but we also have probably one of the strongest hybrid civs on the other side as well.
Yeah, Chushi's Legacy is one of the most beloved hybrid map civilizations that's out there, one of the powerhouse civs for Holy Island. Japanese is a slightly more unconventional pick for Holy Island, maybe because it's usually used up for Kawasan, but that could easily throw a wrench into the machinery of the Chushi, because once you have those Shinobi out, they could easily disrupt that entire water-based build of the Japanese, or of Chushi.
Yeah. So that is where there will be an exciting fourth game there. It was not a clean sweep from Vortex, but speaking of, let's check on some of the other brackets, check on some of the other games in the bracket over here, as it does look like Jardi has moved on along, as well as Zerton able to take down Valdemar.
And those games will be happening next week. So let's take a look at the upper bracket, though, because obviously their opponents are not known yet. The players that lose in the winners bracket quarterfinals will be the ones facing off against those players out there. So Lucifer versus Sanatan, one of those two players, will be going down to the lower bracket next weekend. Louis versus Puppy, Wham versus CSO, and Beasty versus Baltune. And I just want to highlight that the Canadian twins, they are facing off against the two members of the Elephant team. So, the Chinese teammates here could easily just say, well, we've been rising for quite some time. We had some good results this weekend. Let's carry on with that, and let's knock both Canadian brothers down to the losers bracket.
Yeah, and it's I think the loser of Beasty Baltoon goes versus Zerton, and the loser of Wham CSO goes versus Jardi. But enough of that. Potential game decider here. Will Cat be able to tie up another series and get into a game 5, or will Vortex be able to lock it on up? We have Vortex in the red, spawning as Japanese. We have Cat in the blue, spawning as Zushi's Legacy, and it's Holy Island.
Vortex is really good on this map, but right off the get-go, I want to highlight an important detail about this map generation in particular. You do not have a forest spawning on the front of your base. It's an either-or. You have about a 50% chance that the forest spawns at the front of your base, and a 50% chance that it won't. This is one of the more open generations, no forest on the front. So it's pretty obvious where you're going to be taking food from, or taking wood from, but it also means that the entire mid-map area is wide open. And especially if this game goes long and we're going to start seeing some land units, that could be a significant factor.
Yeah, it also is where the mid-map is littered with resources. So this is where usually we kind of look and see if there's any sort of crazy meditation garden spawn that we can get, or options for where you'd end up wanting to put it. There's some you got some double stone, double gold. Probably can get berries in there as well. Pretty solid location, if I don't say so myself.
One thing I'm looking at here is that, I'm just looking at the gold mine spawns here. The map RNG gods were not very generous with Cat in here. all of the golds that he has spawn to the front. It's not a lot better for Vortex either, but Vortex at least has his primary gold offset a little to the south, so that's what I would call manageable. Whereas for Cat, he's gonna have to really make sure that these gold mines, at least one of them, are secure, because his fallback options aren't spectacular.
Yeah, not really too many options for him. It's one of those that if he loses map control on this one, it is all but over. But usually when it comes to hybrid water maps, it's not as much about losing the map control. It's more about losing the water fights. And this is one that Vortex, being Japanese, can get a really, really early feudal age timing. Or what you'll see on Holy Island a lot is what you're seeing now, dropping that second dock. So when he goes up to feudal, he's going to have like twice as many fishing boats as Zushi.
That's one of the big things that you get for the Japanese, indeed, because let's not forget, we do have these very fancy showcases of the civilizations over here, in case you're unfamiliar with the civs. Both of these civilizations do have significant buffs for their water gameplay, especially Dark Age. Japanese, of course, fishing boats having a lower cost, and on the other side, Jushi having the production speed bonus on the docks.
Yeah, and exactly. And that's where Japan, it's always like, it's always deceiving with how many bonuses they actually can kind of get. Obviously, their fishing boats are cheaper, but one of the things that a lot of people forget about as well is just the passive little bit of stone that they end up getting can end up allowing them to get some free emplacements, just free annoyances there. There's also the ability to, you know, age up, get Shinobi out on the field roaming and being quite annoying. So a lot of different things going for them. But Cat is moving out, and the meditation garden spot is exactly the spot that Vodka highlighted earlier.
That is a lovely, lovely spot indeed. And part of the reason why the Jushi Legacy civilization is so powerful on this map is because oftentimes you have all these resource deposits spawning together, so you can get an immensely valuable meditation gardens up. He's the first one to click up to feudal age, and he does have a reasonable head start compared to Vortex, who's aging up with the Coca Township. Vortex, a little overzealous with that one scout out there, but he's gonna get away without getting picked off.
Cat sends another villager on out and about, knowing he's going to need to drop another dock. And new age begins for Cat. He's down about 4 eco, so fishing boat production is still up and running rampant on the other side. Coke, oh wow, look at that scout block. Oh my gosh. Cat hasn't realized. Oh no. Oh, if this villager walks home, this is going to be crazy. Okay, there it is. Oh, he's falling. Oh, he gets it down. It's these little bit of things, though. These little timings matter so much, especially when Shinobi are about to start roaming the map here in the near future.
Indeed, there we go. Plus 60 or so gold per minute right off the get-go is a massive buff here, of course, for Cat. It's also immensely valuable because, let's not forget, we talked about this. These gold mines are in danger. They could be raided. But having that strong structure out there that won't be taken out unless Vortex commits very heavily to land-based units, it gives you that passive gold trickle, which gives you a really good fallback option. And
that first boat is coming across. There are a lot of fishing boats to try to take down, but Vortex is on top of it, moved back before shots could even get close to landing, and it has his own military ships in production, and one already moving across towards Cat's side.
So we talked about this in the pregame, as Cat is actually going for some Jugenu. I like it quite a bit because he's expecting the enemy to come in with Shinobi. Oh, the scout does go down. At least Vortex knows about the Jugenu now, but the Jugenu is a really good approach, or it's a good unit to protect these docks against the enemy Shinobi.
Yeah, and it makes it very hard because, like, your counter unit on the other side is horsemen, but if your opponent's dropping to stables and going horsemen, it's such a high food cost, and that's wood that you need to be using in this naval battle. So we'll see if Vortex is going to react with that. But great micro, still just dodging those arrow ships with that Shinobi still for the time being. And the Shinobi just has to sit and wait.
And nice job by Cat defending this dock. His Warjunk was a little late to the party, so the arrow ship here from Vortex was able to harass the docks or the fishing boats a little. But now Vortex is just building up his fleet back at home, as he usually does. He's definitely one that takes his time building up the fleet, being patient. At the same time, Jugenu are coming out, and I love this approach from Cat. This is a map where you have to focus on water and land at the same time. And with the Jugenu being available, he's actually able to put some pressure on the enemy gold mine. You need to be careful, though. Sending them one by one isn't going to work against the Shinobi.
Yeah, he's a couple Shinobi out on Vortex's side, but Chuk's just running right past those towards the gold vein.
Yeah,
Not really the greatest trade.
Yeah, there was a Chukanu that was actually harassing the gold miners, and I feel like once again, Cat is jumping the gun. If he grouped 3 Chukanu together, he would have cleaned up these Shinobi by now, and he would be at the gold mine already. Just look at this. 2 Chukanu is enough. Of course, he's distracted on the water, and that's why this map is so difficult to play on. You have to focus on the land, and you have to focus on the water, both at the same time.
Those 2 Shinobi do end up falling, but also Vortex, I believe, was able to pick up a few fishing boat kills on that side. And one of the things that I know I saw upgrade pop through earlier was Vortex got extended lines, which is such a key and crucial upgrade on this map when you have that much fishing. Allows you to just have so much more of a bonus, and you can see it over there. Cat does not have extended lines, so those fishing boats are just not nearly as efficient.
Love the walls, though, from Vortex here. He is making a switch into Horseman as well, but those walls, once again, make it a little bit more difficult for Cat to harass him. Cat is doing the preemptive switch, though. He's mixing his Spearman. He was anticipating the Horseman. Problem is that now Vortex is getting close to that death ball that we talked about for his Navy, and he's looking for one decisive fight. I don't know if he's going to be given one here. Maybe he will.
DeMu's circling around, trying to find some good connection. Archer ship's low and got taken out. Oh, but Vortex just snipes it on down before it can get close enough to do any damage.
And once, okay, that is the first Spearman out there. Vortex needs to focus that down with the Shinobi, but the Shinobi are gone, and this Spearman, this guy is the lifeline for all these Jugenu. Horsemen getting cleaned up, and this is looking decent, I would say, here for Cat. He repulsed the initial aggression from Vortex, although I think Vortex connected a demo while Cat was microing.
It must have. I think there were 4 sprinkled ships before that, and there were only, I think we see 3 now. 1 just popped out. But Vortex, he doesn't have anything at home to stop this army. Cat could go into the wood line. Cat could get a ton of damage down, but doesn't matter as Vortex dives into the fishing, dives onto all of the naval combat, and looks like he is going to clean up the rest of this fight.
You're saying that, but Vortex does get repulsed for a brief moment. More demos are coming out. He still has a pretty significant advantage on the water, though, so Cat needs to start pivoting towards the land. Fishing eco all gone here for Cat. He still has a good source of food, though. He needs to start doing land-based damage, though, because now is the time, as the demo comes in, where Vortex is going to start building up his fishing eco now. That's where... Oh, demo flank. Cannot connect.
Another demo, and it... Okay.
Yep, it's over on the water at least. Now it takes some time.
On the land.
Yeah.
I was gonna say, like, Cat gave him enough time to build that outpost on the wood line. He has the wall on the other side, and look, he already moved out for that northern side gold. So Cat might think he's doing great denying gold, but in reality, Vortex has resecured that. He's going to be hitting Castle Age here in the next couple seconds. Well, starting Castle Age, I should say.
That's a very fair point indeed. I was about... Wait. 11 eco gone. Is that all fishing? It feels like it's too much. Anyway, now Vortex... No! Eco is still being killed. Cat was losing some eco just like a second ago. I would have sworn. Anyway, now Vortex has a big eco lead, and this is looking pretty grim here for Cat. I guess what he could have hoped for is that he could do some land-based damage to offset the eco differential coming from water.
Yeah, the hard part here is just Vortex. He reinforced those outposts. He's getting arrow slits at all these different outposts. Cat's trying to drop rams, just like you said. He knows what he needs to do. He needs to close out the game onto the land. And Vortex, he has 2 horsemen. This is the timing to do it. He needs to be able to kind of hold this. He needs to be able to mass up a ton of horsemen. But if Cat hits the wood line now,
Ooh, I love this. He can take out the docks, and then the fishing eco is useless. And let's not forget, it's one thing that Vortex gets to Castle Age. All the premium units that he needs cost gold. So if he gets pressured on the gold, this could still be dicey for him. He should have a massive lead. But if the docks are gone, his fishing eco is going to turn from an absolute beauty to basically nothing.
Cat's losing units building rams, though. Vortex is going up to Castle Age as we speak, and right as Castle Age hits, it's going to be a ton of mounted samurai popping out. Oh, he actually has barracks already prepped. One, he doesn't have the samurai upgrade even through yet, so... But he'll at least be able to do both, actually. He can do mounted samurai and samurai with how much food eco he'll have. He just needs to make sure he is not denied off of gold. So many samurai.
Yeah, nice little push here, though. Samurai are being queued up, and Vortex does have enough gold to at least slow this down. That's critical. He needs some gold to get some premium units out. If he can do that, he's gonna be fine. But at the same time, he is losing villagers. The docks are going down, and army count is deceiving because most of the army, so to say, for Vortex is in the form of combat ships.
Yeah, the key fallback here is he can give himself time to build up the samurai count. But like I said, there was only that one barracks. That's why I was confused that he's only going samurai. All of that queue was in one single barracks. It counts as 3, but it still looks like it's going to be enough. See, this is why I didn't like the ram play onto the docks. It's like it's taken down 3 docks, but it's still fishing. And meanwhile, he lost the ram on the wood line, and the wood line's been full resecured. I feel like he could have fully denied the whole entire wood line.
Yeah, the thing is that as long as he had his army close to the wood line, it was impossible for Vortex to send out a villager to build new docks. But now he can do that, and slowly but surely the samurai are cleaning this up. Vortex is once again running for his life, though, and you know, we might have been doubting Cat in the previous game, playing this resource denial game. Right now we're doubting him too, though Vortex's position is so much better than what it was in the previous game.
He has fishing on this one. This is the big difference. he has this resource that is just going to 900 food per minute is what he's sitting at, and it's just that's going to be too much to deal with. He's starting to get upgrades through. He's resecured gold, resecured wood. Was trying to get relics, but this is just one where soon enough he's going to be at 30 samurai plus, and Cat can't deal with that.
Yeah, I feel like Cat is trying to play this attrition game, just like he did in the previous game, but this is a fundamentally different game. As you said, there's fishing for Vortex, but also there is space. He has places to go. Cat cannot shut down both of the gold mines at the same time. The wood lines are well secured. And the docks, they can be placed all over the map. Vortex is rebuilding the docks quicker than Cat is destroying them.
Yeah, and then the biggest thing about the Chook Mass is if you take the fight against the Chook Mass, yeah, sometimes they can take trades, but if you split them off into eco, there is no hope in clearing them up. But we're not even getting to that point. Cat throws in the towel. Vortex takes the series 3-1, but what a series at that, as there were some very, very close games. It felt like any single one of them could have gone either way.
Yeah, Cat definitely made this a reasonably competitive set. But I just feel like for Cat, when he looks back at this entire series, the things to clean up will be moments where he gives too many freebies. We've seen that. We've seen that in essentially all of the games where he's got small groups of units that get cleaned up, and those losses are not something that he can always afford.
Right. It was one, yeah. I mean, it's just it happened a few different times in a few different of the games, and once you get cleaned up, you can't always remass back up, rebuild that too easily. But that was the third series of the day. We got one left in front of us as we saw a couple of those other series with the brackets, and it's DeMu versus Corvinus will be the final conclusion of the day.
You know, this is a big one. We've actually seen Corvinus fight off against Beasty, and I mean, the scoreline didn't do him justice. He had his moments, and I do believe that he's got a couple more tricks up his sleeve. Whereas for DeMu, he is looking to avoid elimination here, and that's actually very, very big. In fact, if you take a look at the brackets for a brief moment, we can see that there was a bit of an upset on the upper bracket. This is the lower bracket. Corvinus versus DeMu is the one that we're going to take a look at. But Baltoon took out DeMu 3-1. Baltoon is going to be the one that faces off against Beasty next weekend. But that causes DeMu to play an elimination game against Corvinus. And, you know, as much as Beasty was able to take out Corvinus 3-0, I feel like this is a matchup that Corvinus is going to be a lot more hyped, maybe not hyped about, but this is a matchup that should be a lot closer, you feel?
Yeah, and it's definitely one when the pressure's on both sides. That's when it really comes to fruition. It really kind of proves to see who is the top players, who's been here before, who's been experienced, or who might not be used to this, might have a few little bit of extra nerves, make a few little extra mistakes here and there.
Yeah, that's a good point that you bring up, though. Unlike the winners bracket, this that we're going to take a look at is a game from an elimination bracket. So there's added pressure here. The stress that you could get knocked out. And as we've shown before, there's a considerable amount of prize money depending on where you finish in this bracket. So an early finish here for either of these players would be very, very sad. But I think this is where you mentioned that DeMu, he's been in the competitive scene for a long time, not just in AoE 4, but in StarCraft as well. He's used to playing under pressure. And one of the things that I always admired about DeMu is that he plays his best game when he needs it the most.
Yeah, and I mean, this is when the pressure's on. He gets knocked down to the redemption, to the losers bracket, and playing against Corvinus, though, it's never comfortable to play against him. It's never easy to play against him, as there's always some off-the-wall strats like we saw earlier on. But Frisian Marshes is going to be the first map, and we are right on into it.
Indeed, here we go, folks. It's do or die for both of these players. Corvinus versus DeMu. DeMu with the color purple and Corvinus with the color red. This is the elimination bracket first round of the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. One of these two players will be knocked out in this round. The other one will survive on the lower bracket. And our game number one will be played on Frisian Marshes with a civilization that we do not commonly see on this map, Jushi's Legacy here from Corvinus. We sometimes see Chinese, but I don't really recall a lot of Jushi games on this map.
No, not at all. Usually that's where we're seeing this Civ save for those hybrid maps, saving it for Holy Island, saving it for, a lot of those maps with any sort of actual deep sea fishing with extra other stuff out there. But Frisian Marshes, we got some shoreline fish, and we got a lot of sheep. So we're seeing two kind of different civilization choices. As HRE love this map because of the abundance of sheep and the kind of safeness of their base that they can end up getting too. DeMu circling around, like we said, gathering all that sheep up. One of the things you hate to see for him is that front side gold, though. As HRE, I've seen some Reed Lorne spawns where the gold spawns like in between your wood lines behind you, and it's just like untouchable. But this one is front and forward.
Yeah, this is double front gold as well for DeMu. Alken Chapel placement can be reasonable, such that it touches the TC, the gold mine, and the wood, but it would force you to place a forward Alken Chapel, which is always a little dicey. it's kind of the primary target for your opponent when it comes to aggression.
Yeah, I was about to say on this map, you're always, I think 99% of the time I see it's touching the wood line. You want your wood inspired for as long as possible. It also allows you to have your back safe farm transition as you chop through that wood. And it's just, yeah, unfortunately you don't get your gold inspired from it, but you have bigger priorities through the long course of the game.
Yeah, decent sheep hole here for DeMu as well, although as we kind of highlighted in one of the previous sets, it's a little deceiving because you know, both players have already deposited some of their sheep back at home, but so far DeMu hasn't really done that. He has, I guess, the majority of his sheep trailing that one scout, and he's trying to use the scout to block out the placement for the meditation gardens here, playing a little cheeky, playing a little cheesy.
Oh.
But Corvinus finds that little pixel that he can build it onto, and then cancels it and replaces it to the spot that he wanted to place it in the first place.
You know what he could have done? DeMu could have just dropped a sheep off and just left it there with the carcass and tried to kill it and just get it into a place where it made it super awkward. But Corvinus ultimately got the spot he wanted for the meditation gardens and is coming back with the 2 scout opening, which even though there's an abundance of sheep on this map, I've seen 2 scouts plenty of times. With the new way sheep are, I feel like it's just one that 2 scouts almost never. I don't want to say never worth it. It's just, it's hard to make it justifiable. Yes, it's a ton of sheep. It feels great, but sheep aren't as great anymore. And okay, did DeMu not drop off any of his sheep?
Yeah, that's, I think he's got a couple behind the DC. They're just hiding. Yeah, they are just hiding in the shadows. Yep, there we go.
Yeah. But see, even still, like the sheep number, I think we saw 16 for Corvinus, and it's 17 for DeMu. Could be wrong. 19. Okay, 24. So there is a huge difference, but even still, now we see Corvinus down that extra vil. He's going to be down that percentage gathering rate, and yeah, he's got the meditation gardens, but it's not the old days in the meditation gardens. This is the nerfed 3 different times now over.
You're not allowed to meditate as much.
And DeMu doesn't want him to meditate at all, as barracks is already being dropped, and he doesn't even care about the vision of it. Corvinus has a scout there that's burning a house, and he's like, yeah, great, do it. Burn the house. I can always emergency repair it. You know exactly what I'm doing. Good luck stopping it.
Range and Rex coming in here. Barracks, predictable with the HRE. Range, little less conventional. It's one of those things where you look at the archer play of the HRE and you say, hey, they don't have any like archer specific bonuses. But then you realize that you just have a juggernaut economy, so you could just play the numbers game.
Yeah, and you know, you can't forget marching drills is a thing now. So while it's not an archer specific bonus, it is it's still having extra move speed on your infantry is literally I would say move speed's the #1 stat in the game that you would like to be able to have more of, especially at a higher elo. So that's where that's kind of right when marching drills got buffed up, where you automatically have it, is right when we saw a huge meta shift of the way HRE played. They used to never really want to build any infantry, any units in the feudal age or the least as possible. Now they're like, hey, I'm gonna build this ball. I'm all in.
Well, some harassment coming in here from DeMu. He's going spears and archers. On the other side, though, Corvinus wants the fast castle, and this is where you really see the value of coming out of these meditation gardens. They can just chill here on these resources, give you a passive resource income, and there's very little that your opponent can do about it. You can start torching it, but it takes forever to take it out with 4 spearmen. And every second you spend torching it, you're not spending that on harassing Corvinus. So DeMu is actually shifting away, as he should. But he's going to be a little late tonight at Shaolin Monastery. Nice and clean, fast castle. I expect... Wait a minute. This could be a very heavy monk play here.
It could be a heavy monk play, but Rams are already coming out for DeMu. He wants that full denial, wants to take down the gold, take down the meditation gardens, not allow this play to come to fruition. And the monks now have been nerfed from when they first came out. They take a good bit of damage from feudal age units that are ranged now, whereas they used to not take any at all.
Corvinus actually went for a little stone here. I'm not sure if he wanted the second DC or just emplacements. But now, DeMu's gonna do a little clown carring over here. Corvinus, this is the diciest spot for him. He's up to Castle Age, but he needs to somehow survive this window to start getting some actual quality units out there. He's
two villagers
he's
down,
heavy committing.
3 villagers down, 4 villagers down, 5 villagers down,
gone.
6 vills down.
I think he wants 2 TCs though, so he's willing to sacrifice the vills because he's cleaning up everything else.
This outpost better get rebuilt. Okay, he rebuilds it, jumps in and out again. There's no melee units here. DeMu has to fall back, but oh my, damage is done. Even if he goes 2 TCs, it's not worth it. He's down 9 eco, and that's worse eco too.
Yeah, you're right. I think the problem is that DeMu is going to catch up to Castle Age. It looked better initially because if he gets the second TC up and running, he's up to Castle Age. He can start collecting relics with the monks. And he cleaned up most of DeMu's army. Problem is that DeMu stopped with the aggression, and DeMu is going up to Castle Age. And if they're both in Castle, but Corvinus doesn't have like a relic lead or a second DC whatsoever, he's gonna be in a very precarious spot.
Yeah, and DeMu is actually going up to gonna be able to go up to Castle while still being able to produce. He's still queuing up spearmen. He's still queued up a few archers here during all of this time. Decided not to clown car this time. Wants to see if Corvinus has the same sort of pull, but does see the monk now, and I think he just waits. I think you just go up to Castle and you wait here now.
Yeah, that's exactly what he should do. I think he needs to double down on aggression. He's going Ragnitz, so he's not going to go like all in Ask. But here, especially with all the shortfish available on the map, it wouldn't have been a crazy idea to go Burgrave and try to finish this game very quickly.
Yeah, and we see Corvinus trying to go with some Palace Guard swaps. However, DeMu is going to drop double barracks, which would mean he has 3 now, and it can easily just outmass with his own men-at-arms, which are going to be way better if that's his desire. This is what we talked about, those monks. They take a good bit of range damage now, but the fight's being taken, and that ram just gets obliterated.
Yeah, relics haven't been collected though. These Shaolin monks are busy actually fighting around here. They can heal each other, which actually makes this a little bit more problematic for DeMu to deal with. But yeah, here come the relics. DeMu went Ragnitz, so if Corvinus can start yoinking the relics with the Shaolin monks, he could make this pretty painful.
Is that a feudal Palace Guard?
No, it's standard Castle Age Palace Guard.
It's just, I guess they're just not as tanky as I remember, but even still, they are Palace Guards. The monk taking out some spears. There's one archer there that's doing the good bit of damage, but this is where DeMu gets to fully turn online. He's making the men-at-arms crossbow swap, and he's just going to go all in with this. There's no way Corvinus can hold with the eco that he has. He's down 10 eco this early on.
It's more about the relics, you feel. These Shaolin monks were meant to deny the relics from DeMu, and they weren't able to do that. This one getting intercepted in the middle means that DeMu should have at least 2 relics, which is something that he's gonna be more than happy with. At the same time, Corvinus is now getting into Song Dynasty with the Jungnan Tower. Sacred Side being capped in the middle as well, but Corvinus is playing 1 TC only. He's on 2 relics. Maybe he can get a 3rd, but that's the best case scenario for him right now.
And even if he gets the 3rd, I hate this position for him. The tower that he's building will allow him to kind of mass up his military a little bit faster, but DeMu, he's just going to be a whole different powerhouse when it comes to HRE. They're getting online already. He's on the shoreline fishing. I'd love to see a prelate go out there and start some inspiration, but he wants to make sure to grab relics first. And then lastly is farms around the chapel is already happening, I believe. And that is going to be the strongest thing as his food income, he's at over 1,000 per minute, whereas Corvinus is sitting at 600.
Yeah, that's part of the reason, why that happens is because DeMu does have the shorefish, which is not even buffed by the prelates right now. This could get even juicier. Palace Guard and Shaolin Monk making their way onto the fishing eco, but they will be cleaned up fairly quickly. And once you start buffing these villagers with prelates, the food eco for DeMu is going to skyrocket. It's already insanely good, but it is just going to get even better.
Yeah, and it's that men-at-arms mass, but Corvinus is building his own crossbows to deal with it. He's going to go with some knights, and knights on this map is one of the things that's so annoying. You want to go out to the shoreline fish like we just saw, but it forces you to wall. It forces you to cause some sort of investment into this. If not, you're just slowly going to get poked and prodded to death.
It's a good reaction by Corvinus. He is facing an enemy with a very slow-moving army. So he just wants to raid and shut down those food villagers and buy some time to build up his own eco. Shaolin monks are also used very well over here. They can heal themselves or heal each other up. They only cost food for you, and they are great to just snipe out monks, as we've seen. But at the same time, it still is insufficient to offset the eco deficit that Corvinus has. And it's not even a veil count. It's the fact that you have shorefish on one side and not on the other.
Yeah, and I think this is where DeMu gets to just send that men-at-arms mass. He's got 14 men-at-arms, and Corvinus has 4 crossbows. So he just says, hey, men-at-arms, go into that shoreline fish. And now there's no way for Corvinus to really actually mass up a military and build it up. But instead, DeMu gets distracted by the meditation gardens.
Yeah, this is big because Corvinus needs that shorefish. Look at his food eco. Now it's up to 1,000 per minute. It was like 400 or 500 per minute a couple of minutes ago. That's the kind of buff that you're getting from shorefish that's supervised by an Imperial officer.
Yeah, and that timing, it would have been devastating as Corvinus just moved out with all those villagers onto that shoreline fish. But the meditation gardens with 4 spears, it didn't get taken out too fast. But with 20 men-at-arms, now we're talking about a little bit of a different story here. It still takes a good bit as it's a landmark, but once it's down, at least it'll be down.
Ironically, I think Corvinus, this is probably the target that Corvinus is the happiest about. Sure, it looks bad to lose your meditation gardens, but it's still better than 40 men-at-arms roaming your base.
Yeah, but now it's tick-tock, tick-tock. We got meditation gardens falling, and 22 men-at-arms should head towards the base of Corvinus. However, those knights I was talking about, they should hit that shoreline fish. This already takes down 1 villager. There's a crossbow or 2 here, but crossbows, you need a decent little mass to actually clean up lands. Oh no. Oh no, DeMu.
This is exactly what Corvinus needed. Harassment on the shorefish, but at the same time he's now being pushed as well. He needs his crossbows to clean this up. Looks like the Lancers will be cleaned up, and remember, Corvinus doesn't have a very powerful eco. Lancers are extremely expensive units to lose for him.
Yeah, that was a decent little bit of a pick for him, but he's still down 6 villagers, and more importantly, he is still down a ton of military.
I love the targeting of the village here by DeMu. Corvinus should not be housed just by losing a single village, but when you're facing off against Chinese or Jushi, villages, if you can take them out quickly, you can make the housing situation very bad. And actually, Corvinus does get housed.
Yeah, I mean, it's 40 population space, so a lot of times with Chinese civilizations, they're only building like 1 or 2, and then they just don't worry about houses for quite some time, and that's where he immediately rushes down a house or 2, though, doesn't have that idle time for too long.
He's gonna try to Wololo! I knew it!
No way.
He is the Wololo god, that's his nickname, and he's gonna try it again. He's gonna try it again with another relic. Oh, he's losing the monks, though.
The crossbows, they're focusing the other crossbows, though, and in reality, I feel like they need to be focusing the monks. This is a huge fight for
Corvinus. This is so beautiful. He cleans up this entire army. We talked about this. He could have some tricks. He could have some tricks up his sleeve. Shaolin monks, they weren't on my bingo card today, but he's making them work.
Is he about to start trading? I thought he already had a market built. Did he get his other market burnt out? Or am I crazy? Oh, it got burnt. It got burnt. Okay, that makes sense then. And he's dropping a secondary TC now. So I've seen him do that. I actually saw him do this yesterday, where all of a sudden it looked like he was playing Zushi. It looked like he was down. It looked like he was losing, and then he cockroached it back. He dropped 2 extra TCs, and then he was back in it.
And now it's full man-at-arms here for DeMu. Crossbows will do really well, and here's the thing. Crossbows love firing from the back line. They don't like being engaged in this close combat affair with the men-at-arms. And even just a couple of Shaolin monks, they do really well to provide that front line for you. These are cost-effective engagements for Corvinus, and that's what he needs. Now, let's not forget, DeMu still has both sacred sites ticking for him. He actually didn't pick up the final relic on his side of the map, so he's missing out on that. But Corvinus with the second TC, I think he's more alive than ever.
He hasn't scouted it, is the problem. He's not even worrying about it. But DeMu still has the military lead by quite some time. I feel like Corvinus had a ton of crossbows, and then all of a sudden he just like stopped making them. Maybe has just been lacking on the food production, can't quite keep up with the same numbers as DeMu, and that's what the story is going to be consistently this whole game. We are at 300 food per minute versus 1,300 food per minute.
Yeah, that's the problem, right? Corvinus, again, we've seen this a couple of times. He's surviving but not thriving, and now he needs to start thinking about how he's going to decap one of these sacred sites. He actually has a sneaky unit. Oh my... Oh. I was about to say that he might need to go a little bit more aggressive than he wants to be just to decap the sacred sites. But if he gets this freebie, it's so good for him. Again, it just takes off that pressure from his shoulders and allows him to really leverage that 2TC build, start building up the farming eco. That is such a significant freebie given away by DeMu.
Yeah, and DeMu, after he heard that, it looked like he was like sending his whole army over that way, but it's only a scout. And so like he just sent 40 units to a sacred site / to trade to see if there's trade for nothing. But behind this, DeMu is sneakily making a massive horseman swap. And look at the army composition of Corvinus. We have nested bees countered by horsemen. We have crossbows countered by horsemen, and we have crossbows countered by horsemen. So not gonna be a good look when those horsemen come knocking on the doorstep.
Yeah, DeMu desperately needs a scout, by the way. He missed out on the relic, or he was very delayed. He's just now bringing it back home because he didn't have that scout. He actually went to check for trade. There was nothing there, and this delays his push. But yeah, you're right. Horsemen are coming out. That's the natural switch for him. He's not actually fully committing to this. He has a lot of resources in the bank. I think he wanted to go Imperial and then double down on the horsemen. Corvinus senses danger, but he's very late making the spearman switch. He's just now getting veterancy for the spears.
Yeah, I feel like this is one of those things that we'll see a lot of like lower elo people struggle with the swap. They're like, why would I ever make horsemen? It's a lower tier unit. It's like, no. It's not about what unit you're making. It's about what unit your opponent's making, and just make the more cost efficient the counter unit to it. And that's horsemen right here. And they are just, there's literally, I feel like DeMu could only have his 15 horsemen. It still would be enough right here.
Yeah, the big thing here is that HRE horsemen are nothing special, but HRE eco is a juggernaut, so you can really flood your opponent with horsemen, and Corvinus wasn't prepared for that. The only reason why he knows about the horsemen is because his scout was killed. Nest of Bees getting a beautiful volley, though. That's a great opener, but he's outnumbered 2-1. DeMu is going into Imperial, and Corvinus doesn't have a single spearman to deal with the horsemen.
Yeah, and the horsemen just break off. They're like, all right, he doesn't want to take this fight. I will just make the army react and come a different way. And there we go. Woodline villagers have to run on back. A few more go down. Berry villagers start falling. Granary farm villagers start falling. Corvinus is scrambling. They're trying to run everywhere. They got nowhere to run. Villagers are falling. Military units are not falling, so that's his one hope. But he still doesn't have the numbers. Going for Wololo.
Are you going to Wololo 2 horsemen? Feels like too little, too late, and desperate. He lost so much eco here. Villagers were gone, and DeMu is up to Imperial. He's going to have the elite upgrades very shortly. He is going to have the Pass of Schwabi. In fact, he already has it to just quickly bump up his villager count. He's going to escalate this game so quicker, and I feel like, again, the theme is the same. Even if Corvinus stays alive, he is on the back foot, and he's never given a window by DeMu to recover. Yeah,
I will say, though, DeMu did get the second relic behind this finally, so that's a plus. feels a little bit better. He's getting tide barns too, because why not? And the biggest thing here now is DeMu just gets, he's Exodia now at this point. It's fully online. Your HRE with a boomed up farming eco. You have Swabia that you're not immediately having this timing push come into your face when you're building Swabia. It's like, oh no, I'm pushing my opponent's space when I finish my Swabia, a position that HRE is not typically in.
And when you age up, oftentimes the highlight is that you're spending a lot of resources on something other than armies. So that often leaves you exposed. But in this case, as you kind of highlighted, that's not the case, first and foremost. Second, the bonus that you're getting from that landmark goes well beyond unlocking the elite upgrades. The fact that you can quickly escalate your eco with that landmark makes this an extremely cost-effective and justifiable landmark to go for.
Yeah, even if, like, let's just say it was another Civ that wasn't a Swabia landmark, Corvinus would still be at a point where he's like, all right, just keep stalling this game. You can hold with Castle Age units pretty effectively, being siege and crossbows. It's hard to dive into that. And he'd be like, I'm on 2 TC. I'll just, build up my eco slowly. But it's like, no. Your opponent just dropped 4 TCs essentially with that landmark.
Exactly. Walls are breached once again. Let's not forget, DeMu also has the Sacred Site countdown once again. It is at 7:30, could be a lot lower had he not lost it for a brief moment before. But I don't think Corvinus is going to be able to decap it again. He's full crossbows. He's once again just refusing to go for a unit that can deal with the horsemen.
And meanwhile, DeMu is making the switch to hand cannoneers. So it's going to just have, I would say, one of the strongest units in the game, if not the strongest unit in the game. So hard to deal with those. And what I would really love to see from DeMu is just something to deal with the siege. Whether it's siege of his own, he can just drop a couple mangonels. Whether it's a sprinkled and then mangonels, but that's really what I feel like would just close the gap, especially against 35 crossbows. I mean, we see the numbers. He can take the fight whenever and probably end it, but that's just the safer way to actually end it.
Corvinus is now making a maze out of these walls. But I have bad news for you. 18 men in arms and 21 horsemen, they go through walls, not walk past them.
And we've seen some wall shenanigans today already with some walking through some walls too. With some random gaps in the walls, as I think there was just one next to that stone vein, as that's one of the side notes from the, actually it's just next to the archery range. There's just a random little wall segment. But it's just, maybe that's just going to be a trap. It's all just there to create a choke point for the double nest of bees.
Now Corvinus is dropping a keep at home and he's piling up resources for Imperial. Logic would dictate that he's got no chance in this game, just looking at the army count, the age advantage that DeMu has, the villager count. But as you touched on that before, we've seen Corvinus recover miraculously. And if he's given a window to get to Imperial, things could get interesting.
DeMu, it's just, he's struggling to pull the trigger. It looks like he's finally wanting to do so. Nest of Bees are still on the backside. There is still a Shaolin monk with a relic. Hello? Men-at-Arms? Men-at-Arms?
Nice conversion.
Able to snag over a couple Men-at-Arms.
He's got
and
more.
He grabs more relics. This means you can't dive the siege with horsemen. You have to have a sprinkled of some sort. Another Wololo coming in.
That's the last one he has, though, and there are still horsemen.
And there is still a huge military lead for DeMu. Still horsemen, still crossbows. The Nest of Bees are firing out and just got a huge shot on the back line, but the Nest of Bees can say goodnight now. They are just shattered wood pieces onto the ground. The monks are falling. The relics are no longer providing gold. And Corvinus is all but done in this game. Number one, he tried to hold, he tried to do everything he could, but it just felt all but over after that that initial attempt on keeping the tower alive.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that's where things started getting dicey for him, but I really wonder how this game would have gone, as he's apparently aging up with Chushi's library, or at least he's trying to. I really wonder how this fight would have gone if he had like 10 spearmen. Because the only thing that he didn't have a good answer to were the horsemen. Those were the ones that overran his Nest of Bees and the crossbows. If he just has a handful of spearmen, maybe he could have been able to hold. He really wants to get to Imperial, though.
Yeah, I mean, he might get to Imperial, but I don't know what he's gonna do with that Imperial except surrender. He has 1 military unit. He's got 31 idols, and I would not want to be a Corvinus villager.
If DeMu pulls off all his army right now, even then, Corvinus has no chance. Because we have a Sacred Set countdown at 330. So DeMu doesn't even need to finish the game right here, although, I mean, at this pace, he's doing just that. He's got 30+ horsemen. Are these elites even? I'm actually wondering if... yeah, okay, these are elites. They looked very silvery, so for a moment I thought they were only veterans, but okay, he's gotten the upgrades, good.
I know he has elite army tactics, and oh my gosh, now...
Yoink.
Okay, I was about to say, that's when you definitely go ahead and call it. You're like, okay, stealing relics, it's over. Game number 1, though, taken by DeMu. Gets his first lead here. Frisian Marshes is always a fun map to watch. And game number 2, we have a classic. We've seen it a couple times today already, but not with these civilizations.
Holy Island it is. And Rus, it's one of the most beloved civilizations for a variety of reasons. As long as you have combat ships to protect your fishing boats, you're perfectly fine. Because even if you lose the docks, nothing happens. You're not prone against a ram aggression or against a ram push against your docks. At the same time, you have that flexibility as well to convert your fishing boats to combat ships and vice versa. And that could be very interesting to take a look at, whereas Ayobids is not something that you commonly see on Holy Island either. Makes me feel like we could just be leveraging the dock discount at the beginning, and then maybe Desert Raiders at the beginning to harass as well. That could be an interesting way to open this for DeMu.
Yeah, I mean, it is one where they have a lot of flexibility. One of the things I always like about Ayobids is that they, you know, when you're aging up, you're still gathering all the resources, whereas other civs, you know, you're using your vills to age up, but the big drawback is how much time it can take. So while you can get that really quick advancement wing in feudal age sometimes that people go, it makes it very difficult if your opponent has a quicker castle age and you can kind of get stuck lagging behind it on both ends. Whether it's you win water or lose water, sometimes you can still get punished very, very hard.
Well, we just have 20 seconds left to go here. So let's take a quick moment to appreciate the draft over here. Corvinus still has Malians, Mongols, Japanese, and English available. On the other side, it's going to be Rus, Byzantines, Delhi, and the Chinese. Dry Arabia regions and Rocky River are the remaining maps. But before we see any of those, we'll have to take a look at Holy Island as we head into game number 2.
And here we are, DeMu playing as the Ayobids in the color purple. Corvinus playing as the Rus in the color red. And they're both moving out to go ahead and drop those early docks.
This is one of the few Holy Island generations we see where the landmass is like northwest to north instead of the like 90% or perpendicular arrangement. It's nothing special, but it's actually pretty good to look at it. Usually, I think most of the time we get the other arrangement, right?
Yeah, I don't know about the percentage of which one you get, but I always like seeing the differences. It's one that it actually does matter quite significantly for certain civilizations. I'll say it with both of these. Not really, neither of these care too much about those spawns as much. We're seeing the drop off come on in. Population capacity reached, but no idle time there. And it's all about the fishing boat production early. I'm wondering how many fishing boats we're going to see if we're like early on, or if we're going to see some cutting of fishing production to try to go up a little bit quicker from either side.
Sophism coming up here for DeMu. Decent haul of sheep as well to work with. One thing to highlight here about this map is, once again, like we've seen in one of the previous series, this is a map generation where you do not have a forest spawning up front. So the wood line that you use is essentially predetermined, whereas when the map spawns with a forward wood line, you technically have a choice between the two.
Yeah, one thing Vodka with his observing just showed me was that DeMu's going up with the advancement wing and feudal. He did a long drop off with 3 vills. That's all you need to be able to age up. So he's not building a mining camp. He went ahead and got that gold early on. So he's going to have a very, very quick age up timing here. And that's why he is choosing a UVids on the hybrid maps. That's what I see a lot of people do. And he's already clicked it. Look at that.
Yep, indeed, there it goes. I love the advancement. It's one of the things that makes Iobids a really good civilization on hybrid maps. Oftentimes, it's a race to feudal age, and especially when you're up against the Rus, it's even more so the case. The Rus will take one of their fishing boats, park it right next to their docks just before they hit feudal age, and converting it to a combat ship immediately allows them to pressure your food eco very early on. So every second that you can accelerate your progress towards feudal age is immensely valuable against the Rus.
Yeah, and that's where Rus used to be the king of the civilization that was, I'm going to be the first to feudal, I'm going to be the first one being the aggressor over on your side. But now we have a few other civs that can kind of equalize that footing like you're talking about here. DeMu, I feel like, has gotten a good amount of the sheep. Not that it matters too much. I still feel like he has. Maybe that's just randomly what I've seen, but I feel like he is like at like triple the amount of sheep of what Corvinus has. $21. That is definitely a lot, I think. Yeah, 50. Whatever. Okay, there's a lot more.
This is a fishing map. Come on.
This is a fishing map for sure. Kremlin onto the backside. Boar pulled though. The dock. No. Villager. Oh no.
Oh, that is a disaster for DeMu. Lovely reaction here by Corvinus pulling that boar.
I mean, that's just one of the super frustrating things. If he had taken one step forward with that dock, he probably would have had it finished, probably would have been out of boar range, but it was just a little bit too close, and he, unfortunately, gets taken down for it. Now, the military ships and everything that he had, that tempo that he had, is kind of just taken away. He doesn't have the second dock down. This gives Corvinus a lot more time because he hits feudal, and he has a second dock up now, or about to have a second dock, so he's on equal footing now.
Yeah, you could see how significant that dock was for DeMu's game plan. That was his essential feudal age opening, and now that it was disrupted, he basically needs to go back to the drawing board because his opening was just denied.
Yeah, exactly here. So Corvinus doing a great job just circling around with that scout, getting that vision, not doing the typical annoyance you see trying to hit the villager over there with, the little bit of damage that the scout does. Instead, just pulls back, maybe wants to deny the scout from his side and make sure there's no other sneaky docks being dropped in the middle.
A bit of a scuffle over here. These Lloydia fishing boats are a lot more expensive than normal fishing boats are, so you have to be cautious not to lose them. And that is a lovely snipe by DeMu.
It is a lovely snipe by DeMu, but he loses his galley for it, which is quite a bit of resources as well.
Yeah, it's not ideal, but at the same time, let's not forget, again, those fishing boats, the Lloydia fishing boats, are so much more expensive than usual ones are. Nevertheless, when you look at combat ships, it's only Corvinus with any meaningful navy right now. He also has the Kremlin. And one of the things that we've seen back in the past from players playing Rus on this map is just non-stop levying the militia whenever they become available and just sending them over to the enemy base. Even if you just harass them for 5 seconds on the gold mine, that is enough to slowly decimate the enemy navy as well.
Yeah, it's all those little kind of slight bits of idle time, slight bits of annoyances. Springled ship for Corvinus, though, has arrived at DeMu's doorstep, has hit an archer ship, and he also has his own archer ship taking down some of the fishing boats, trying to do as much damage as they possibly can. But the Springled ship and demos are queued up. They're about to pop out. DeMu's congregating in the corner, though. Fishing boat's getting low. One of the fishing boats gets sniped on out, but the demo pops out. It barely misses.
It narrowly missed, but this is so crucial. Fishing boats do stay alive here for DeMu, though. Looks like he's able to keep the Dow alive as well, but his fishing eco has been disrupted, and there has to be a second wave here for Corvinus, but I just don't see it anywhere.
No second wave at all.
Oh, he's trying to convert this to a demo. I think that was the plan. He tried to convert this ship. Maybe he wanted to, like, essentially sail up in the face of that bug lock, convert this into a demo, and then sink it. But then he just got taken out, so we will never know.
Yeah, so once again, we're back on basically looking like both players are just now starting on the water. DeMu has 2 sprinkled ships, has his galley. Corvinus, he's got no military out at all other than his scout, but he does have some in queue.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that Corvinus doesn't have a bigger navy than this. Makes me wonder if he wants to go castle here, because he's been piling up a lot of resources behind this.
I mean, sometimes I feel like that's a play that happens if you're able to, like, kind of make sure your opponent's on his back foot, you know, not having any tempo. But instead, DeMu, he's headed right back for Corvinus' side yet again. That's the main fishing, that's the main food income, and that's how you're going to get to castle.
You're going to have to fight this if you're Corvinus, but you have the flexibility of converting your ships here. Some more ships are coming out of these docks as well. Resource Bank is looking a lot better here for Corvinus, but I'm still unsure what the game plan is. It feels like he doesn't really want to, like, straight up win water. And he's banking up food and gold. Only thing I can think of, really, is going into Castle Age, maybe starting to go into Relics.
Yeah, I mean, that could be a possibility. DeMu did just kind of turn around and tuck tail and head on home for a bit. Corvinus has some demos in queue, has a decent bit of ships for defense, and has that bank up. So it does feel like he's in a much better positioning point right now. And DeMu is turning around, so if he does want to go castle, he has the time to do it, I feel like, now.
Yeah, and this is tricky for DeMu, because let's not forget, DeMu needs to respect the fact that Corvinus can convert his fleet in an instant. So if you're Corvinus, I would say that you position your scout close to the shoreline to see when DeMu comes in, and that in itself gives you that ability to react with your fishing boats. And if you see him going back, you could still cancel the transition. But the same mentality goes for DeMu. The moment he gets spotted approaching, Corvinus could convert his fishing boats and just hold him off. So that's why it's tricky for DeMu to try and punish such an early Castle Age. And it looks like Corvinus decided not to pull his militia one by one. Instead, he's pulling every single one of them, and he's out with 8.
Yeah, he just wants to go get as much idle time, much annoyance as possible. And this is great right as DeMu pushed forward with his military. So he has to look away, has to pull back to home, has to react to that. And that's when Corvinus steps up with his own set of sprinkled ships. Doesn't look like any significant fighting going down yet. The gremlins are across, and right as the first couple fall, the next ones arrive, and DeMu was already ready and waiting, but this time they're going to head for the wood line.
A bit of a harassment being done there. DeMu is committing against this. You shouldn't really be losing a lot of villagers here, but this is exactly what the militia are for. Just idle the enemy villagers for a couple of seconds. Every second of idle time is going to cause a disruption in the production of the Navy.
Yeah, if we're talking about 20 villagers being idled for 10, 15 seconds, it is absolutely massive as far as what those militia can actually provide. 8 sprinkled ships for Corvinus, 7 for DeMu. Where Corvinus is really lacking is the galleys, but that is where we see the queue now. He is making sure to respect that. And after the galleys, I feel like he's going to turn into Vortex / Lucifron and just turn into heavy DeMu queue.
Yeah, Corvinus is caught in between a little here because he's piling up resources for Castle, but he's not there just yet. But at the same time, DeMu is doubling down on the aggression, so Corvinus needs to be very, very careful here. It's 7 Buglaws versus 8 sprinkled ships, though. And interestingly, DeMu has a lot of food as well, but he doesn't have the gold to castle up.
Yeah, he was idled off that gold for a good bit of time. He just queued up a couple demos as well. But this is where the key, I think, that if Corvinus does just idle out his fishing boat or his military ship production, then he could go up. But instead, he's doubling down onto that land aggression. He's dropped the stables. He has knights in queue.
I don't know how I feel about that. Knights are good, but I mean, he could have tried castling and go for the relics and then go knights. Still, fight breaks loose here. Dows are up front here for DeMu, and there is a flanking demo down south from Corvinus. At the same time, demos are coming in for DeMu as well.
Demo's sniped out immediately by Corvinus's galleys. The one demo from Corvinus is just now making its way across, but it looks like DeMu's kind of already lost the fight somewhat. He's starting to draw back, but DeMu is ready for it. Snipes down the demolition ship before it comes. Looks like another set of militia onto the gold veins. Corvinus taking a great set of fights on two different spots, and now having to fall back again, though. He's got no galley, yeah. 3 demos here for DeMu. 4 demos, actually. And Corvinus, it doesn't seem like he has anything here anymore.
Yeah, this is why I dislike the Knights. It just takes... It's a big investment, and if it doesn't work out, you could be in trouble here. He's pushing the gold, but at the same time, he's being pushed on the water. Demos finally getting some good connections for DeMu.
A huge connection there in the middle, gets a good bit of damage on a few different ships, but now this is where DeMu pushes too far forward. DeMu pops out of the dock and gets a huge connection for Corvinus. Both sides are just starting to trade, but DeMu also has to deal with knights in his base.
If you can get to 2 or 3 knights harassing the enemy, it's nightmare for DeMu. DeMu so far has been investing his entire resource income into ships. Even just dropping a barracks is going to disrupt him so much. The only silver lining is that he managed to decimate Corvinus' fleet, which includes the fishing as well. But look at this investment that needs to be made. Double stables. Villagers are also being picked off here slow and steady. A lot of the villas are banked up, and DeMu is unable to access gold right now.
Yeah, this has been a huge win. It felt bad at first. It's probably why Corvinus lost a bit of that engagement onto the water, but he has caused more than enough idle time. He's gotten a couple villager kills. Stables still trying to be built. Stables still trying to be finished up. I guess DeMu's going to try to get some camels out and about.
Yeah, that's the natural reaction over here. Corvinus' eco is a train wreck itself, though. He doesn't have good gold income either. He is floating 1,400 wood. He's not making a switch into racks. I'm starting to feel like Corvinus no longer wants to fight on water. I think he just wants to go all in on land.
He gets another villager pick. Bad pathing by another set of villagers might get him another one, and it does. So 2 villager picks there with that set of militia. So he is starting to create a little bit of a gap when it comes to the eco, but that will all go away very quickly if he loses water.
Yeah, but this is where it gets tricky to push the roost, right? Corvinus is building a fishing eco. With any other civilizations, if you don't have combat ships to protect it, it can be destroyed in a second. But not for Corvinus. If he sees DeMu commit, he's going to convert his fishing boats and he's going to have a navy to work with. Concern for him, I feel, is that his fishing eco got decimated a couple of moments ago, whereas DeMu was untouched for a long time. And this is starting to show on the resource department. DeMu is going to be the first player clicking up the Castle Age.
Yeah, Corvinus, he actually has a good bit of military ships. He's got 11 sprinkled ships compared to 7 is what it looks like. But this is one of those, the lack of vision, the lack of knowledge. He doesn't know if he needs to keep producing. He's got 5 galleys in queue. He could cancel 5 galleys and probably be at the same food income or food amount that DeMu had. Probably could be able to go up there, but is still queuing stuff up. Meanwhile, DeMu has clicked the age up.
And this is where it gets dicey for Corvinus. His go-to unit was the Knight, and that now gets countered by the Camels. To a certain extent, the Desert Raiders with the bows are also good against these spears here. But this is one of those unique Holy Island games where both players are able to retain their fishing eco. So this could easily be a game that goes all the way to the distance.
Yeah, the big problem for Corvinus, though, is if he does not match this Castle Age pretty soon. It gets this timing that is hard to. Armored Hull comes in, and that immediately creates you know, an equalizer for the lack of ships that you may have. Spears, though, starting to dive the gold again, starting to dive the wood line. This is right as DeMu is aging up. So hopefully Corvinus gets some knowledge, get some information here.
Ooh, bit of a misplay here.
Couple more spears come out. One villager does fall. Other gold has been secured by DeMu, and Corvinus doesn't know about it, but he is moving up now, and DeMu is going up. This is the perfect time for Corvinus to do so. He should have a little bit of a lead here. Galleys are sticking back, though. They're not wanting to push forward, so that's extra damage he doesn't have. Demo's over to the side, ready and waiting, and spears are diving the base, so trying to make this a fight on two fronts, trying to get some distraction over on DeMu's side. Now Demos are trying to get there. Looks like a little bit of some pathing issues.
Oh, but that's it. That's way too many demos to deal with.
Demo's closing the gap now, and huge connections there from Corvinus as he just cleans up just about the whole entire fleet of DeMu. New age
nice
begins.
Counter demo.
Oh, a huge connection there. Can Corvinus clear up enough of the water to make this difference?
That counter demo from DeMu might have salvaged the game for him, because I feel like losing out on your navy in such a one-sided fashion would have been disastrous for him. But Corvinus is doing this again. He's converting ships, and I think part of the reason why these demos were a little late to the party is because he was converting ships, and that helps him reinforce this. Now the fishing eco of DeMu is being shut down, though. His navy very much a tiny one at this point. But he does have a couple of demos hiding to the south. He's looking to pop them soon.
Yeah, Camel Lancer's starting to be produced. Gulam looks like it is out on the field roaming. Demo gets taken out before it makes any connection. Another one pops out, though. Gets a decent little shot, but now as all the demos pop out, they should be easily cleaned up as more and more of these ships continue to fall.
And that is exactly what Corvinus needed. New demos are coming in as well. They could just jump the docks at this point, just get rid of all that pesky production. Just eliminate DeMu's chance of getting some more demo ships out here. DeMu's fleet is now gone. He is in Castle Age, but he doesn't have a spectacular land-based army. And it looks like Corvinus is just going all in Feudal Age here.
Yeah, the big thing that I'd be worried about if I am DeMu is just, or if I'm Corvinus, is just making sure my eco at home can actually stabilize. Can I hold off Camel Lancers? Can I hold off any Gulam circling around? Because usually you need numbers if you are in the age behind.
Exactly. That is the big thing. But now fishing boats are being picked off. Camel Lancers coming in, though, and this is exactly the best that Corvinus needs to deal with, and that's the problem. Camel Lancers can be very, very oppressive and hard to deal with. He's trying to fight them off with Knights right now, plus Spearmen join the fun as well. Corvinus with a decent eco lead, though, but still stuck in Feudal Age, floating so much wood.
Yeah, and this is where we see the split screen. Those Camel Lancers are working wonders on the land, taking down knights, very expensive units, taking down villagers, causing idle time. So while Corvinus took a huge successful fight on the water, I don't think it's going to be enough here.
Yeah, and we talked about Corvinus being able to disrupt ship production for quite some time with the militias, with the knights, but that kind of shifted back the other way around. The land presence of DeMu is now making it difficult for Corvinus to afford ships, and that's why Corvinus wasn't able to, like, decisively secure the water.
Yeah, and DeMu has 0 food income right now, but it's one that doesn't matter. He just hit Golden Age Tier 3. He's got like 40 villagers on the wood line, and he can just sell off wood. He can buy some food if he needs it. The key thing he needs to make sure to do is keep the pressure up. Make sure Corvinus cannot stabilize. We just saw Vodka highlight over on those deer, and oh, DeMu saw it. This is the problem with deer.
That's great read, and that could be the game. That could be the game. And it's such a lovely read by DeMu. He knows that Corvinus needs food. He's going to look for the alternatives, and Corvinus is caught completely unprepared with dozens of villagers exposed.
Corvinus trying to defend up his water, so he is super distracted, just now reacts. Villagers have still been falling. That's his main food income other than the water, and oh no, the fishing! The fishing!
Oh,
DeMu, he says, I don't care if I lose my military, your whole entire eco is going to be decimated here now.
And this is what this map is all about, focusing on the water and focusing on land at the same time. And DeMu is doing that so well. He's sniping out the enemy fishing boats, but also putting pressure on the enemy villagers. Now he's the one with the eco lead.
And look at what that one single Gulam was doing in the eco. It was tanking tower, was tanking TC, and still just laughing it all off, acting like it was, you know, toothpicks being thrown at him. Corvinus trying to take the berries. More military already ready and waiting there. He has nowhere to go. The eco is just continually dropping. 20 kills on either side when it comes to the workers, but it's going to get a lot worse.
It is. Now Corvinus has a bunch of idle time on him. He still has a fishing fleet, though. He's on the back foot. I think this might be the first time in this game where he's truly on the back foot. But as long as you have water control on this map, there is always a glimpse of hope. Especially because Corvinus has an insane amount of wood to work with. I would maybe love to see some walls. I think this is where we have to just mention the side note that you did not spawn with a forward wood line in this map generation. So walling off your front is a little bit more challenging, but Corvinus could still try to turtle up and try to drag this game out, make it competitive.
Yeah, the problem is DeMu now is at the point where he's got basically 20 extra eco. He's still the age ahead. He, you know, even if fishing gets denied, I feel like he's at the point where he can just go, all right, great, I'm going to go take berries. I'm going to make sure to keep denying you from all the land resources, and that's all he really needs to do. Spears and early knights is the military composition from Corvinus. DeMu, he's actually starting to build up more of the naval fleet, making sure he defends that on up. I'm not sure if he's got an armored hull yet. I feel like that's, you know, an upgrade we usually see earlier on. Okay, he's gotten a lot of upgrades.
Oh, Corvinus. I don't think he expected this fleet to be here. Nice splits, though, to save most of his navy. In fact,
all of it.
This is as good as it gets, but ooh, things got dicey for a moment. I think if he wore a heart rate monitor... Ooh,
oh, revenge?
Nope. Nope. Yeah, if he wore a heart rate monitor as he moved out with his ships, his heart rate would have probably spiked.
DeMu having to fall back, not taking the most efficient trades, but Gulams are starting to be produced, and this is the thing that Corvinus will have a struggle to deal with. DeMu's trying to get close enough to close the gap. It looks like maybe one decent connection, but other than that, a good, fine hold from DeMu and a good connection from him. He's got the stronger ship. He's got the better ships. More demos coming forward.
Oh, that's juicy. That's going to be beautiful.
DeMu just lost his whole entire gold villager.
Oh my lord. And this is why this map is so difficult to play on. You focus on your water micro. I was about to say that one of the demos for Corvinus didn't trigger. But DeMu also was microing his fleet so much that he didn't notice all the villagers being gone on the gold. What an absolute madness. And now you look at these villagers for Corvinus, it's just chaos all over at this point.
High Trade House is on the way, so Corvinus is equalizing the castle age, but is it going to be enough? Getting those 10 extra villager picks onto the gold was huge, but now he's having to fall back from water. He had to stop all of that production to go up to castle, and now he needs to hold.
He needs to convert his ships. He needs to convert the fishing boats here.
He's backing himself into a corner
doesn't
here.
Have wood. He's out of wood! Corvinus was floating 2,000 wood a couple of minutes ago. Now he's out of wood. He cannot convert his fishing boats.
Demos though? Oh my gosh, that connection was like in between 6 ships.
That is insane. And now he's swarming the gold mine of DeMu. I don't know where this game is going, Dapston. It's chaos all over. Corvinus is pushed off the water, or at least it seems so for the moment. Is this it for him? I have
This
no
is
idea,
it.
to be
This
honest.
is the beginning of the end. DeMu holds the gold vein. He's got a Gulam mass now. Corvinus is trying to make his own men-at-arms, but with what food production, with what economy, he has nothing comparative to the other side. DeMu also has 5 relics now secured up for himself, and he's going to grab both sacred sites.
You really feel like Corvinus ran out of wood at the worst possible moment. I think he would have converted his fishing boats if he had the wood, but he didn't. And
I feel like he aged up with his woodvilles, and that's why he lost all the wood.
Maybe, or maybe he sold the resources to age up.
That could have been it as well. Militia called, but these are militia going up against Gulams. All your villagers are idled. It looks like Corvinus is trying to drop a secondary TC next to the first, but what resources are you going to gather with those villagers? All you can really get that is safe right now is wood. That gold vein has to be running low. All your docks have been denied now, and DeMu fully has water secured, which is the key to this map.
I wonder how this game would have went if Corvinus didn't commit to the aggression, because on water, that is. Nice little interception here with the militias, picks off quite a few vills. But yeah, if he doesn't commit to the water fight, maybe DeMu is a little bit more passive and Corvinus can just find his way up to Castle Age. In fact, I think this is what we have to highlight, that DeMu did have his Castle Age upgrades in these naval fights. Corvinus didn't.
Yeah, DeMu, that was one of the things. DeMu has constantly been getting all of these extra upgrades. He's had so much extra eco this whole time. And yeah, he might not have been putting all that into the same ships. He would have had a lot more ships if he was, but he had a lot more upgrades, a lot more of these long-term bonuses that are going to prove to be effective. More of this kind of not putting all your eggs in one basket type of play.
Yeah, speaking of eggs in a basket, food is still an issue here for Corvinus. This hunt has been harassed for a long time, and that wall is the much-needed lifeline of Corvinus. Now, we've seen that this guy can come back if he is given opportunities. He has this very almost cockroach-esque style where it's just difficult to finish off. But this map is known for being so oppressive when you have the fish, and DeMu does have that. I think he's actually trading on the water already as well.
Oh yeah, that's one of the things that you'll see the majority of these higher elo players do. They'll win water, they'll drop a market in the far corner, and they start trading onto water, because then you get every resource that you need from water.
Yeah, Corvinus, his population is just looking very grim. And, you know, there was a moment long ago where we considered Corvinus going into Castle Age. He opted just to double down on Feudal, and you really wonder how this game would have gone if he actually opted to go Castle Age there as the first player.
Yeah, it just didn't really end up working out for himself. You see now with the overlay at the top, there is just way more purple than red, and the red bars will continue to just fall and fall now as DeMu is going to close out this game. Looks like he wants to end this game, and 27 Gulams is a great way to do it.
It is. Corvinus only has 8 crossbows to work with, and he's just not given a room at this point. In fact, DeMu could actually click up to Imperial very soon. He's got 2 sacred sites, 5 relics to work with as well, and Corvinus has just nowhere left to go but game number 3.
Yeah, and I mean, what a wild game this was, though. Crazy back and forth, crazy raids all over the place, military, naval fights. A lot of times, there were multiple times where it felt like Corvinus was about to clean up DeMu, and then all of a sudden we look back and DeMu's cleaning up Corvinus.
Yeah, obviously, I really have to look back at the fishing count for Corvinus, because sure enough, he was able to maintain control over the water for a long time, but his fishing eco was always harassed by DeMu. Sometimes he had to convert his ships, whereas for DeMu, I don't remember. Basically, there was like one window in this game where his fishing eco was actually threatened. That's it.
Yeah, it was like right as the Castle Age happened, he lost a lot of his fishing, and then after that, he just reboomed it right back up once he pushed out. The Gulam's pushing in. Yeah, they're getting kited around by 8 crossbows, but they're killing villagers while they're getting kited, and then the next group's coming in, and then the next group's coming in, and then Corvinus is going to surrender.
Yeah, it's just wave after wave of troops, and because DeMu is almost pop capped, he is going to click up to Imperial even. There's just nowhere left to go here for Corvinus. He's trying to just desperately come back into this, but he probably knows very well that this game is pretty much gone.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those. I see it. You can do this kind of mental on either side. Sometimes you battling on this is kind of draining for yourself, but sometimes it's one of those that your opponent starts getting frustrated. It's like, come on, just surrender. This game's over. And then it lasts 10 more minutes, and you're like, what the heck am I doing? Why am I wasting my time? Let me finish this game. And this should be the good way to do it here, is just deny where any of those villagers can go at all.
Yeah, this is probably more about Corvinus thinking about what to do in the next game, because he knows fully well that this is gone. He's got basically no working villagers. At this point, DeMu could just drop 2 rams and start taking out the town centers and the landmarks.
Oh my gosh, now is when all of those red villagers just start falling, and no more will they say it. DeMu takes game number 2, and we are going to move on into the game deciding match on this lower bracket between DeMu and Corvinus, and it looks like it's going to be on classic OG Dry Arabia.
I don't know what to think about this setup, because I feel like Corvinus is very much competitive in this game. He played a reasonably standard game, and he was definitely like, this was not an easy win for DeMu. He had to fight very hard for this. But at the same time, I feel like Dry Arabia is as standard as it gets, and part of the reason why Corvinus was able to stay in the game for so long on Holy Island is because he had those moments where Corvinus just killed 20 villagers on the gold mine, right? That's not going to happen on Dry Arabia. It happened because Holy Island is a map where even the best players sometimes lose track of all the things that are happening. But Dry Arabia, it's a very, very conventional map. It's also the home map of DeMu. Corvinus opted to pick that map instead of Regions, which is his last map or last home map available. He does have the English against the Rus. I'm actually curious if Corvinus is going to play standard over here, or he's got one more trick up his sleeve. If he does so, I think he needs to pull it now, because this is his tournament life on the line.
Yeah, the only sad part is that Rus is not an easy civilization to pull the tricks from up your sleeve against. They're, if this was Abba or Ubids or Byzantines or Atri, a whole different story. They're a little bit vulnerable there. But Rus, not so much here. Game number 3 starting now, though. DeMu, southern side as the Rus in the color purple. Corvinus, north side as the English in the color red.
And this is match point for DeMu here. After losing to Baltoon in the upper bracket, he is now close to advancing to the next weekend here in the online stage of Red Bull Wololo El Reinado. Corvinus definitely put up a good fight in the previous 2 games, though, especially the one on Holy Island in game number 2. So I'm curious how Corvinus is going to approach this Dry Arabia game, especially because he's been helped out by the map generation gods here quite a bit, to be honest. It's not a map that you would call, well, I think it depends on the perspective for DeMu, but the hunt being on the opposite side of a wood line is pretty bad, and 3 gold mines chained together in the middle of nowhere is also very, very underwhelming. It's not the bad map in a classical sense or unfair map, it's just very unlucky.
Yeah. Meanwhile, on the English side, they're a civ that cares way less about map generation comparative to other civs. A lot of their focus is obviously, they need their wood. They're a very wood heavy civ. They like dropping early farms. They like dropping their production, but sometimes they don't even need wood at all, and they'll just go up with their good old faster castle with the white tower and just use that as their production buildings.
Looking at Corvinus' map here for a brief moment. He's also pretty open on both flanks, but his golds are split between the 2 sides. His hunt is also very far away, by the way. So both of these players, if they need to go for the hunt, it's going to be at a very exposed spot. It's less significant for Corvinus, who could play with farms, but this could be quite significant for DeMu.
Yeah. Either way, though, bounty is starting to be snagged on in. I think Corvinus is... Oh, no, he didn't get to that bottom deer pack in time. And it looks like DeMu grabbing up another couple wolves on the map here. This is one now we're seeing those bonuses. So some people might be confused. Why are we shooting up shooting out all of these deer, shooting up the wolves? And this is the exact reason why.
Indeed, Roos do get the bounty, of course, from not just the deer, but also the boars as well. But boars are a little too difficult to kill for Dark Age standards when you only have scouts. DeMu is queuing up a 4th scout, though. And that, to me, screams a pro scouts build. I don't know about you, but I don't see a reason for him to queue up another scout here. Ooh, and as Vodka is highlighting to us, DeMu is actually a little low on gold. He needs this one wolf so that he has enough for Feudal Age.
Ooh, that's one of these things with the early wheelbarrow is you kind of got this risk at times where sometimes you might need to cancel it, and sometimes you might just think you're going to have enough, and DeMu thought he was going to have enough bounty for it. So a late Kremlin drop, 3 minutes and 20-something seconds was when he was starting it on out. Meanwhile, Corvinus on the other side already getting kind of close to finishing up his Abbey.
Yeah, this is going to be interesting, though, because if there's a king roaming the map, it's a lot more difficult to actually carry the carcasses back to the DC. And we're not just talking about one deer pack. That is pretty much guaranteed. There is no way that Corvinus can shut that down. But when you invest into pro scouts, assuming he's going to do that with 4 scouts being out there, if he invests into pro scouts, he wants to grab at least 2 deer packs, potentially more.
Yeah, and it's more important to grab the ones from your opponent's side, because it's not only securing it from yourself, it's obviously denying it from your opponent. So that one front and center in front of the stone would be great. And sometimes what you'll see is, you know, the secondary TCs for civilization sometimes will be dropped onto deer. However, for English, they're not a civ that cares that much about it. They'll rely on farms a little bit more comparative to other civs, so you might even still see the secondary TC for Corvinus drop more near his gold vein instead.
Indeed, Corvinus playing 2 TCs here, whereas on the other side, it's indeed the pro scouts build. I'm not gonna lie, pro scouts in 2024 is an awkward thing to look at. It's probably the most OG Roos build that there ever was, really. But it's a really powerful one. Obviously, he doesn't have the gold for it just yet. He's actually playing 2 DCs too, with the villagers being committed to stone. But you don't go for 4 scouts if you don't play pro scouts.
It's going to be something that he'll have to get later on, as he's not thinking about that gold for the time being. So it's going to be a much later pro scouts, if it is indeed the pro scouts at all. For now, though, it's going to be dealing with the king. And the scouts do a great job of keeping vision of that. And the king for Corvinus is just sitting. He says, I don't want you to secure up this deer pack with your secondary TC. And so that's where DeMu, he might say, all right, that's fine, and do pro scouts later on. And instead, double broadaxe is the first upgrade that DeMu is going for.
Second DC on the way. He does the. I assume the Kremlin does affect the lumber camp, but we should just double check on that.
It does.
Yeah, it needs to, right?
Oh.
Nope, it does not.
Oh my God.
That's why I was asking. It felt like it was too far away.
Usually you get the TC connection, and I thought the mining camp, I thought the lumber camp was in the TC range of it, but obviously it was a good old tile away, and so that is where a second lumber camp was dropped for that exact reason.
DeMu still roaming the map with the scouts over here, but here's the tricky thing. When you play 2 TCs, you're going to consume your food very, very quickly, so you will need that food to supplement your economy. And Corvinus knows that.
DeMu is now heavier onto the gold, so let's see if it's just this later pro scout play. Speaking of, Corvinus did not drop that second TC onto the gold like I was thinking. It is indeed onto the deer. You don't always get this ability to be able to do this, but as the English, you won't complain if you can. It's a little bit of a forward TC, but there's no pressure coming in at any point in the near future with what he scouted on the other side.
Second DC is complete for both. 2 villagers lead right now for DeMu. He's also going very heavy on the eco upgrades, not just the double broad axe and a wheelbarrow, but also the mining upgrade. With this DC being around though, right now, DeMu cannot yoink this deer back. So this is quite interesting for him because I think he wants to go pro scout still. He's now heavy on gold. But at the same time, he cannot really take that one deer pack from Corvinus. There's a king roaming the map that's going to make his life a lot more painful as well. I think he's looking for the secondary deer pack of Corvinus.
I'm not sure if he's even gonna go for it now. At this point, I feel like it's just...
I think he's looking for it. Can we actually see DeMu's POV? I'm curious if he ever found it. Yeah, he knows about it. No, I actually am starting to wonder if the 4th scout was a misclick. Because 4 scouts is either pro scouts or you literally made an extra scout for nothing. There is no reason to add a 4th scout if you're not playing pro scouts. So maybe he either changed his mind or it was a misclick. But playing 4 scouts without professional scouts is rather odd.
Both players going up with their macro for Castle Age. One of the things to me is how did DeMu end up getting the Vil lead? I thought Corvinus started his TC earlier. I know he had his walking time to get out there, but I still feel like he started and finished his TC earlier.
Yeah, walking time could be a thing. Maybe some town center idle time. But it looks like Corvinus just wants to rush up to Castle Age. He's heavy on food, heavy on gold, 0 villagers on wood. This is just screaming for a White Tower Knight build.
He has more villagers onto the stone as well. And there is the White Tower protecting up that west side of his base, protecting up that next gold vein as well, and a lot of space for farms, which is what I believe the main goal is as well.
Yep, Hydrate House up. Okay-ish spot. It's not about the passive gold trickle, it's more about getting the carcasses in. Or, well, just getting the extra deer from the carcasses. Just a side note over here, Corvinus deployed a campfire close to the deer pack, so he knows fully well if his opponent wants to take it.
1 health, though. Gets an easy takedown there by the scout. Big kill, big kill.
It's something. It ain't much, but it's honest work. And Corvinus did that elsewhere too. So it's a clever way of making sure that his opponent cannot take the deer for himself. Looks like one of the scouts that DeMu had were also lost. But the thing I love about DeMu's position are the eco upgrades. They are basically neck and neck in Castle Age timing. In fact, DeMu beats his opponent to Castle. DeMu is up by a villager as well. But he's got all the eco upgrades from Feudal Age. Nothing out there for Corvinus.
Yeah, Corvinus moved out with a villager outpost the eastern side bore that he's thinking DeMu might want to move out to. Another campfire gets taken down. That one was hiding behind a tree. That was hard to see, honestly. And now that Castle Age is out, we get to see the game plan, and this is one of the things I always love to see when I'm watching Roost. Kind of surprises me going up against English, but it's one that, you know, this isn't the longbow mass English. This is the Abbey English, so horse archers come into play for DeMu.
Yeah, I love how he's taking out the board just to make sure that the bounty won't be given away to his opponent here, using the scout to bait out the damage. Scout does get healed back up anyways. Interestingly, Corvinus is even fortifying some towers here. So he's playing a very defensive game so far. And oh my, what year is this? Roost Horse Archers. I do not remember when the last time was I saw these guys.
Yeah, it's one of my most favorite things to end up watching. It's fun, you know, they really can lean into this micro, can really lean into that mobility.
And this is a wide open map, and I love how DeMu is sectioning it off. He's getting some walls going. The trick with the horse archers is that you need to use them as one big mass. Individually, they are useless or near useless. So the way that you deal with horse archers is that you send in knights or so into the enemy eco, forcing the horse archer group to fall back. Because DeMu is walling, that's not going to be an option here for Corvinus.
Yeah, and one of the things that horse archers do great against as well are those knights that you just mentioned, and that's what Corvinus has. They're not quite as mobile, so if they get tracked down while moving across the map, they just start getting sniped, and then you try to turn back and charge the horse archers, and then they just turn and run on away.
Yeah, and I think one of the key things here is that horse archers are really good against almost everything but foot archers. They have high mobility, and the reason why they're good against knights is not because they have armor piercing power, or well, it's not because they have bonus damage against heavy units. They just have good base attack, so they are able to penetrate the armor of these knights out here, but it also means that they are pretty good against infantry. Really the only thing that can deal with mass horse archers in a straight up battle is, let's say, foot archers. Assuming you don't have siege weapons involved, of course.
Yeah, and this is the point now. We see that horse archer number climbed very high. Corvinus trying to run away now. It looks like there might be a battle over that relic, but the battle over that relic should be easily secured by DeMu. Those warrior monks quite tanky.
Whoop, whoop.
2 more scouts. King gets taken down, and both of those knights are going to fall as well. Huge win for DeMu here.
Indeed, it's massive, and let's not forget, behind this, he's got insane eco upgrades. Look at the difference between the two players. Horse archer count is escalating so rapidly, this could be a quick game.
Yeah, we're at 17 horse archers to 5 knights on the other side. Relics 1-1, but the relic that's over on Corvinus' side that seemed close next to that white tower might not be as easily securable anymore with vision from DeMu and with this mobile mass that he has.
I just feel like things are falling apart here for Corvinus. He played a very, very standard game, but Roos being able to just chill and play a 2TC game with all the hunt available, that's just not going to cut it. I like what Corvinus is doing, though. If there is one thing in this world that can stop horse archers on an open map, it's walls.
Walls and longbows, but it really feels bad when you're using the white tower to make longbows, and that's just the worst council hall now.
Yeah.
and that's
DeMu
not something you ever want to say.
DeMu is committing to this fight because he knows that he needs to stop these walls, and he's going to do just that. He also sees that the longbows are feudal age longbows. They don't even have veterancy at this point.
And he has that scout front line to be the perfect tanks. He hasn't even lost the horse archer yet. It has only been scouts so far that he lost. Now the horse archers just step up. He says, fine, I'll take down a few of those longbows. I'll take down a villager trying to wall on up. And now I'm in your eco.
And that's exactly what DeMu wanted. That is
King
what those
by.
walls were meant to prevent. Good luck cleaning this up. In a straight-up fight, longbows would annihilate the horse archers. But DeMu is never going to give a straight-up fight here for Corvinus.
Yeah, the only way that's happening is if somehow these walls continue to constrict the horse archers further and further and further. But for now, they're just going to keep running circles. More villagers are going down. Wololo coming in. The villagers that were out on that stone all fall, so 4 more die. DeMu is starting to build up this lead. It's still only horse archers, though, and that's my only concern, as this still kind of just gives time. You're not killing any buildings. You're playing this denial game.
Yeah, but DeMu has been playing like that in the entire series. He's been just playing very safe, not overcommitting, not trying to finish games quickly. And he's more than content sitting back. He's got all the map under his control. He's going to have the relic advantage. He can start capturing sacred sites. And he has an insane tech advantage, both in blacksmith upgrades and in eco upgrades as well.
Yep. Those horse archers trying to find somewhere to do more damage, and more damage they do end up finding. Some split off. But the longbow mass is starting to get to a point where horse archers going to start dying. But that's just the group that was behind enemy lines, behind those walls. Still surprised to not see DeMu making a military swap after seeing the longbow mass here, but he has made a farm transition behind this, and it's not a military swap. He's not really producing too much military. Horse archer here and there. It's going to be the Imperial Age swap.
Yeah, it makes sense. If you have a lead, just make it into an even bigger lead. DeMu has no intention of like, okay, dive in, risk this game. There is no reason for him. He's going to just trade off these horsemen or horse archers now. There's not much that he can do with them. He's still going to just run around trying to delay Corvinus even more. But as I said, he wants to go into Imperial. I would not be shocked to see him move on to Stone soon and start dropping some forward keeps for map control. And I mean, the positioning of this high armory just tells you the whole story. This is how confident he is in his position. He's got no trouble putting it in the middle of nowhere, basically.
Do you think DeMu just gets wandering towns and just starts sending rams through?
I don't know what he's gonna do. I could see him just playing full horse archer. I could see him, to be honest, I could see him fortifying the 3 sacred sites and just saying, "Come at me."
Yep, the timer has started ticking. The high armory has finished. It's an immediate Tithe Barns upgrade. The second set of ranged armor has already come through. But now we're slowly waiting for DeMu's next step. Is that a horseman swap?
And this is
again?
just
No, that's
yeah,
horse
such a
archers.
clinical Ruse game, really. DeMu didn't do anything special in this game. He just played a very standard but very nicely executed game.
Oh, it is the
No
horseman
major
swap.
mistakes, no slip-ups, no nothing.
It's exactly what we saw the other game. He's just all of a sudden going to make this huge horseman swap. He's got 1,700 food in the bank already. He's just immediately going to have 15, 20 horsemen. They're going to be elite horsemen just running through the base. A few more villagers fall. Just picks here and there, idle time here and there, not allowing Corvinus to breathe and chill.
And horseman is dirty when you have so many horse archers. Corvinus is forced to make massed longbowmen to deal with this. He needs to potentially add siege weapons as well, like he's doing so right now. So everything that Corvinus can do against those horse archers gets hard countered by the horsemen.
Veteran upgrade has finished. Next set of ranged armor coming through as well. I love this. Those things are just not going to get touched by the longbows, not going to get touched by town center fire. And Corvinus thinks that, like, oh, maybe the mangonel is going to help. It's like, once again, just like the other game, it's like a horseman counters every single thing that Corvinus has.
Mounted training coming in, elite upgrades as well. Corvinus wants to go into Imperial, though, and to be fair, as long as the horsemen don't arrive, DeMu cannot get through the walls. That's actually what's keeping Corvinus in this game as he's building up the Berkshire Palace.
DeMu keeps getting his horseman upgrades and dropping more stables, but he's not queuing. Did he forget he dropped 6 stables?
Interesting.
Like, he hasn't queued up a horseman yet. There it is.
Okay,
all right,
now,
fine.
there we go.
13 stables.
I'm actually wondering if going knights here would actually work better. He's got 1,300 gold income. He could easily go knights. And Rus knights and Imperial are very, very powerful.
Yeah, that works as well. I think either way kind of gives you that bonus. The big just drawback for the knights is you just don't have the bonus damage against the ranged. But I don't think at this point it really matters. Either way it works. Horsemen just might be a little bit more cost effective.
Yeah, finally the first couple of cavalry troops come out, starting to torch down those walls. I don't know about that, though. Corvinus, he's making a switch into men-at-arms. It's a good frontline unit, but it's not going to deal very well against these highly mobile troops. It's not really a counter to either horse archers or horsemen.
Yeah, this is, again, one of those that DeMu just has too much eco. He has too much resources and resource income for Corvinus to be able to do anything with. All the upgrades are coming through. You can just see there's 7 upgrades coming through for DeMu. Meanwhile, Corvinus has 2. Corvinus doesn't even have the food upgrade for his farms.
Yeah, he's slowly trying to catch up. He's just now getting the elite upgrade for the longbows, but by the time he gets that finished, he only has 9 crossbows remaining. And I love what DeMu is doing. He didn't want to commit to a fight. He just broke through the walls, and once again, he's running circles around his opponent with the horse archers. Meanwhile, he's massing up horsemen, and he's got 3 sacred sites. Let's not forget that. This guy is 5 minutes away from a sacred site victory.
He's got 38 horsemen sitting in his base, just ready, watching, and just wanting to pounce here soon. And I think, I mean, that many horsemen, they could probably just burn down the Berkshire. Horse Archer stepping up, don't even care about the Mangonel. They're taking down some more villagers. Taking a couple Mangonel shots while they're doing it, but they don't really care. Looks like now the horsemen are getting ready. Another keep. Actually, I think that was the first one we saw. Oh, no, there's the other one. So keeps being dropped on every single sacred site. So making sure the timer gets to keep ticking. English needs will have to come out of the base in the next 5 minutes, but there's not really a way that Corvinus can. I feel like DeMu could stop military production and Corvinus still wouldn't have enough 4 minutes from now to come out.
Yeah, Corvinus was hindered so much in production. He has 2,000 food in the bank. He just now started queuing men-at-arms. I think he might have been low on wood, so he couldn't afford the production buildings, but he's losing so much precious time because, I mean, even though he clears this up, DeMu has shifted away entirely from this. He's got 55 horsemen to work with, and just look at that top right corner. He is just basically trying to 100% this game at this point, getting every single upgrade humanly possible.
I think he thinks he has the deli landmark that you get more food for how many upgrades you have because he's clicking everything. It's just everything. He's like, I don't have knights, but I'm getting my knights upgraded. It's like, it will matter eventually. If I make the transition to knights, he's going to be ready. And 57 horsemen, I just want to see him do something with these horsemen. I want to see how long they can tank White Tower and Berkshire together.
He's walling in his opponent. This... Honestly, this must feel so sad for Corvinus, because I don't know what he's thinking about right now. Maybe he okay, he's going to see the horsemen. To be fair, if this was a LAN, the face cam would be priceless.
Oh my gosh. You see that come out of the doorstep and you're like, he's on horsemen? How many does he have? 62? Like, what are you going to do? You can start trying to produce as many spears as possible now, and it just doesn't matter. And he has 10 men-at-arms in queue.
He's got one spearman out there. He's got a bunch of men-at-arms in queue, long bows that won't do anything against the horsemen. But hey, he's got a Rabaldiquin in queue.
The Rabaldiquin could shred the horsemen.
Yeah. It's very underrated against mass melee, as long as you have a front line.
As long as you have a front line. Oh, there. Whoa, mate!
Nice body blocks, but it's only a couple of horsemen converted.
Ended up getting about 4. There's still 60 plus out onto the field. Villagers moved out a little bit early. Rabaldiquin doing everything it can, but this is just one group of the horsemen that we see. The other group split off. They're into the farms. They're into the wood line as well, and tanking up those tower shots like I was wanting. The military numbers are looking a little bit more even, but that's for good reason. DeMu's just throwing this away for fun.
Well, for fun and for 47 villager kills. Corvinus' eco is a train wreck. He's decapping the sacred site, though.
A horseman, though. The horseman got there.
I was about to say that he was barely able to hold. He was barely able to hold the White Tower, the Berkshire, the Town Center Fire, and every single army unit that he had. How is he going to push his opponent off from sacred sites in 2.5 minutes?
What? He's gonna start dropping keeps in the base.
Why do I have the feeling that DeMu is playing with his food right now?
He has to be. I feel like this is one of those that, like, you know, your kid's in your ear. It's like, oh, just have some fun with do this. And he's like, all right, fine. If you want me to, I got you covered. Oh, I mean, this is one drop a keep behind the wood line, you know, just have some fun.
Drop a wonder behind the enemy wood line.
He has 4,000 stone.
Yeah, exactly. I was about to say that, like, listen, if this game continues like this, DeMu's going to be able to afford a wonder.
Corvinus is using that one villager that was on the board. It might be more villagers over there now, but he's trying to build a proxy base and just funnel men-at-arms into the economy of DeMu, which could he has built. That one villager has put in some work.
He did, but I honestly wonder what the issue is with Corvinus' production. He's got the resources, just not the production.
Well, it's all over here. It's not in his base. It's over in the corner of the map. It's a proxy.
It's 9 racks, Berkshire, White Tower, that's it. And we're only having a handful of spearmen being produced.
And 5 of those racks are over there.
Yeah, I really feel like he doesn't have a good access to wood, so he isn't able to afford production buildings even.
Yeah, he ate through that first initial wood line. He was producing so many longbows, and I know as plain English, it feels so bad when you have to idle your longbow production, but sometimes you got to stop making a few longbows to drop an extra barracks here and there.
So how exactly is Corvinus going to decap a sacred site in a minute? That's the question I think everybody's awaiting an answer for.
I'm just wanting to see DeMu like build a wall of keeps across, like not a stone wall, just build keeps all the way across the map that turns into a wall.
If he wanted to build keeps, he would have started already. He's legit collecting that stone for a wonder. If Corvinus ever decaps, I don't know, but he's going to win this game on sacred site terms before he gets the resources for a wonder, unless something very, very unexpected happens.
Well, he has the stone now. One horse archer still being annoying.
He cannot stop the sacred site countdown, that's the thing. He needs Corvinus to stop. Wait.
Huh?
Hold on. So you're telling me there is a chance?
That's 49 knights now, not 49 horsemen, by the way. That was another big swap.
Yeah, nah, he's done. He's just going to win this on sacred sites.
He thought about letting Corvinus decap it, and then was like, nah, not this time.
Yeah, to be fair, if he lets him decap it, he legit could have gone for a wonder in like 2 minutes.
12 seconds left for the final game of the day. Corvinus not able to hold, not able to pull some shenanigans out of the hat to get the victory, and DeMu with a nice 3-0 after getting knocked down to the loser's bracket from Baltoon.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about this before the series began. DeMu plays his best when he needs it the most, and he definitely needed it. Corvinus put up a good fight. Maybe, you know, this final game might have been a little anticlimactic. But the previous one, especially the game on Holy Island, that was a competitive game. And Corvinus definitely had some good moves, but his run here in Red Bull Wololo El Reinado is going to end right here. DeMu is the one moving on to the second round of the elimination bracket, which also means that we now have every single matchup set for next weekend. Let's take a quick look at the brackets to see what we have for you next weekend.
Yeah, I know on the top side, it's going to end up being Beasty Baltoon. We have CSO versus Wham, Puppy versus Louie. As you had mentioned, the Canadian bros are playing the Elephant teammates. And then Lucifron playing Anatan to finalize it out on the bottom side.
And at the same time, of course, we do have 4 players in the elimination bracket awaiting their opponents. The players defeated in those upper matches, they'll be the ones facing off against these guys down at the bottom. Some big names as well here, Vortex and DeMu. If they want to have a chance of facing off against Marine Lord in Castle de Almodovar, they're going to have to fight their way through all the way to the very end here in the lower bracket.
Yeah, and no slouches to round it out either with Jardi and Zerton. Not easy people to get through either. A lot of games, a lot of excitement. So make sure to continue to come back, continue to tune in for all the action.
Indeed. Unlike usual EGC tournaments, Red Bull Wololo El Reinado broadcasts begin 2 hours before, so 3 p.m. Central Europe time or 9 a.m. Eastern, that is 13 GMT. That is going to be the case as well for next weekend, but Dapston, we gotta say goodbye over here. It has been an absolute banger of a day. We've seen some crazy builds, we've seen some super competitive and back and forth games, but you know, Red Bull Wololo El Reinado is far from completion, so we will be back next Saturday at the aforementioned times to take a look at the winners bracket round of 8 as well as 2 rounds from the lower bracket.
So y'all got to see some of the player backers there. Y'all got to see some great games, some great series. It was an exciting day that is finally coming to a conclusion. Make sure to come back on next week. Like we mentioned, earlier time availability. Thanks for coming out. Thanks for getting me out here and casting again, Lita. I look forward to the next one. And, all the fans, we all appreciate y'all for coming here as well.
Indeed, thank you so much, everybody, for joining. See you next Saturday here in Red Bull Wololo, El Reinado.